Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing today's meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Member, Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn. She should be here any minute. And our Board Member, Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also present is our Board Attorney, Hillary Emerson, our ZBA Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote capabilities. Whether in person or on Zoom, if you're called to speak, please state and spell your name and wait to be sworn in. After that, state your name each time before testifying. To enter your appearance, indicate the property address with your register on Zoom. Speak with a staff member. Call the ZBA office by the close of business tomorrow at 215-689-2429 and provide your name, email address, and the case address. Remote participants, raise your virtual hand when directed so we can call on you to speak. When we call on you, please, you must click the join as a panelist button. The Q&A is only for procedural questions, not comments. If you are joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. In-person participants and testifying, get close to the mic so that all attendees and the court reporter can hear you. No eating, drinking, or talking during the hearings. Aggressive behavior will be not tolerated. In an emergency, follow staff instructions. The main exit is through the rear doors. The nearest stairwell is to the left. If we evacuate, go to Love Park across from Arch Street and remain there so that we can account for you. Let's look at our schedule for today. Get through our add-ons here. Number 1, MI 283-006-613-503 to 35 Duffin Street. Is the person present? Joseph Vaccaro is the attorney.
Good morning, Chair. This is Jason Hand. I will be your code. Wait, sorry.
Good morning, Chair. He's being promoted to panelist, Joseph Vaccaro.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Joseph, Joseph, Vaccaro, Vaccaro, attorney for the applicant, Stephanie and Francisco LLC.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
So, Mr. Vaccaro, this is the 4th listing. Could you give us a quick update?
Yes, we've had a meeting with the RCO, which had issued a denial, a refusal letter. So we'd like to re-engage with the RCO to hopefully try to change some minds.
So this is the 4th listing, and we still had no paperwork or anything of that nature from you. We're going to vote to dismiss this.
If
So-
we if the board is going to dismiss, could we at least avoid the 2-year rule so that we could reapply?
We're not going to do that, Mr. Vaccaro. We're going to dismiss this case. So MI 2023-006, 613, 5033 to 35 Duffield Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 7, MI 2025-004, 587, 4513 to 15 Tacoma Street. Aletta Ostrander is the listed owner. This is the second listing. No exhibits.
Again, Joseph Vaccaro. I'm sorry. Again, Joseph Vaccaro on behalf of the applicant, Carlos Soto. He's the tenant on the property.
You're on this one too, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't want to have that. So this is the second listing. We have no exhibits, Joe.
Yes, we also have a letter of opposition from the RCO. We'd like to re-engage with them.
Okay, so what we'll do is we're going to continue this one, Joe. This one's only 2 listings. So MI 2025-004, 587, 4513 to 15 Tacoma Street. This case is continued to 8/21/2026 at 9:30 a.m.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes my business.
And number 11, MI 2025-006, 997, 9201 Potter Street. This case is continued until 8/25/2026 at 9:30 a.m.
Oh, okay. So, sorry, Mr. Chair, going back to number 7 is continued to 8. That's 4513 to 15 Tacoma Street. That's continued to 8/25/26 at 9:30.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we're at now, number 13. MI 2025-007, 011, 3445 Melville Street. No exhibits, first listing. Port Richmond Warehouse Incorporated is listed owner.
No hands at this time, Chair.
Okay, so this is the first listing. So MI 2025-007, 011, 3445 Melville Street. This case is continued to 8/25/2026 at 9:30 a.m.
Chair, this is Ian Haggerty, Executive Director. Could we please mark that must be heard since we haven't heard from the applicant in that matter? Thank you.
That case is marked, must be heard. And number 14, MI 2025-007, 014, 133 Meritus Street, Oakley Stanbury, Oakady Stanbury is the listed owner. No exhibits, first listing.
No hands at this time, Chair.
Okay, so MI 2025-007, 014, 133 Maria Street. This case is continued. Mark must be heard till 8/25/2026 at 9:30 a.m. Are there any other requests for continuances?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Okay. We're going to go to our add-on list. Number 1, MI 2025-006, 633, 1246 to 57 South 17th Street. I vote yes with proviso per amended refusal dated 5/5/26.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Excuse me, Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 2, MI 2021-004, 387, 6809 Woodland Avenue.
And Mr. Chair, I'll read the
Oh,
planning
yeah,
commission's
but please.
recommendation. Yes, into this one, we had held it for video review by a board member. So this is the recommendation of the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning from the existing RSA 3 residential single-family zoning at this location. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use will not cause detrimental impacts beyond what would reasonably be expected. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested special exception for personal care home.
I vote yes with proviso. Per amended refusal dated September 10th, 2025. Temporary variance expires 5/7/31 and trash stored in rear outside.
Michael Johns, I confirm that I have reviewed the video of the hearing from 428 of the resumption hearing for 6809 Woodland Avenue, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Is that it? We're good. Okay, thank you. Number 3, MI 2025-002, 377, 6517 Ray Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is no.
Number 4, MI 2025-002, 476, 157 to 61 Byberry Road. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is no.
Number 5, MI 2022-001, 391, 5221 Haverford Avenue. I vote yes. Hold on. Do we have a proviso with this? No, I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Mr. Johns, you're recused from this matter.
Oh, sorry. I'm recused myself. Sorry about that.
I, Cheryl Gaston, certify that I watched the April 17th, 2024 video recording of hearing in this matter, and my vote is yes.
I, Tanetta Graham, certify that I watched the April 17th, 2024 video recording of the hearing in this matter, and my vote is yes.
I, Ryan McAdams, certify that I watched the video of April 17th, 2024, and the video recording on the hearing on this matter, and my vote is yes.
I, Taya Nguyen, certify that I watched the April 17th, 2024 video recording of this matter, and my vote is yes.
Number 6, MI 2025-006, 75750, 6151 Market Street. The vote in this matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, May 13th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Start with our first case, number 12. We're going to start with our first case, number 12, MI 2025-006, 998, 6354 Ray Street. Craig Sobobley is the attorney.
Revere Street.
Revere Street?
Yes.
Okay. We also need a Spanish interpreter.
They're being
Spanish
promoted to
interpreter present.
panelists.
I'm already
Okay.
here.
They're promoted to panelists, Chair.
Okay.
Good morning, board.
But could you wait till, I'm going to have an interpreter come on.
I am right here, Your Honor.
Okay. Interpreter?
Yes.
Do we see her? Oh, I see it. Okay. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Consuelo Villagomez, Spanish interpreter. Consuelo, Villagomez, V as in Victor, Illagomez.
Right. Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Would you please turn on your video if you have it, please? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Counsel, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Craig Sobel, CraigSobel, attorney for the applicant, Ms. Diana Francois Suero, and she is to my right.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Counsel, you.
Oh, I do.
Okay.
I didn't know if you were swearing her in.
This is the one we're going to just part-time or?
Yeah, so Mr. Sobel, just to clarify, the interpreter. You're going to present.
I'm going to present.
Okay, and does your presentation need to be interpreted for your client, or have you already discussed it with her?
I've already discussed it.
Okay, all right, so the interpreter will have you, in case we have questions for the client, and you can interpret the board's vote and such for her.
But we'll swear
Thank
the
you.
client in, right?
If she needs to testify, yes. Yep.
Right. Okay. Is she going to testify, counsel?
I don't see any reason that she would, but I may ask at the end, does she want to, add anything, or, after she adopts and affirms what I present
Right.
to the
So
board.
counsel, just for a point of information, you have unanimous support from the RCO and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Lozada. Our vice chair
Correct.
has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay. All right. I'm going to look for my exhibits. Bear with me, please. Okay. This is our P1 exhibit. And it's our application for the use of the.
But sir, you got to open up some of these documents. Am I correct?
Sorry?
Your documents are, we see.
You've seen the whole document.
No, it just says PDFs.
Okay, hold on. That is not what.
Do me a favor, stop sharing and then come back in again. Am I correct?
Stop sharing.
And then come back in. Reshare.
Okay.
Now come back in and reshare.
And you're just seeing these PDFs.
We don't see anything right now.
Can you see this?
No, we see you. You have to share the screen all over again, they're saying. There you go. This should work.
Did you see that?
Yeah, we see it now.
Okay, so this is her application along with, she's a licensed nail tech with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And she wishes to put on the first floor of her corner residence, which used to be a doctor's office, a small nail salon, which roughly would have 3 chairs, which she would service alone, and it would be up by appointment only.
So counsel, we have all your paperwork. Why don't you start showing us photos and copies of
Okay.
your plans?
This is the refusal.
Yeah, we have all your paperwork.
Okay.
Yeah, so why don't you go to photos and plans?
Photos. Okay. So this is the architect plan.
Okay.
Currently, the property was a 3-room sort of doctor's office that she wants to convert to a kind of a general 3-bay nail salon area. It has an independent entrance from the street, which I'll show you in a minute. So this is the her corner property. It's, I think, P11.
Yep.
Here's the entrance. It's an old, not used anymore kind of doctor's office. It's got a side entrance. That's where she would put the nail salon. It's got a rear back entrance as well. This is a picture of her property from the front. She's the corner unit at Revere and Levick. And here's a Google Map view of, this is her property with the pin on Levick on the corner. It's a post. This is the outside. Let me show you some interior shots.
Why do you do that?
So the inside of the property is a 3-room. This one is from the back toward the front of the property. Oh, that one is. That's a shot of the rear exit This would be the general area. I've got a better shot, I think. Here's a better shot. So this would be the main area where you would come in, and as you can see in the architect plan, she's going to remove these little rooms and just make a general space where she'll have the 3 bays for the nails, manicures, pedicures solely. No other spa services. And in the back, she's going to have a storage room. Let me see if I can share pictures, a better picture of the front. Maybe if I stop sharing and this is a better picture of the entrance to this lower level. And there's no interior access from her house to the lower area.
And that at one time was a doctor's office, right?
And at one time, it was a doctor's office.
Okay.
And I think those are all the
Why don't you do this?
pictures
Why don't you put your plans back up? And then
Okay.
questions from the board. And you're an
Share.
officer of the court, we're going to accept his testimony. Am I correct, Hillary?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Do you want to see the exhibits again?
No, just the plans, Just put the plan, that's it. Okay, questions from the
Okay.
board?
How did the RCO meeting go?
We had full support of the, I believe, 26 people in the neighborhood. I believe 16 were remote, though, by phone or, and it's community on the rise.
What about the directly adjacent neighbors?
They fully support as well. From what
You have letters or anything from them, or?
I don't have any letters from them, but there's only one neighbor because it's an end unit on Levick.
Other questions?
What is happening in the in that rear room behind I guess those are for the pedicure chairs?
So the rear room would be a storage room for supplies, this area.
Okay, and is the only sink the one in the powder room?
And there's the sinks across the way, and there's a little like kind of reception area right here. But as far as the only sink there will be one bathroom.
I was less worried about the bathroom. I've never been to a nail salon that didn't have a utility.
Oh, there'll be, in the to the actual 3 bays, they'll need to have water.
I've never seen a nail seat have water access. So I mean, I've seen the chairs, right, but like typically they need a utility sink to be able to like clean and wash hands and deal with a lot of the products that they bring in. And I'm just wondering, is there a space on this plan that's notated for that?
Do you have any utility sink?
What?
Other than the bathroom sink in the storage room, are you going to have any sink?
¿Va a tener, necesita interpretación, señora?
Sí.
¿Va a tener usted algún fregadero para materiales, además del lavabo del baño, en esta área de almacenaje?
Lavadero como de ropa.
El lavabo para limpiar cosas. The sink to clean your.
Sink to clean.
Sí, yo necesito uno.
I do need one.
Interpreter, could you do me a favor? Could you please, we want to have her identify herself and then we're going to swear her in, okay? So
Yeah.
could you please have her state her name and spelled for the stenographer?
Necesito, por favor, señora, que me diga su nombre completo y
So,
me lo
okay.
deletree.
Diana Francois Suero.
Diana Francois Suero.
Sí.
Could you spell it, please?
Necesito que me lo diga letra por letra.
D
D
A
A
H
H
I
I
A
A
N
N
A
A
F
space F
R
R
A
A
N
N
C de casa
C así
O
Charlie O
I
I
S
S
S
space S
U
U
E
E
R
R
O.
O.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Usted jura y afirma decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Could we continue where her answers relative to the sinks?
Ok, ahora vamos a continuar con su respuesta con respecto a lo de los lavabos.
Yep.
What's the answer?
¿Me repite su respuesta, señora? Could you repeat, please?
Sí, siempre he tenido precaución con todos los utensilios que uso, los materiales para la prevención de cualquier infección o bacteria en mi trabajo. Ya llevo años en esto. Tengo mi licencia de uña y sé que es esencial la prevención para la salud de cada cliente.
Yes, I have always been really careful with every tool and utensil that I use, all of the materials that I need to prevent any infection, either bacteria or whatever in my job. I have been doing this for years, and I know that cleaning it's essential for the prevention of, in the care of the health of every client.
I also believe at the RCO, I looked just in my file, she commented that the utensils aren't necessarily like washed in a sink. There's a desanitizer machine that she has where all the tools get put after each client to be steamed or cleaned. I have a note as to how she cleans.
All right, so just to be
the
clear, we're
tools.
saying that the only, like, there's gonna be yes, the sanitizer machine is in most nail salons, but there's usually other solutions that they're handling.
Right,
And
right.
I guess she's only going to use the sink that's in the bathroom for the operations.
El único lavabo que va usted a utilizar para la operación, el único lavabo es el que está en el baño?
No.
No.
We have continue.
So, aparte el lavado del baño, creo que necesito otro porque no puedo mezclar los utensilios que uso para los clientes en el baño. So, se necesita uno aparte. Aquí yo tengo videos también de...
So I know on top of the one that it's in the bathroom, I think I need another one because I cannot be mixing my tools with the things that are in the bathroom for the clients. So I need one on top of that, and I have videos here.
Yep, I think we're on the same page.
So
Mr.
I
Rashid,
hear
go
what
ahead.
you're saying.
It's just not on the plan.
I don't see it on the plan, either board member, but she
Sí, y
intends
es
to
que
put, I guess, another sink for the mixing of the
en el plan no se encuentra todavía puesto ese lavabo. entonces se necesita tener otro lavabo.
Okay, other questions?
¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Not question, but just comment again about the sinks. Usually there's a sink for like, hand washing after you get your manicure or you wash your hands before they maybe paint your nails or whatever. Is she gonna have, that kind of sink as well? Like, I know that, for like the pedicures, the chair with the tub is one thing. But then when you do the manicuring, usually there's, they ask you to wash your hands after they get done doing whatever they're doing to get your hands prepared for being painted. So is she going to have a sink for that too?
Sí, es lo mismo del lavabo, porque yo sé que, por ejemplo, cuando uno va a hacerse las uñas de las manos, a uno se les pide después del manicure que uno se lave las manos
Lavar.
antes de que las pinten, exactamente. Entonces va a tener ese tipo de lavabo también, porque yo sé que para los pedicures con la silla que tiene su tina integrada, eso es más que suficiente, eso es una cosa, pero para las manos, para lavar las manos antes de pintarlas, ¿va a tener un lavabo instalado para eso también?
Ese es el mismo que le estoy diciendo.
That is the one that I was talking about.
Questions from
Thank you, I'm
our,
sorry.
questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or the current audience here?
Yes, Chair, we have a hand up from Sloan folks. They're being promoted to panel.
Sí, hay una pregunta de la audiencia por parte de Sloan Fox, permítame.
Good morning, Mr. Folks.
Yeah, good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? Mr. Folks?
I'm sorry. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Good morning. I can, sir. Could you please state your
Oh.
name and spell for the stenographer?
I apologize. I entered this chat. I entered my reason hand by accident. I should not be testifying at all. I apologize.
You're not going to testify here?
No, sir. I apologize.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No
Planning
hands
Commission.
at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Morning, Chair, members of the board. Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission, MICHAELGALL.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I so affirm, Chair.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. The property has a documented history of legal office use as a doctor's office dating to at least 1952. This end-of-row building is already physically configured for similar uses, like many similar properties in this part of the city, and along Levick Street, which operates as a de facto arterial for bridge access and has a number of similar commercial activities fronting it. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for personal services use.
MI 2025-006-998, 6354 Revere Street. I vote yes.
Bill Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, interpreter. Thank you, counselor.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Number 6, MI 2025-002-853, 636 Kerper Street. Joan Conley is the current owner. This application is for use as a 2-story family household living, whereas the proposed use 2-story household living is prohibited in the RSA 3 zoning district. Good morning. Hi, could you please, you're Joan? Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer? And just pull it a little closer to you too, if you don't mind. Yep.
Joan,
Perfect.
Joan Connolly, Connolly.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. How are you?
Hi.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And your refusal is for two-family household living that's prohibited in the RSA 3 zoning district. Do you attest to that refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, all right. You are getting some assistance, all right?
Yes.
So we can begin with your case. So, yeah, look at the screen. There you go.
Should I just address? Okay.
Yeah, why don't you start? Well, first, tell us what you're doing.
Well, the property is now zoned as single family, and I'd like to have it changed back to its original use as a duplex.
Okay, is it currently set up as a duplex?
Yes, for electric, water, gas.
Sure, why don't you start your testimony?
Okay, this property was built as a duplex with separate entrances and separate utilities, 2 electric meters, 2 gas meters, 2 breaker boxes, and there are 2 hot water heaters and separate hookups in the basement for laundry. My grandmother, Elvira Kramer, was the original owner. She purchased it July 1959. She always lived on the first floor and rented the second floor. In 1998, my parents, Art and Peggy Kramer, purchased the property from my grandmother and moved into the second floor where they cared for my grandmother until she died in 2001. Since 2001, the property has been occupied only by family. In 2012, the property was changed from multifamily to single-family use with a use permit issued on December 14th, 2012. Currently, I live on the first floor, and the second floor is used for family occasionally. My father passed away August 26 last year. I am now the owner of 636 Kerper Street and made settlement on April 16th of 2026. I am asking to change the property back to its original use as a duplex.
Why don't you show us some photos
I
of
believe
the
they've been,
interior too? Yep,
they've
we'll
been
have it.
submitted.
Yeah, they'll do it for you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, that's going upstairs,
Private access to the second floor.
right?
First
Bathroom,
floor bathroom.
okay,
The second floor kitchen.
okay,
Second floor bathroom.
okay. Tell us about the RCO. No, it's her property, right? Right, okay.
I can-
Tell us
I-
about,
I- I
did
can
you go to the RCO meeting?
My sister did.
Okay,
Thank you.
could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Donna Kramer, Donna, last name Kramer, Kramer.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
So I went to the RCO meeting, met with them, made my presentation, and here's the letter
Right,
that they approved. They don't
Okay.
have a problem with it.
right, all right. Okay, questions from the board? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair. Actually, sorry, no, one thing I wanted to mention. So the property now is zoned RSA 3, which requires parking, and it looked like in the photos, there's parking to the side.
Yes,
The
there's
property?
off-street parking for 4
Okay,
cars.
for 4 cars. Okay. It just wasn't mentioned on the refusal. I just wanted to note it for the record.
Thank you.
Because it is a requirement. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience, the current audience here?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission,
Morning, Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 3 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. This property appears to have a history as a 2-dwelling unit building, despite the issuance of permit in 2012 for single-family use. Therefore, the Philadelphia City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed use variance for 2 dwelling units.
thank you. MI 2025-002-853-636 Kerper Street, I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 9, MI 2025-006-771-1121 Watkins Street. This application is for the erection of a vertical addition to an existing attached building and includes roof deck and roof deck access. Whereas the maximum occurred area for the RSA 5 zoning district is 75% and 80%, 84% is processed. When the maximum rear yard is 9 feet and 6 feet is proposed, and where the stories above the second floor of the attached house shall be set back an additional 8 feet, and this is 0. Could the Paul Gagel, Craig
Krager, yes,
please
hi.
come on? Yeah, sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, my name is Paul Krager. That's Paul. Last name is Krager, Crager.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
East Passyunk was unanimous support, and there's a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla. Our vice chair has just a few questions for you, sir.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And the chair just read your refusal. Do you waive further reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we have amended slightly some of the things that were refused,
Okay,
but they're, yeah,
all right, so you can share your screen and proceed with the case.
okay. Just a moment. Okay. Okay, you should be able to see that, correct?
Not up yet.
Not up yet. Oh, I see.
Here it comes. It's
Yeah,
coming.
sorry.
Yeah, I see it's coming up. Oh.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. As I said, my name is Paul Krager. My wife Danielle, who's the co-owner of this property, is also on the call. We've lived here at 1121 Watkins Street since 2013. We're seeking a variance for a third-story addition to our home. Thanks for your time. Let's move on here. So you can see the existing photos of the home. This is us on the top left. Behind us, you can see this is the view directly from our backyard, 1120 Morris Street, which is 4 stories at the rear, 3 in the front with a mansard roof. This is the back of our property. Center is us. Left and right side, you can see there's bump outs on the back of those homes, which is what we're looking to do.
We only see one picture, the first picture. Oh, I'm sorry, maybe that's just me.
No.
My bad.
It's okay. Here, you go. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said there. Would you repeat that?
No, it's a little issue on our part, but we're okay.
Okay, okay, good.
You're showing the building.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sounds good.
It's our fault.
Okay. Here are refusals. Just noting here that we previously requested more a larger bump out than we're currently requesting. It's been reduced from 3 feet to 2 feet. You can see that the difference highlighted here. So the occupied back area would have been 6'6". Now it's going to be 7'6", from 84% occupied to 82% occupied. No changes to the ground floor. This is only on the upper floor. All right. Here you can see highlighted the changes from the original submission in the plans. This clouded area down here highlights where we've modified the plans. Okay, the site plan here, you can see our house in the middle of Watkins Street. Behind on Morris Street, there's 2 other houses that are 4 floors, 3 floors. These on 12th Street are 3 floors, also 3 floors on Watkins Street here and here, and a few more around the neighborhood. The floor plan, you can see the 2 existing floors on the right-hand side. On here, the 3rd floor plan, You can see that it goes all the way to the front. It's planning to add a primary bedroom and then another smaller bedroom in the back. All the way to the left is the roof deck plan. There's a 5-foot setback from the front property line. Pilot house is here. That's also set back. Next diagram shows elevations. This again is our house with the proposed changes. We're proposing a standing seam metal on a mansard roof with an open steel railing along the front wall of the roof deck. In the rear, we'll use the same vinyl siding to match the existing 2 floors below. You can also see an outline of 1120 Morris Street and 1114 Morris Street behind us. Again, 4 floors and 3 floors. This rendering shows what the project would look like completed. This is the same thing, just highlighting just our house here in the middle and existing houses around the neighborhood that are already 3 floors. 19 of 20 row homes in the area that are 3 floors or above have a flush facade. Okay, there's the rear yard again. Showing the neighbor's overhangs. We are planning to build out to the same point that the neighbors immediately to our left and right have built out to. This is a rendering of sight lines. You can see that sight lines from the street level, you can't see the pilot house. Same thing from the second story. Because we're on the north side of the street, there's going to be no daylight changes to Watkins Street. There would be daylight changes to the rear of the house that will basically just affect our backyard and our neighbor at 1120. These are more proposed photo renderings from the street level. This is, we presented to the RCO in February. We had unanimous support from both the RCO and community members. We've also been in close contact with our neighbors on the block, and everyone's in support. And that is all we had prepared for the presentations. Yeah, thank you for your time. Let us know if you have any questions.
Sorry, I noticed what you did with the RCO, but how about the neighbors on either side? How are they?
Yeah, correct. So the neighbor to our right side are the owners we've spoken with, and they're in support. Right now, they're renting their house to a renter who, has asked some questions, has not opposed anything. The neighbors to the other side are in support.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
Not a question, but a comment. Yours would be the first 3rd-story addition on your block, correct?
No, there's another 3rd-story addition. Forgive me, I can go back to, you can see it here. It's actually being built in this image. This one is 3rd story, also mid-block. The end of the block is also 3rd story here and here.
But this is on your side of the street. Is this the first 3rd story?
On our side, that's correct. It will be the first. Yeah.
Out of how many houses it looks like? I mean, there's nothing.
I'd have to count, but somewhere around a dozen.
Okay. And then you said there was something on the other side being built.
Yeah, so this is completed now. At the time that this overhead photo was taken, yes, this is a completed 3rd story on Watkins Street, just across the street.
Okay. Thank
Other
you.
questions?
Yeah, I guess it's a question because the other house on Watkins Street has a rear setback, so it's actually there's nothing above the 2nd floor at the front of your property. I do appreciate that you all attempted to do a mansard roof for that 3rd floor, and then you set back the 4th floor, but you would still be the first 3rd story that's that's at facade line on that street. And I guess I'm wondering a little bit more is like, what's the justification or need for the expansion?
Yeah. I mean, the answer is basically the way the layout of our house works without a setback. the front bedroom due to the location of our stairs and also this, let's see if I can find it. Essentially cut out where here. So you can see in the existing second story, this area right here does not fully cover the first floor of the house. So basically, adding a third story with a setback due to the stairs and that cutout means the remaining area for a primary bedroom is pretty small. So the variance required to build all the way to the front of the property line makes the third floor primary bedroom viable.
Okay, and then is it planned that you all are gonna live here, continue to live here as yourselves?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as I said, we've been here since 2013, plan to continue for the foreseeable future.
Okay.
So there's no change to the second floor?
That's
breezeway?
correct.
So you'll have this sort of overhang over the breezeway in the back
Correct.
with this third story. You didn't show up, I don't think I saw rear elevation for the new.
Rear elevation for the new.
I know you showed the front, but you didn't show what happens. I didn't see what happens.
Yeah, you can see that
Okay, so
here
there
a
it
bit.
is.
Yeah.
Okay, so on the left here, that's the, wait a minute, let's get it here. So on the left, is the bottom left is the rear.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And so you've got this strange sort of overhang of that third floor, which is a little odd. And then on the front, and get back to the front rendering that you did.
Let's see, were you looking for
the rendering that you did?
Oh,
I just want to see it, the rendering in context with the rest of the block, with the rest of the houses next to it. No, the front, not the rear.
This is the front that I'm showing.
The front. Okay, right. That's what I wanted to see.
Yeah.
Okay, so with the mansard. Okay. All right. That was it. Thanks.
Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time.
Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. The building's existing condition is that of increased occupied area with a small rear yard, and that condition dates to the neighborhood's construction. The block is consistently residential in nature, exclusively 2- and 3-story attached homes with narrow right-of-way and neighboring residential properties close by in the rear and across the street, potentially impacting neighboring properties' rights to light and air. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variances for maximum occupied area and rear yard depth, but recommends that the board deny the requested variance for upper floor setback.
Okay. MI 2025-006-771-1121 Watkins Street. I vote yes with proviso. Revised plan, 1 page, stamped by ZBA on May 6, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. All right, here we go with that one. Now we're going to do both together. Okay. So MI 2025 002-821-2226 West Tioga. And MI 2025-002-824-2224 West Tioga Street. Mr. Knockhamson, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Alan Knockhamson, A-L-A-N, last name Knockhamson, N-O-C-H-U-M-S-O-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Knockhamson, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is, or client for both properties are Wise Holding Group LLC, and in the virtual audience is Brian Wise, as well as Alex Lipkin, the members of the group. I also have Matt Master Pasqua of Mass Architecture Studio, who's going to go with me along with the drawings and stuff.
We have a letter of support from Allegheny West and also a letter from the Philadelphia Historical Commission.
Yeah.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals or stipulate to their accuracy?
I actually object to two of the refusals. The height refusal, I don't believe is correct. It's saying that we're proposing to have 42 feet and 3 3/4 inches of height. That's the existing building structure. The new portion of the building structure is 36 feet 11 inches, which would fall within the code requirements. And then the second refusal that we have an objection to is the amount of parking spots that are required. This is an RSA 3 property, so it's a 1-to-1 ratio, except we're a historic property where within the building.
Look at our accounts.
Yeah,
You're staring at Hillary the whole time. Now, what are you trying to do?
No, I'm just telling you. So,
No, Hillary.
but within the
You're staring at Hillary.
so we have 6 units within the existing building structure. So, but it's a historic property, so we're exempt under 14-801 2F. And then for the new portion of the building structure, there's 6 units, but because it's an extension of the historic use, it's a 50% ratio. And so 6 units, 50% is 3 parking spaces. So we do meet for both properties that requirement as well. So let me share my screen. So this is one of these projects that, I present a lot, but this is one of these projects that, you'll remember over the course of your career. I really do believe so. This is a historic property. It's in really bad shape. And my client has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep this property up. The city has wanted to demolish this property time and time and again. And they've probably, I think they've spent $700,000 just to keep this property up. To completely rehabilitate this property is going to take a couple $1 million. This property has been profiled in multiple publications in the Inquirer and such, and it has a really cool and interesting history, and we're trying to rehabilitate it and keep a part of that history in this neighborhood. And we even got a letter from Swan Poodle in support of this project. Like literally just came across my screen. So, I was pleasantly surprised about our community meeting, how people really knew about this property and its history and our attempt to keep it alive. And it's, to look at that. It's beautiful. We went through the Historic Commission. I have Matt Master Pasqua. Why don't we just have him join as a panelist and swear him in, because he'll tell the history of it.
Sure, we'll get him on as soon as you're ready.
Yeah, but we have 12 exhibits here, and like I said, Brian and Alex are on, and Brian will tell you that he's from the Tioga area. This is an affordable housing project because that's all he does, and that he's really proud of this, growing up in this area as well. So the notice of refusals. There's two properties. Each are going to propose to have 12 dwelling units in there. Now, there's a long history of significant multifamily use. I think this is an 18-unit boarding house at one point that allowed for 50 people in one of the properties. There's significant multifamily use nearby. And we're leveraging the fact that we're street to street to provide the parking that's necessary. Now, we do have one refusal in terms of parking that we can't comply with. As you see on your screen, we're required to provide 1 handicap parking space. If we did that, it would be too big for that lot where we would have less parking spaces and we couldn't comply with the 3 parking space requirement. So we talked to the community about that. They rather have more parking spaces than have a handicap parking space there. And the only other refusal, well, I would also argue that the refusal regarding surface parking spaces are prohibited in the required front yards. We don't have any parking there. If you consider Tioga the front of the property, our parking is in the rear public street, not the front parking street. And then really the one refusal we have is the multifamily use, which is, again, not out of character for the history of these properties nearby and such. And, really and again, this is a rather large lot. The lot size for each of them is 6,750 square feet. Not that we are RM1, but if we were, that would allow 15 units as of right. And the only way to make this project really work and keep the historic structures in here is to have these amount of units. Also allows for the affordability aspect of this project as well. So we have a letter of support, not too descriptive, other than, this is the Conkling Armstrong house, and Matt, will definitely describe what that is and the history behind it. But, the nearby neighbor in the rear on the secondary street, love this project. They're like, oh my God, thank you so much. Because you'll see pictures of the property. It's in really bad shape. We fenced it in, we've stabilized it, but they want, it finished. And so do we. And then again, we went through the Historic Commission. We have their review process and their, approval to move forward if the board feels so inclined to grant these variances. And then the property history. Well, why don't we then, kind of bring Matt on? He can kind of go
Sure,
through
why don't you
here.
bring him on? What's his name?
Matt Master Pasqua?
Sure.
Hello, Matthew Master
Sir,
Pasqua,
hi.
M.A.
Could you spell it, please?
Yeah, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Master Pasqua, M-A-S-T-E-R-P-A-S-Q-U-A.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
All right, Matthew, why don't you tell the board a little bit about the history of this property and its historic significance?
Yeah, thank you, Alan. So yeah, this is known as the Conkling Armstrong House. It was built in the late 19th century by Conkling and Armstrong, who were manufacturers of terracotta facade materials. Their main factory was on Wissahickon. It produced a lot of terracotta pieces for the city, as well as the whole eastern seaboard and into the Midwest. And they were a large manufacturer of a truly American piece of architectural history. They built these houses as their own residences, and then also sort of a showcase of some of their products and their capabilities at their factory. So all of these ornate window details and banding and cornice lines and all of that were manufactured by their company for their houses to sort of show their potential clients what they were capable of. And yeah, I mean, they lived here for a while, and then it went through a different, round of ownership, like Alan said, multifamily use, et cetera, until finally it was abandoned for a long time, and our clients picked it up and are trying to restore it. For the rear addition, we decided that trying to match all of these ornate features of the front building is not a tenable solution. So we tried to, take context from the rear street, Estelle Street, as well as some of the more modest neighboring buildings to, inspire our new design. So in this presentation, you'll see a handful of other projects we took photos of that are of the same period of the Conkling Armstrong House, but are not as ornate. So it's a little more feasible for us to construct.
Yeah. So Matthew, I actually have let's go through the site plan as well as the side elevations. So first, I want to point the board's direction to the rear parking. As you can see, we use a pre-existing curb cut of 24 inches, and we have 3 parking spaces on each property. And to allow for proper traffic flow, we have an easement that's been created between the 2 properties. We also have trash in the back. But why don't you, I objected to the refusal as to the heights in the rear. Just to confirm, this is the actual height to the roof line, right, Matthew? 36 feet, 11 inches?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else on this drawing that we can point the board's direction to?
So as you can see on the left side, that sort of diagonal hatch is our addition, and then the solid gray hatch is the existing building. So you can see there is sort of a mezzanine or a short fourth floor attic space on the right side, and that is where that non-compliant height comes from. And we are more or less matching the height of the third story on the rear portion of the existing building for our new portion.
And then we have compliance with the side yard setbacks of 8 feet for both buildings.
That's correct. Each of these houses are being developed as independent homes or residences. So we kept an 8-foot side yard in order to provide tenant access to the building, where we have the entrance to the building actually coming in off of the side yard. And this is for a few reasons. One, it works better for the stair layout, but then it also puts living space on the first floor along a Stow Street across from the parking lot. So instead of having the main sort of non-inhabited residential entrance on the first floor front, we decided to put living rooms on the front instead.
Yeah.
And then we have 2 entrances, one on either side for the rear portion for the addition. And then we are maintaining the 2 front entrances off of Tioga for the entrance for the tenants that live on the existing building side.
Yeah. And by continuing with the side yard, everyone has access from front to back of the property, including the trash areas, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And then to go back to, trash maintenance and storage, while we go into the actual floor plans, there are ventilated trash areas within those units themselves.
Yes.
All right. Let's see. Is there anything different on this? Oh, this is the same one. Anything on this drawing that would be of relevance to the board?
We are just showing where the building would be visible from. This is more for the Historic Commission, but these 3 photographs are from Tioga, 23rd Street, and Stow Street, showing where the addition would be visible from.
Yeah, and you did make the presentation by way of the Historic Commission approval process. What were their thoughts about the project?
Correct. Yeah, they were in full support. They saw the significance of the existing structure and the dilapidated nature of it, and are supportive of any effort to try to maintain it and restore it.
All right, well, let's just go through the floor plans here. So you were mentioning the front of these properties. I would almost equate it to almost like 2 buildings in one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Almost 4 buildings in 2, if you think of it that way, because we do have the property line down the center. There is a shared party wall running, front or top to bottom of the page here. So just to orient everybody, Tioga Street would be on the bottom of the page, Stow Street on the top of the page. The first plan on the left is the basement plan. The only basement that we have is the existing portion. There's no basement. There's only a crawl space on the addition. So the front entrances would be the second plan in from the left, and they are sort of highlighted or not in white. So yeah, as Alan is scrolling over them, you can see we have one on the left side, one on the right side, and they both enter into a shared hallway and then to a staircase.
Yeah.
There are. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, so you have unit number 101 on both in the front, unit 102 a little further in the existing building structure, right?
Correct. Yes. So those are the 2 on the first floor that are accessed from Tioga. And then from the rear, we have 103 and 104, and they are accessed off of Stow Street. And you can see again those white hallways and staircases in the center of the building. Those are all shared, go all the way up to the 3rd floor. And the rear 6 units, 2, 4, 6, 8 units, access up there. So yeah, we broke down the units by color so you can kind of orient yourselves and see, where one unit starts and one unit stops. And then the white also shows you where those units are accessed from. The only space we have in the basement is in the existing building where there is a current basement, and unit 101 and 102 on either side have access to that basement.
Yeah, and for each building structure, there's 12 units, 8 1-bedrooms and 4 2-bedrooms. That's correct?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. And then, the only other floor that has a bi-level, or not bi-level, but more of a loft, is the 3rd floor in the front.
Correct. Yes. So the third floor front, so 301 on either side. There is that fourth floor attic space. We were trying to figure out how to best utilize that. And according to some building code regulations, we were limited on how big of a space we could put up there without having to add additional staircases. So we are using this as a mezzanine. So I'm imagining more of an office use on that space, but it would become down to the tenant, but that would be open to below. So there's sort of a double height or 1.5 height space in those 301 units.
Gotcha. And then there's no roof deck access structures as part of this project, right?
Correct. Yeah, the stairs don't even go up to the roof deck. The maintenance access would be via ladder. You can see we placed 6 condensing units on either side, right above the staircase, as to not disturb the people below.
Yeah, and then make it easier for the board to see the drawings too. We kind of gave like 4 examples of different types of units out there in the buildings.
Right. So we're not exhaustive with our unit plans. We just wanted to show sort of a snapshot of what we were offering in the market of rental apartments in the area. So you can see we have a lot of 1 bedrooms. The like heavy gray walls, those are existing walls. So you can kind of orient which ones are new, which ones are existing that way. So the first 2 on the left here, those are within the existing building. So we were kind of having to work with the existing window layouts and such like that in order to provide, the amenities and what everybody expects out of an apartment these days. On the right side, these are 2. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to highlight the fact that you try to leverage, the fact that you have side yards, so you have a lot of light and air in the units with a lot of windows in each of the rooms.
Of course, yeah, we did what we could to utilize those windows as best as possible. Yeah.
Also dealing with the fact in the older building, you have to deal with the historic commission.
Of course, right. So we do have, when we go for final approval with the historic commission right now, we just have the in-concept approval, but we will, dimension out and have details for all of these windows to be replaced in the existing structure. On the 2 on the right side, those are new units. So these are mostly within the new portion of the building. You can see the 3R. This actually covers part of the rear of the existing building, and then the back portion of the new addition. So it's a pretty sizable 1-bedroom unit. Dining room, living room, walk-in closet, separate laundry room, all that. And then next to that, we have the yellow unit that is an example of our 2-bedroom unit. It's 2 bed, 2 bath. Again, a laundry room, nice kitchen, an area for a dining room, as well as a pretty significant living room as well. So this is, again, sort of just a snapshot of the units that we are offering in the building.
All right. Is there anything else you want to share before I go through the rest of my presentation from an architect?
No, not at this time.
All right, great. All right, well, let's just go back to give you a little bit more context in terms of just the neighborhood in general and the condition of the property. So let me just go backwards a little bit. All right, here are the photos. So this is the current condition of the property. As you can see, it's been fenced up. The property's been stabilized. I'll have Brian Wise adopt my testimony as his own, but I'll have him specify how much money they have spent just to keep this property afloat, because the city has tried to demo it, and they've spent a lot of money just to hopefully get this approval. This is the property in 2008, a little better before my clients bought it, but still not functional. And then this is the rear of the property from Estog Street. Again, you can see here, I should have put another photo, but if you go on Google Street View, you'll see like in the past, there were garages back here, which leveraged the curb cut. And then this is our proof of posting for both properties. A little rough there. Tioga Street to the right of the property, to the left of the properties, and then from Estog, right as well as left.
Alan, what's on either side?
You mean in terms of?
Are they existing properties, people?
Yeah, they're existing properties.
Yeah.
Again, the person on Estog to the left of us was at the community meeting, and they were very complimentary of this project.
I see it now.
Yeah, there's not much going on in Estog. That's the other thing. They're like, please activate that street for us, because when you have like not much going on, bad things sometimes happen.
Right.
Let me go through the rest of this. through that. Let's see. Oh, this is, and again, I didn't go with this map, but this is basically the house and the significant amount of work they're going to have to do. It's like shaded where they're going to have to restore it. And again, that goes to, the price of almost probably over $2 million to restore this property. And then this is just for a proof of mailing for the community meeting that took place. For both properties. Or applications for appeal for both properties. The deeds to both properties owned by Wise Holding Group LLC. And then our certificate of tax clearances. I will ask that Mr. Wise virtually raise his hand.
Mr. Wise, please.
Yes, good morning.
Hi, Mr. Wise. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Bryant Wise, BRIAN WISE.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Yes, Brian, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
Yes, I did.
Is it true and correct?
Yes, it is.
And do you adopt as your own testimony?
Yes, I do.
Specifically, I mentioned the figure, I want to be accurate. I stated that you spend around $700,000 just to stabilize this property through today's hearing. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. You're a little lower than that. I'm looking here at our spreadsheet. So we bought the property. The 19th of this month will come up on our 5th year owning the property. So since then, since purchasing the property, obviously interest payments, then doing the make safe and then maintain the property with landscaping, snow removal, fencing, scaffolding. I mean, we're at today $928,000
Okay.
just to maintain the property. This is even before any approvals or any permitting to do the construction work, and obviously the historic work that's going to be needed for the facade.
How much would that work entail, like going forward to restore the property to meet historic commission guidelines?
I mean, in my mind, I would like it to be $100,000, but it's probably going to be more, like you said, a couple of $1 million to do it. So it's a very ambitious project for us. As we usually do, affordable housing, new construction, regular rehabilitation, but obviously this is something different, something special. So we look forward to maintaining and keeping this property alive.
Yeah, and you grew up in the Tioga area, right?
Yes.
And your business is affordable housing.
Yes. 90% of it I'll say is affordable housing. I'll be lying if I said 100%, but it's definitely 90%. That's what we do.
Yeah. Can you tell the board some of the programs that you're a part of or that your property's a part of?
Yeah. So obviously, we work with PHA. We also work with a program called Babachi, and we just started back with a program for Youth Valley, which actually helps youth occupants when they're coming back. A lot of them come from like foster care, and that program helps them re-enter into society by helping them go through school, college, and also helping them get a job, and then living on their own to help them reacclimate and to be able to live in society and learn how to do that from an early age. So we just got back with doing that program.
All right. Well, thank you for your time.
All right, questions
Yeah,
from
you're
the
welcome.
board?
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. Just could you pull up the site plan again, Alan? I'm just trying to understand, like the addition is now going to be the entire extent of to the property line on Estelle?
No.
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 There is some rear yard.
Oh, yeah. So I'm sorry. There's a 20-foot rear yard setback. That's where the parking is.
Okay, that's where the parking is. So is there any like outdoor space for these tenants?
No, probably not.
Okay.
There is a
No,
little bit
there-
of landscaping in the rear, but there is no outside parking. And Brian, you can speak to this because I was at the community meeting, and you know your neighborhood better. It's a tough neighborhood, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
There is outside space in the front. We do have a porch area, and there is space in the back for like 2 benches that people can sit outside.
So the porch, because originally I feel like in the presentation, it was explained that only what is it, don't quote me, but I want to say like the 9 to 15 units that are in the front half of the building are going to access through that porch. So for the inhabitants that are going to access the building through Estow Street, like it's going to be unlikely that they're going to spend a ton of time on this porch. So I'm just trying to get a sense of like this is dense. Like we're in the middle of a block, 24 households, could be up to 75 people, and we've got no outdoor space. This is not the most transit accessible area. There's only one bus line here to get people to Center City, and we've only got 3 parking spaces.
Well, so not out of character, 2230 West Tioga Street has 10 units. And it's 12 units in total that we're seeking.
Well, for each property, so it's
Each property.
24 total.
Yeah, but yeah,
But this-
you mentioned something about 15. I just want to make sure
I said there's 15 properties, like there's 15 units that would access the building through the front porch.
No, it's 6 and 6.
6 and, okay.
Yeah, it's literally
So
divided in
12.
half.
But like I was saying between 9 and 15. I was just,
Yeah.
the numbers weren't in front of me, but.
No. I just want to make sure that because that's when I
Yeah.
heard 6 and 9, like I was thinking you were thinking it was 15. It's 6 and 6. There is outdoor space in the front.
Sentiment still stands.
And
We've
it-
got 12 units. Half the units are accessing the building through the front porch. Half are going to be coming through that rear access point on Estow Street. So you've really only got half of the building that's going to really be on that porch.
We also have a
And
side yard.
there is space there. If you pull up the plan, there is space in the back. And then as far as the transportation, there's actually I think 3 bus lines, which the depot is right around the corner for the 33 I think. For when I remember I used to catch the bus. The 33 runs in Center City, and also I think it's
That
the
is
2
only,
on
I
17th
just did
Street.
it on Google Maps. So to get to where we are right now at 15th and JFK, there's a single bus, and it takes 47 minutes to get from there to Center City. So I think to assume that you're going to have almost 70 people that are only going to use and service that one bus line seems unlikely. So I just want to know, like, what is the plan, especially if we're talking about a population that is sort of reliant on public transportation, or if we're talking about low income individuals who are in need of affordable housing. What is the plan for the like their livelihood in this building? I can understand the plan layout. I'm thinking more so as like a long-term ecosystem for this property.
That is fair.
Well, as far as the transportation, it's I mean, obviously for us it's hard to control that. And with the retrospect of agreeing with you, partially of what you're saying, and then also partially that everyone that's there may not need to go to Center City every day. Everybody, they're working different areas, they're going to different areas. So again, I can agree with you, partially what you're saying, but it's nothing that we as individuals can control as far as the transportation aspect outside of someone having their own vehicle.
Yeah, and also, Brian, I think it was brought up at the community meeting. Parking is not an issue. I mean, I know we're creating a lot of density here, but
Wait.
what-
75
yeah.
people are here. That's a different story for
It's
them.
an 8 to it's 16 one bedrooms and 8 2 bedrooms. So it's we feel that you're not going to have as many people in the one bedrooms. They're definitely more compact.
And is the management office on site, or?
I think management office is Brian, right?
No, it's not me myself, but we do have a management section of our business that manages all our properties directly, as far as maintenance and also tenant issues. So we do have management, and we also have a leasing agent that we use to lease our properties, like again through those various programs. And I also forgot to mention we deal with the VA as well.
So that's off-site though, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you said, what percentage of these units would be affordable?
80% of those. We do 90% overall our portfolio. We do 90% affordable and programming. So in this particular project, it'll be about 80% if I did have the math right,
And the
based on
plan
the
is to do
conversion of
Section 8?
units.
And the
I'm
plan is
sorry.
to do, your plan is to do housing choice vouchers?
Yeah, we do. Like I said, all of our programs are Housing Choice Voucher, PHA, Babachi, and
PHA has
again we do.
multiple programs, which is why I'm clarifying, because housing
Okay,
choice
yeah. So if
vouchers
you want to do,
is a very
yeah, if you want to do a
specific
general,
program where the tenant
if,
has to find you versus, say, like a project-based voucher, which is more stable affordability. So your plan is to
yeah. So
do
if you want
housing
to
choice
just broad
vouchers.
stroke it, you can just basically we'll say PHA over all their programs that they have within their umbrella. Because like you said, all the tenants have different income programs under the PHA program.
So,
Other questions?
so yeah, I do have a couple questions. So you have units in the basement of the main building that's going to be rehab. What's the depth of the basement below grade is 1?
It's 6.5 feet below grade, 2.5 feet above grade.
So that's fairly low. And how many units are below grade?
Just 2, the 2 front ones.
2 units are below
Am I
grade.
correct? Let me just make sure. Hold on.
I don't think you're
Yeah,
correct when you're talking about the height. What is the height of the basement, Matt?
The depth of the basement below the adjacent grade. So if you're at the grade, what's not the grade at the pavement, the grade, because the area is
Under the
raised. So
unit.
what's yeah.
Yeah.
right. Yeah, Alan is correct. It's 6.5 feet below grade and then 2.5 feet above.
So we're
And then there are 2 basement units or 2 units with basement access on either side. So a total of 4,
so
2 on
total
each project.
so a total of 4 basement units. How many parking spaces total?
6 total, 3 on each property.
Okay, and there are a total of 24 units, correct?
That is correct.
Can you go to the site plan for a minute? One of the things that I want to see is the pedestrian access from that back street. What's the name of the back street?
Stall Street.
Stall Street.
Stall.
This addition, the addition sits fairly far back from the street, and the block is pretty intact with pretty decent houses that have porches and the like. And there's no, from what I can see here, in order to get to the entrance to the back portion of this addition, you have to go down the sideway, go across the parking lot to the pavement, to the sort of the main pavement. So there's no sort of direct line from the pavement straight up the side to access that entrance to that addition. So that's feels like you're entering the back, right, of this building. So when you look at the units that are directly across the street and on that street, they all have these pretty sort of grand porches. And there's a sense of entry. We don't have that here. It feels like I understand the expense and the sort of the restoration effort that's going to take place on the building on the front, which is amazing. That's an amazing building. I know that block and that area very well. And glad to see something being done. But I feel like you've neglected the street behind. And with a little more effort in the design of that back portion, whether it's addition or whether it's a separate building altogether, because the only thing that really makes it an addition is you've got some of these units that sort of are part of the original building because you've added a bedroom or something that sort of connects to it. Other than that, it's a fairly distinct and separate building and could literally front on the street behind it if you wanted to. But I think you've neglected the character of that front of that building, which is sad, considering the amount of effort that you're going to take to do the restoration of the building or the exterior of the building in the front. So that is a big concern for me.
I will say that the Historic Commission looked at that, and obviously I'm sure they addressed all those concerns as well. And they did approve, the design that we did put out there in terms of the rear building structure or the addition.
Yeah, I understand that.
So,
But
so I just want to I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
no, I was just saying when you look at, again, I'm just made the comment. If you go to the rendering that you did for the rear, and I don't want to take up too much more time, it literally looks it looks it looks it looks like you did a disservice to the property and the streetscape of that back street. It just does. And the fact that if I have to get if I live in this back portion of this building, I have to go through a driveway, right? And a parking lot to get to a walkway that's on the side. There's no sort of direct, straight route into the building. So
I would like to make one response to that is
Yeah.
if we were to bring that building to the property line on Stowe Street, we would not be able to provide any parking. And that was the main driving factor of that design choice for that portion.
yeah, yes, I clearly understand. However, when you look at the elevation of that front, it looks like a rear. There's no sense of entry. You've got this grand entry on one side street, and then in the back, you've got this sort of, it's the back of the house, right? It doesn't give the same respect to the street behind. So
Well, I can say, yeah, I appreciate the feedback. Of all the feedback we have gotten, that is the first time we've heard that.
Or the 50%
So-
of the units that enter through that back door. Mike still, I would have said it, but I feel like I talked earlier, but I will reinforce that sentiment.
So on the back, Mr. Johns, you were saying that if, like, I guess the back, if
I
it
think
had like a,
let me say this. We're going on
Yeah.
much further than we are.
Right.
If you want to respond to this, what you heard, then we'll give a resumptive hearing. If you don't want to respond, then we'll take it to, so tell me where you stand with this.
I mean, honestly, this is the first time we actually had pushback, from.
Well, I don't want to
No.
call it pushback. I want
No.
to call it
No,
a different way of looking at it,
I
right?
was, it's,
Right?
So, I mean, the thing is that this is a very impactful project for this community.
I understand it. I
And
understand.
it would be a shame if this wasn't approved because again,
I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm saying, do you want to respond to
Yeah.
what you've heard?
I don't know if we can change the.
Okay, all right.
Like,
Any other-
you tell me.
and I just want to say for the record, I don't personally look at it as pushback. I just looked at it as,
I
just
agree.
concerns
I agree.
that individuals had on the panel, in reference to look and, servicing. So,
right.
but I'm not sure. I'm not the architect. I'm not sure if we can do anything as far as putting porches or anything in the back to service that.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Chair, I'm sorry, a hand just went up from a telephone number.
Sure. Adrian. Wow. Adrian?
Yes.
Adrian?
Yes, hello.
Please, hi, good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Adrian Fernandez, Fernandez.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Are we talking about both addresses at the same time? And
Yes,
also,
we are.
is there going to be a resumptive? Oh, okay. Is it going to be a resumptive hearing?
No, well, we're not.
Okay. So Swamp Oil approves of this project at both addresses with two provisos that were sent in. And
Okay.
With consideration for what the board is saying, we also talked about increasing landscaping at the public meeting. There were two neighbors from Estall Street who lived 2221 and 2225, which are, I guess, within like 30 to 50 feet of the project. And as far as affordable housing or Section 8 residents, we would just want them to have jobs because we have a lot of problems with Section 8 residents who are not occupied with jobs. and families all day with destroying our neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you very much for taking time to call us. We appreciate it. Planning
You're welcome.
Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The Planning Commission recommends, comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to this location from RSA 5 and RSA 3 residential single family attached to RTA 1 residential 2 family. The subject property from Tioga to West Estaw Street. The proposal is to renovate the historical structure. There are properties on this street that are 5 to 7 units, but half the size of this property. The proposed unit count is slightly out of character with the surrounding lots. The proposed parking off the rear Estaw Street and the proposed rear yard depth is 28 feet, less 18 feet for parking, where 20 is required for non-single family use. The deviation here is de minimis. The proposed occupied area and height variances are also de minimis. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variances for parking in the required rear yard, parking access, multifamily occupied area height, and parking space ratio, but recommends a proviso of a maximum number of dwelling units at 8.
Yeah,
You said 8?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Gall, I'm sorry, is that recommendation for both properties?
For both, yes. We're
And
entering
it's-
that for 22, 24, and
Okay, and so your
22, 26
your
West
recommendation
Tioga.
is 8 for each property instead of the 12 that's requested? Okay,
For
all
each
right,
property,
thank you.
yes.
Yeah. So
Yes.
All right, we're going to take this under consideration next week.
Yeah.
We will vote next Wednesday.
Yeah, can I just respond to the Planning Commission
Sure.
recommendation?
Sure you can.
So I do believe that there's a recent case that the Commonwealth Court made a ruling that when you're talking about hardship, you look at historic designation and the effect it has on the property and the cost of that property. We couldn't do it at 8. Like, this is what we can do it as. And it would be a shame that a historic property would have to come down because of that. And again, it's not out of character, above 8 even, because, there was 2230, which has 10 units. I do believe that, there's grounds for undue hardship under the circumstances.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question for Hillary. Is it possible to allow them to submit more information to outline that hardship before we, but close the record?
Yes, we can close the record except for additional information to
Okay. 'Cause
substantiate.
I
the
will say,
hardship.
throughout this presentation, it did not seem like the total budget was clear. To justify the 12 units, I don't know that I heard that as a clear argument from anyone. And so to allow you to give more information to justify how the historic cost, other than knowing that just historic things cost money,
Yeah.
is necessary, the 12 units for each is necessary.
All right, we'll supplement the record in terms of what.
But everything else is closed.
All right, thank you.
Right? Thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to go to number 2. MI 2025-000-391, 3449 H Street. David Loza is the attorney.
They're being promoted to panelists.
Thank you. Do we see counsel?
Yeah, you hear me?
I can, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, my name is Daniel Louza, Daniel L-O-Z as in zebra A.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
My clients are FA Properties Investment LLC, and the principals of the LLC are Jose Fabricio Mejia and Alpha K. Polanco.
All right.
Descansa,
Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Let me see if I
Can you hear
can
me?
raise the volume. Hold on.
Have you submitted your documents and
Yes,
exhibits?
ma'am.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay, I need to invite Alberto Perez, which is the architect. Can we add him into the screen?
Mr. Loza, is he presenting, I mean, not presenting, is he just showing the exhibits? Because he cannot
Yes.
present. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, we have all your documents.
Yes. Okay. And you got, last night we sent you the updated certificate of tax clearance, correct? That was missing.
Yes.
Okay. So this property, 34, one second. (3449) H Street. We tried to make a case to get a two-family zoning. Currently, it's a one-family dwelling, and we tried to get two apartments, one on the first floor, one on the second floor. So the owner is installing a security alarm system and security cameras in the area. He's also adding exterior lighting to improve visibility. And on the side for the trash, we are building a specific area in the front of the property next to the window, between the window and the entrance. That's where the trash for the two apartments is gonna be. So this is the entrance going to the second floor. This is the access to the second floor, the hallway. And this is actually the unit inside. The second floor has to exit in the rear from the windows, so the people, in case of fire, they have an exit. And the first floor unit has a rear access to the, a door access to the rear in the back. And this is the work being done on the property. Here you have the blueprints that are made by the architect, showing the first floor on the one side and the second floor on the other side. Then the first floor, as you can see, they have access, exclusive access to the basement and access to the rear yard. And the second floor has access from the front of the house to the second floor. I think this is the last exhibit.
Let me ask you, the rest of the block, are there multiple family household living on the rest of the block?
Some are multi-family units, and actually the 3314 H Street was also a property that was converted into two-family dwellings. This is 3449. I'm talking about 3314. The permit was granted CP 2025-003973. It's the same layout than this one.
Why don't you bring your client on and adopt your testimony, then we'll open it up for questions.
Okay, I don't know how to.
Well, just your client's name, right?
You want to add Jose Fabricio and Alpha? I know they are online, but I don't know how to add them.
Well, you don't have to do it. Just mention his name and then we'll call for him, okay?
Okay, Jose, can you join us?
So they would need to raise their hands. You said, what are the names? Jose?
Jose Fabricio Mejia and Alpha K. Polanco, is husband and wife.
Say the second name again, because I don't see the first name.
Mejia, I'm sorry, Alpha Polanco.
Okay, Alpha Polanco is is in the virtual audience. She just needs to raise her hand.
Okay, let me see if I can text her.
Alpha Polanco, can you please raise your virtual hand so that you can be promoted?
They're currently declining to be promoted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there they are.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
I'm Alpha Polanco. NCO Polanco.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, counsel,
Yes.
could you ask her to adopt your testimony?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Well, she should adopt your testimony, right?
Yes.
Right. Could we do that?
Yes. Can you adapt your testimony, please?
You want to?
Sir, she needs to adopt the remarks that you made as her testimony. So you need to ask her if
Oh,
she
can-
your testimony and then adopts it.
So the question is whether what I said is the truth, and you said that is the truth.
Yes.
All right. Questions from the board?
Yes, for the second floor unit, what is the plan for the utilities?
I speak more Spanish.
She said.
She said
I speak more Spanish.
she speaks better Spanish than English.
Yeah.
Do we need an interpreter?
We need a
Yes.
translator. Okay. Can I translate?
No, you can. No, you cannot.
Okay.
Did you speak with her about this question?
I mean, yes, they went over the blueprints many times. Yes.
Okay. Well, did you talk with her about the utilities?
I'm assuming yes. Each
Well,
unit has their own closet and their own toilet and their own utilities. Utility gonna be separate from first floor and second floor. It's gonna be two separate utilities.
Understood that. I think my question is more about the utility connections. Typically in a row house, they are both in the basement, but in this case, only one of the units has access to the basement. So my question would be, one, how will the second floor unit access utilities if there's any issue and they need to address them?
Okay, can I ask them in Spanish?
No, we'd have to get an interpreter.
Okay. Can we get an interpreter?
All right, Hillary, we want to do a resumptive hearing?
You're gonna have to.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so we're going to do a resumptive hearing for this. And it's going to be on 7/29/2026 at 9:30 a.m. And
Okay.
at that time, could you come back and be prepared to handle the questions, okay? And we'll have an interpreter.
We
for
will
you.
have an interpreter for the
Thank you
applicant.
so much.
All right, thank you. All right, number 3. MI 2025-000-685, 11920 Waldemere Drive. Vern Anastasio is the attorney.
He's being promoted to panelist chair.
Okay, thank you. He's right here. Good morning. We didn't talk yet today, did we?
We have not.
Huh?
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's Vern Anastasio, ANA, STASIO, on behalf of Mr. Farouk El Hadi.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
We know, let me see here. Did we get the letter yet from Mill Creek? Or Millbrook?
So, I'm sorry. So for this one, not since there was a meeting last week, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so yes, so we have not received anything since that meeting. The RCO had previously sent a letter indicating they were opposed, but that was prior, that was last summer that they sent a letter. So
I see the council persons.
And I'm going to be asking that the vote be held today because there is a video that I'd like to be able to submit for the board to watch in their own session.
Yeah, but we'd have to open that up to other people, right? I mean,
yes, any exhibits would have to be on the record. We couldn't just look at it in executive session.
We could put it on the record today.
Okay. What's the nature of the video?
It's just a neighbor interaction with my client on the first time he went to his home and introduced himself to some of the families.
And you have that with you today?
Electronically, I would be able to forward that to you.
Or well, you could also share it via Zoom if possible.
I didn't believe we could do that.
You should be, if you have it on your computer, we should be able to do it that way if the board
And
would like
watch
to
it
see
today.
it.
Well,
Yes.
Okay.
We may not be able to do that. Maybe at a resumption hearing then?
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we get as much as we can on the record, okay?
Of
So
course.
Our
Yeah,
vice
yeah.
chair.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
I don't see a share option here. I think I need to be promoted electronically first. There it goes. Okay, 11920 Waldemere Drive. We're here to legalize a three-family dwelling in an existing structure. This was the appeal that went in. My client purchased this property from a longtime owner who took the garage and put in a kitchen and put up some walls and put up a bathroom. My client, I mean, unlike many of my clients who come here and saying, I thought I was buying a triplex when in fact I did not. I bought a duplex. My client knew, even though the property presented itself as a triplex, my client knew that it was only legally zoned as a duplex. He did purchase it anyway, with the mission of getting it approved, getting it legalized. He believed because the previous owner had done so, and that previous owner had good relations with the community, that there would be no issues whatsoever. So I'm going to show you the plan. Interior layout.
Vern, is this on a whole group of duplexes?
There are many duplexes on the block.
Okay,
Yeah.
right, thank you.
As you can see here, this is the ground level. This is where the garage. And you have stairs that go up to the first floor from the front. It's a second unit. And then the top unit. My client lives in one of the units already. There's
He lives on one of the, I'm going to call second or third floor?
That's correct.
Not the garage?
That's correct.
Not the former garage?
That's correct. So he purchased it, and this is the work that was done. He did, of course, do work on the property, nothing that would require any sort of permits. At the RCO meeting, we heard about a list of violations on the property, and there were some. Some were unfounded. We appealed all of them and dealt with all of them. So the only outstanding violation is the use, of course. That's where it sits. This is the letter that went out to everyone and the proof of mailing. So it's a little unusual in that lots of times we have folks saying that they purchase what appears to be a triplex or almost a full triplex, but they and they believe that that's what they were buying. My client knew that it was legally zoned a duplex. He saw that the garage was outfitted with a bathroom. It still needed to be, sort of worked on a little bit, but was all framed out, and decided to purchase it so that he could legalize it. Again, he did believe, because the previous owner, who had lived for generations in this property, no one else had a problem with him building out as much as he did on that basement, that would pretty much be okay. What my client will testify, and the evidence will show, is that my client's name is Farouk El Hadi, and the very first day he moved into his property, he went and visited, introduced himself to his neighbors. And after they asked him what his name was, it was very clear that she said verbatim, and you'll hear testimony today from my client, I never thought I'd see the day a Farouk would live in this neighborhood, let alone this block. So from that moment on, Mr. Farouk El Hadi had a feeling that things weren't going to be as smooth with this triplex as he had hoped. And I have nothing further for now. I'd like to call Mr. El Hadi to the stand if he could raise his virtual hand.
They're promoted, Chair.
Okay.
Sir? Here he is.
Hi,
Hi.
can you guys hear me?
Could you turn on your video, please? Hi, sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Farouk El Hadidi, Farouk.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel?
Thank you. Farouk, did you hear my presentation to the board this morning?
yes,
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
Do you adopt it as your own testimony?
yes.
Okay. And can you explain to the board your experience thus far upon moving into this property?
Moving in and after introducing myself to a lot of the neighbors and a lot of people that represent themselves as part of the community, many times I introduced myself with, I told them my name is Farouk, and verbatim, I've been told twice, and most recently, one of them was saying, she never expected to see somebody with that name in this kind of neighborhood. And further on, across the street from me, when I introduced myself, and we're talking, and I get asked that question a lot. What's my relationship to the building? And two different occasions where the cops were called after me, picking up some mails or being in the lot that someone is trying to break in. And as of last week, cops were called on my wife, mom, and 5-year-old that they were trying, even though they were just checking on the building, someone was breaking into the building, which is not very true. Another time when I was in uniform going to see something. Somebody was walking the dog and they asked the same question, what are you doing here? What is this appeal for? And I explained what's going on. And same kind of answer. And when I told them that I'm a pilot, I work for this company, here's what I do. And it's very disrespectful and very, names were called and comments were made and that was it, multiple times on many different occasions. Everybody wanted to make sure that I'm not welcomed in that block, in that street, in that neighborhood, at least 4 different times where I can call verbatim what they said and how they said it.
And for the record, the Human Relations Commission is being notified of this as well.
Still looking at it?
They're going to be notified of this. Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Farouk, and you do have possession of the video that you'll be able to forward so that we can then have a resumptive hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hold on. I guess the question would be, sir, your counsel said, but when you bought it, you knew that it was an improper building?
What do you mean?
Mr.
Sorry.
Farouk, yeah. As I said in my presentation, and you adopted as your own testimony, that although the property presented itself to you as a physical 3-family dwelling, you did understand that it was only approved for 2. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. And you took on that responsibility to legalize it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you purchased it from a very long-standing member of the community who did that build out on the bottom floor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And all the people who have come up to you and told you that, either they are not supporting your appeal or they're not quite sure what someone like you is doing on the block, they were all good relations with the prior owner. Is that correct?
Yeah, they knew him on a first name basis. They were really friendly with them, as many of them are long term neighbors.
Thank
They
you.
lived there, yes.
All right. Questions from the board?
Yes, one, I do want to say I'm sorry that you feel that, I'm sorry that this happened to you, but I do want to focus on the nature of the actual zoning request. So I think my first question is, how many other multifamily properties are on the immediate block?
There's at least 4.
4?
Yep.
And are there any that are triplexes or are all the others only duplexes?
I have not seen other triplexes.
Okay. And then for the other, is this the first unit that will have access for one of the units through that, what was the former garage?
There are other properties on that block whose
The
garages
garages.
have been converted to something.
To something,
Yeah.
okay. And then my second question is around just understanding, I know you said that there was a bathroom in the garage at purchase, but what led you to believe that this had been converted into a 3rd unit?
There was a kitchen as well.
Kitchen as well, okay.
I have a question about the RCO meeting. Could you just explain what happened at the RCO meeting?
It was very much in line of the conversations my client has had in the past.
So they were opposition, a lot of opposition.
Without question.
Okay.
In fact, defending the person who actually built it out and saying that, well, he knew, so that's on him.
And that was my next question, like the hardship, because it seemed like if he knew that it was a duplex, do you think it was a self-created hardship, or like does he have a different hardship
I mean,
in
he
terms of
assumed,
just?
he assumed the risk, but
Okay.
but the hardship exists
Mhm.
physically with the property that he'll have to either gut that himself. But
Okay.
obviously, he's assuming the risk.
And
He's being honest about it, unlike sometimes some folks aren't.
Thank you. And my last question is, your immediate next door neighbor, were they in support or opposition?
The immediate next door, there's only one person on the other side.
Yeah,
Mis- Mr. Farouk, have you had any communication with the immediate next door neighbor?
Yes, I had her name is Melissa and Tom and her mom. It's another duplex and the family lives in there. They're not opposing this.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, I do have one more question. Was the garage already completely separated, or was there just a kitchen or a kitchenette and a bathroom in the garage? Similar to like a rec room or a basement wet bar area could have.
Can you pull up the plan again, just so we see what you're talking about?
Was there a separate entrance?
Right, and had the utilities been separated? Like, had it been already subdivided from the home itself with,
There were only 2 utility boxes at the
Okay.
time, yeah.
so to what work is left that your client would need to do to turn this into a wholly third unit?
I think he's already, Farouk, could you explain what work is either left or what work you completed upon purchase?
Can you show the basement plan so we can see what it?
Yep. Farouk, did you hear the question?
He went off, I think.
I believe he did do work in that basement, but none that would require any more additional.
It looks like everything that was done required permits. That's sort of why I was asking. And would he be opposed to a CO?
No, he's not opposed to a CO.
Okay, because anything that touches any plumbing and anything that touches any electrical and any partition walls requires a permit. So I don't know what work could have been done to convert it that wouldn't have required
Well, flooring.
permits, other than flooring
Yeah,
and
yeah,
painting, right?
Yeah, I believe that's what pretty much they did, but
So then it was already wholly separated.
right. Except for the electric, it was not separated.
Yeah, except for the utilities, but you're saying like this was already subdivided where it had no connection to the rest of the home.
It was
Like,
already closed off, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
all right, that was
I
my
thought your question was about
Yeah, it
separation
was
of
about the
utilities. Okay,
closing
okay.
off of the structure. Yeah.
So who has access to the parking in the back? Is it just the unit on the basement, or do other units have access to the parking?
There's 2-car parking in the rear, and right now it's 2 of the units would have access to that.
And under this scenario, will they still have access?
Yes. This is a shared driveway in the back here.
Mm-hmm.
Questions from our attorney?
Not so much a question. I just wanted to note so let me just, okay, this is RSA 4. So parking is not required. So the parking spaces, it seemed like would have previously been interior parking. And so there's no reference to moving these to surface parking spaces. So that may need to be done through a separate permit application, and which could also generate a refusal for having parking if it's in the required rear yard, or because it's access from a shared driveway. So that should not be a problem.
Right.
But I just wanted to make a note of that for the record because I saw the spaces but did not see any note on the refusal about that. So thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Chair, we had a hand up from Matthew Burns.
Okay, we're going to do, the council person's office is here. Alice, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Morning, Chairman, members of the board. Alice Udovich, ALICE Udovich, on behalf of Councilman Brian.
You
O'Neill.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
I first want to say that I apologize if your client felt in any way that this had anything to do with anything other than zoning. I also want to maintain that the property is listed as being owned by Real Estate Empire LLC. I'm sure that that's a somewhat sophisticated operation and they knew exactly what they were buying. This is a complete overuse of this property. This is a small row of 5 or 6 duplexes. There's no hardship existing here as to why this property can't be used as a duplex instead of trying to take a utility and garage floor level and make it into a tiny apartment.
Do you have any questions?
None.
Thank you. Anyone else, please, the other person in the audience?
Yes, we have a hand up from Matthew Burns and another hand from the virtual audience.
Okay.
Persons with the initial GC.
Okay, first one, please. Hello?
Hello,
Hi, GC? Could you please
Yes,
state your
my-
name and
I'm
spell,
sorry.
please state your name and spell it for the stenographer.
My name is Giovanni Carpino, Giovanni. Last name's Carpino, Carpino.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Could you turn your video on, and are you a neighbor?
I am.
All right, please.
I don't know if it's going to let me,
Start your testimony. We're fine.
I have to pull over, but, so I've owned since 2006. There's probably more like 9 units. There's a separation for a breezeway that are on that block. We welcome all owners, to that block. Actually, there's a couple owners that are on this call as well that owner occupy, as well as myself. I have no objection to him continuing usage as a duplex, but when it comes to a triplex, that just messes with the infrastructure of our neighborhood, allowing more cars, trash, people, and it becomes very overcluttered. I would love to know, because everybody has been so welcoming. We all help each other shovel during the winter time. We all are friends with each other on that block. So I find it very hard to believe, I'm not calling him a liar, but I find it hard to believe that somebody would object to him the way he's saying it's being objected.
So, Mr. Carpino, you're not in favor of this project, am I correct?
I'm not in favor of this project because of what he's trying to do. He's been doing work in that building unpermitted for a while now. He's taken down trees that he threw the trees down into the creek
Okay,
next
well,
door
the
to
trees
him.
have not, we're concentrating on the property, okay?
The property alone, I'm objective in it, of a triplex. Yes, it's
Counsel,
not.
do you have any questions?
I have no question.
All right. Next hand, please. And how many hands do we have up?
Chair, we have Matthew Burns and Yahira Lopez.
Okay. Mr. Burns.
Aye.
Hi, Mr. Burns. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Matthew Burns, MATTHEWBERNS.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes.
Are you in favor of this project or against?
Against.
Do you have any reasons you can present other than what's already been explained?
Yeah, I mean, I attended that meeting last week and the one prior to that, that they didn't even show up to. So I've never met the client. I've never seen him before. That's just me. I don't know. But I know Giovanni. I know Yahira. They're my next door neighbors. I live in this house. We have all similar units. I don't see how this could be a triplex. It'd be fairly unlivable. At the meeting itself, when they passed around pictures of the units, all I saw was an unfinished basement with a slop sink in it.
Okay.
And the units in the house that I have in the same house. So I don't know where these pictures are coming from or what they're showing us, but it just seems very disingenuous what they're doing. I am also sorry. Like, we rent to our upstairs neighbors. We don't care about their background or where they came
Okay,
from.
all right. I mean, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Counsel, do you have any questions?
I don't.
Next hand, please.
We have Yahira Lopez.
Hi, could you
Hi, good
please?
afternoon,
hi.
everyone.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, it's Yahira Lopez, Yahira Lopez.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes, I am.
Are you
I'm
in
also-
favor of this project or against?
I am against this project.
And then please, if there's anything that's different than what's already been testified, but other than that, we will note that you're in favor, okay?
Okay.
Against, I'm sorry. Yep.
Pretty much, we're all very neighborly here. We're very welcoming. We highly encourage owner occupancy, which is great because we tend to get along. We all care for our properties. Pretty much for the same reasons Giovanni and Matthew had stated. There is a shortage in parking. We all share the same common area in the back. There is only one way in and one way out. So it will increase daily traffic back there. There will be so there will also be an overload of utilities by turning a duplex into a triplex with more strain on the sewage, water, and electrical infrastructure. Unfortunately, today, the main storm drain sits right behind my property. So that also can impact my infrastructure as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think many things you've said we've already
Okay.
heard. We appreciate it. Council, do you
Thank
have any
you.
questions?
I have no questions, just comment that the unit would be, small enough that I don't think any kind of impact on the water or sewage would be material. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSA 4 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. The city last rezoned this neighborhood in 1981. At that time, the property had been zoned R7 residential, which is today's RSA 4, and had been zoned residential single-family since the inception of the zoning code in 1933. A previous owner did receive approval to legalize a second dwelling unit. However, there is no unique physical condition or circumstance of this property that would prevent it from being used in strict conformity with the zoning code. There are other 2-unit buildings on this block face, but no legal 3-unit buildings. City Planning Commission therefore recommends the board grant the proposed use variance for residential use, but with a recommended proviso maximum of 2 units.
Okay, so thank you very much. We're going to have a resumptive hearing on this on 7/29/2026 at 9:30 a.m. We will close other than additional information that we'll hear from council. Am I correct, Hillary?
And the RCO.
And the
So
RCO.
actually, Mr. Chair, since we're doing a resumption hearing, I would leave the record open because the RCO hasn't submitted a letter.
Okay.
I know council had had a video they wanted to submit, and they're also going to have to show proof of posting and that sort of thing.
Okay.
So let's leave the record open.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Yeah, okay. Number 8, MI 2025-005-738-2408 Nicholas Street. Vern Anastasio is the attorney. Mr. Anastasio, just for the record, state your name. You've already been sworn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Vern Anastasio, ANASTASIO, on behalf of my client, Killian Gersing.
Okay, our let's see here what we have here. Celeste Community Corporation, we have this a letter from them, a non-opposition from Councilmember Young. Our vice chair has a few additional questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I did. Good afternoon.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal or stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and
Thank
proceed
you.
with your case.
Two 408 Nicholas Street. Our application is for visitor accommodation in an existing structure. That just went blank. Excuse me. My computer just froze. Second. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. It should be better now. This is a visitor accommodation in an existing structure, and I have to stop sharing and reshare. My apologies. I'm getting blank pages here right now, so I may have to reboot.
Okay.
visitor accommodation in an existing structure. And we have a refusal here. This is a beautifully renovated home. It's a duplex. I'm sorry, there it is. No, it's not. There it is. There's
Is this
the-
for both units?
Yes, sir. It's a duplex. As you can see here, there's the layout. Your first floor unit in red, top unit in green. Property has been completely redeveloped on the interior and exterior. We spoke to the immediate neighbor on this side here where my cursor is. They are in complete support. This property had been used for limited lodging previously, 0 incident. They are using Deluxe Hospitality, Mr. Anthony Lolio, who has testified before this board several times about the management style, the vetting, the rules and regulations, no one under 25, no parties, very strict as Deluxe has always done. Beautifully appointed. We met with the neighbors, the RCO, and as a result of those meetings, we move into evidence their letter of non-opposition as well as Councilman Young's letter of support. The block is still a challenging block. There is an immediate adjacent property that has been cleaned and sealed. There's no development going on as planned because my client has invested a lot into this property and wants to make sure that it yields enough to maintain it. We do respectfully request the granting of this variance for the visitor accommodation. Thank you.
You want to bring your client on?
Mr. Killian Gersing, if he's still here with us, please raise your virtual hand. Thank you.
I'm on.
Hi, could you please state your name, sir, and spell for the stenographer?
This is Killian Gersing, K-I-L-I-A-N, last name Gersing, G-E-R-S-I-N-G.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you turn your video on, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you. Killian, did you hear my presentation to the board today?
I did.
It's true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
And you adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Questions from the board?
What's going to be the trash plan? Is this going to be something that's completely managed by the, I guess, the company?
Yep. It'll be interior, and that after every stay, the Deluxe Hospitality comes in and takes all that trash out.
And then do you know what, when you were doing this before, what was your sort of average tenure of a visitor?
Killian, what's the average tenure?
Right now, it is about 1 to 2 months, but we're not doing any short-term rental right now. It's medium-term, essentially.
And so the plan, this would shift it. So like this would obviously allow you to have less than 30-day rental. So, okay.
Other questions?
Does your client have experience with
Oh, yes. Yes.
this? So he's done these kind of things?
Yes, he certainly has. And again, he's going to be using platform management folks that do this stuff. One of them being Deluxe Listing, which Mr. Lolio has been here in the past and had testified to his strict vetting and strict maintenance of the properties.
Okay. And does he have like a rating?
Killian, do you have a rating yet anywhere in
A
social?
rating on the Airbnb platform, you mean?
Yes.
On the Airbnb?
Yeah, it's I believe it's around like 4.8, 4.9, but it's very high. Yeah,
Out of 5 stars.
that's right.
Okay.
That's high.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I think Cheryl's shopping.
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the existing RM1 residential multifamily to RSA5 residential single family attached. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are any unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in strict conformance with the zoning code. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for visitor accommodation use.
MI 2025-005 438-2408 Nicholas Street. I vote yes. Temporary variance expires 5/7/29.
Thank you.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
MI 2025-006-773 2233 North 7th Street. Eric Carroll is the attorney.
They're being promoted to panelists, Chair.
Unanimous support from 37 Ward RCO and non-opposition from Councilmember Young.
Good morning, Chairman and panel. Eric Carroll here for the applicant appellant.
Hi, Mr. Kurz, could you please spell your name for the stenographer?
Certainly, ERICCARROLL.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yes, so my client is Unique Consulting and Investments, and the principal of that firm, Moniquetta Coates, is here in the virtual audience. She is the contractor and consultant for the tenant in this, the commercial tenant in this space, Sunsera Hammond.
Okay. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay, the property here at issue actually goes by two addresses, 2233 North 7th Street, as well as 2224 to 2250 Germantown Avenue. The property as a whole is this white building here that was erected in 2021. Dolphin Street is immediately to the north. Germantown Avenue is to the east, and 7th Street is to the west. And it's a triangular property at the end of the block. So you can see it's a 4-story building. Those are residential apartments on floors 2, 3, and 4. And the first floor is it's a commercial space and some offices for the leasing company. Property is owned CMX2. As I said, my client is Unique Consulting and Investments. They're a contractor and development consultant. They were retained by Sunsera Hammond, an individual who signed a commercial lease for part of the first floor space. What Ms. Hammond wants to do is install a event space. It would be known as S&S Lux Suite. This would be an event space that where people could rent out. It's not a bar or a restaurant. It's for private events. I've submitted all the documents. This is the refusal. As you can see, the application is for event space with occasional live entertainment. And that proposed use is not permitted here. This is a referral for special exception, not a refusal. The appeal was submitted. Project information form was submitted. These are the plans. As I mentioned, it's a triangular property. The event space would be at the point of the triangle, which is on the left of these plans here, but actually to the north, pointing towards Dolphin Street. You can see the layout. You would walk in at the entrance at the building, and then there's the event space here where the tables and chairs or whatever people renting the space would want to put in would be. kitchen and bathrooms in the back. The whole area is only 2,662 square feet. The other portion of the first floor, there ultimately may be other tenants in there, but we are only leasing this front portion here. These are pictures of what the interior looks like. As you can see, the fit out has been completed. Another one here. My client actually met with the RCO back on April 15th. And as part of that meeting, she prepared this overview. So what it is: professionally managed indoor event space for private celebrations, small gatherings, business meeting, community events. This is not a very big space, so there's not going to be a lot of people there. There's no liquor license. There's going to be no alcohol sales. This is not going to be a late night club or anything like that. There's ample parking along Germantown Avenue. For this part of the city, it's an oddly low density area, and there's ample street parking. The 37th Ward RCO voted unanimously in support, 13-0 on April 15th. I have the pictures of the posted notices along the building. Certificates of mailing for the RCO meeting. And this is also the tax clearance certificate for Sarah Hammond and her lease with the actual building owner, Germantown Owner LLC. I have Ms. Coates in the audience, in the virtual audience. I would ask that she be elevated unless there's any questions at this point.
So Mr. Cook, is it possible that the tenant could be asked to adopt your testimony as opposed to the contractor who she hired? Because it looks like she is in the audience.
If Ms. Hammond is in the audience, yes, she could be elevated, and absolutely.
Thank you.
What's her name again?
Sarah Hammond, can you raise your hand, please?
Currently, Ms. Hammond and Ms. Coates are both declining to become panelists at this time.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get in touch with them. Okay, she's trying. I just got a text from my client. Apparently she's trying to join right now.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Hammond, can you please accept the request to be promoted to a panelist?
Do we see her?
Ms. Hammond, can you please unmute yourself and turn on your camera? You've been promoted.
So how are we making out with seeing her?
It looks like she went off of the Zoom.
So counsel, you're an officer of the court. Can you answer most of the questions, you think?
Yes.
Okay. Questions from the board.
What's your hours of operation?
It would mostly be in the afternoons, on the weekends or evenings, but I think the latest thing will be scheduled for like the limit at the end of the night would be 9 or 10 o'clock, maybe even earlier.
Will you say to end at 9?
Yes. Yes. This would not be a late night establishment.
I have a question about deliveries. I understand that you guys have that primary entrance that's at the corner of Germantown and 7th Street. But there's a column in front of it. So I'm wondering, is it your plan to have like if you're going to have a rental furniture, if you're going to have catering coming in and out of that same entrance, or do you have access to like a loading dock?
There's actually there on 7th Street, there's a side door entrance, and which once you go into that's where the trash trucks come in and out. There's a large space inside the building coming off 7th Street.
And your client will have use of that space?
Yes.
That's an agreement with building management?
Yes.
And then my second question, what is the plan on site for amplified sound or music, or even live music?
To the extent there would be live music, there would not be it would not be a situation where there wouldn't be a concert situation. It would be like a small band or a DJ or something like that. But decibels would be contractually limited.
Understood, but there is plan to have that on site. What's going to be the plan for sound attenuation between the floors for the residences above?
The landlord does not have an issue with this. As I said, it's a new building.
I understand that. That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase your question, please?
My question was, what is the plan? What is your client's plan for sound attenuation between the units, given that this is a first floor commercial condo and there are a rental unit and there are residences above?
We don't think that will be an issue given the construction, but if it is, I mean, we're just going to have to further limit the decibel cap on the contracts.
Okay. And then on the plan, because I'm looking in Google Maps.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Sansari Hammond. I apologize for the delay.
Sure. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure. Sansari Hammond, SONCERAHAMMOND.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And you're the owner?
Yes.
Or you're going to be
the
person
tenant.
representing?
Yes, of the space. Yes.
Questions?
Okay, Ms. Hammond, could you speak to the volume issues with the live music?
So there shouldn't be any live music here. If you heard live music, it can be from my other cell phone, which is vibrating. But there shouldn't be any live music.
In the event space, you're going to have DJs.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was out of the meeting for a moment, so I didn't hear that information. So we will allow DJs, but to a certain extent, and we do have speakers also that we do provide.
Yeah, so my question was actually, what is the plan for sound attenuation between your unit and the residences above?
So the ducting work that was built into the space does allow the information to be soundproof for the tenants above. So there shouldn't be any sound issues with the tenants being able to hear anything that goes on within a commercial space.
Okay, and then the other question was about loading in, like for furniture or for catering and deliveries.
So we don't allow any catering. If people can bring food, but not a physical caterer because we do not have a kitchenette inside the space. Loading in, we do load it. We can load in from the main entrance into the side the suite.
So your plan is to do drop-off catering only?
Yes.
Okay, and then what type of events are you planning on having in this space?
Typically small intimate events such as baby showers, office events, not caterers, office events, baby showers, parties, very intimate set in no more than about 60 to 70 people.
And then what's the max people that can be in the space?
75.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No
Sorry,
hands
Mr.
at
Chair.
this time.
I did want to clarify, because this is a large building and there are, I believe, multiple commercial spaces. Is this considered Unit B?
This is considered commercial too. Yes, tenant B.
Commercial.
Yes.
Tenant B, commercial 2? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anyone in the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing CMX2 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. This property has a long documented history as a hotel location dating to well before the adoption of the city's first zoning code, and the property subsequently operated as an auto repair business. In the new building, the proposed use of this property as an event assembly facility is consistent with the corridor nature of Germantown Avenue and should cause no undue detriment to neighboring properties beyond what might otherwise be expected. Therefore, the Philadelphia City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested special exception for event assembly facility use.
MI 2025-006-773-2233 North 7th Street. I vote yes with proviso. Events to end by 9 p.m. and commercial B only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, Council.
And just to clarify, I'll put on the notice of decision, it's commercial 2/tenant B. That's kind of a double name. So I'll put both on there so it's clear. Thank you.
Number 15. You have 15? I'm 15. This is her. Yeah. MI 2025-007-015-203-09 Diamond Street. Murrah the Furliger is the attorney. Non-opposition from Councilmember Lozada. Letter of support from Norris Square. Council, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Meredith Ferliger, Ferleger.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure. My client is SAV Investments LLC, and that LLC is represented today on the Zoom by Dan Hirschelt.
Okay, and our vice chair has a few questions.
Hi, good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
All right, we do also on the Zoom today have our architect Logan Dry from KCA in case there are any questions. Before the board today is a proposal that will eliminate a long vacant lot at the corner of Diamond Street and North Phillip Street in the city's Norris Square section of North Philadelphia. This identical proposal was approved by the board back in 2020, though with different refusals at the time than are before the board today due to a change in zoning that has occurred since then. The property involved, as you know, is 203-209 Diamond Street and is currently zoned RSA5. It was last zoned CMX2 during the initial approval. The board has an exhibit packet in front of you with 16 exhibits, including tax clearance at Exhibit 2 and the deed to the property at Exhibit 3. As Mr. Chairman mentioned, we are also pleased to include at Exhibit 16 letters of support from both the councilwoman and the official RCO for this property. Turning to the zoning map here on the screen at Exhibit 5, you'll see that this lot here is at the corner of Diamond Street and North Phillip Street. Just by way of context, North American Street is just to the west of the property. What is notable here is that this is the only RSA 5 zoned lot facing Diamond Street for many, many blocks to both the west as well as to the east. And if I just sort of scroll over, on the view that I have here, I can't even get an RSA 5 lot to the west. And the next one to the east is all the way over here at Hancock Street. Other than this anomaly in zoning classification, All of the other lots facing Diamond Street are zoned RM1, CMX2, or ICMX on the American Street corridor. As you can see on the next couple of pages, this area was rezoned shortly after the board's last approval for this lot, rezoning the lot from CMX2 to its current condition RSA5. The aerials to the property are shown at Exhibit 7, just to give you a little bit more context. In the first view here looking north, you'll see the vacant lot that is the subject of this application at the corner. Now, if the board takes note of the surrounding area, you'll see a dominant industrial commercial stretch along American Street. And then more proximate to this property, you'll see an auto repair garage directly next door to the east of the property. Now, from this view, you'll also see the newer multifamily developments that have been constructed closer to Diamond Street along some of the side streets. The next image here is just a closer view. And again, just showing you a little bit better context of North 2nd Street just to the east of the property. And again, this is looking at the property from the east direction, looking towards North 2nd Street. And then this large vacant swath of land here that you can see in the image is currently under construction for a new commercial office building. Looking at the street view images here, this first image of the property is from North Phillip Street. And again, this also shows the timely posted zoning posters. The second image here is looking a little bit further down on North Phillip Street. The property is basically to the right of the photo. And you can see here, basically half of the block on North Phillip Street, a little bit further way down is residential, and then the other half facing American Street is dominantly industrial commercial. This is a view of the property from Diamond Street, where again, you'll see that auto repair and window tint business that is directly next to this property, and I believe was recently renovated. Looking in the opposite direction of the property, there are a few mixed residential commercial structures, as well as a new multifamily just off of North 2nd Street, just off of Diamond. And then again, this next image is looking east on Diamond Street, where again, you can see the fairly clear lack of dominant single-family character in this particular area. And then looking west on Diamond Street, this is directly next to the property, where again, you can see the large commercial childcare center next door. And then across the street is where that office building is, I believe, under construction. And then this is the zoning posters that were posted on Diamond Street. So the zoning plans are shown at Exhibit 9, which again is identical to that which was approved and permitted in 2020. The proposal itself calls for the erection of a 4-story structure to be used as a multifamily dwelling with 8 dwelling units. The structure itself meets all of the dimensional requirements of the code. And if I zoom in on the zoning plans, although a 9-foot rear yard is required, you can see here that the structure itself will actually be set back 12 feet from the next adjacent lot on North Phillip Street, which happens to be a vacant city-owned lot. The floor plans are included at Exhibit 10. Overall, there are 8 units, each over 1,000 square feet. The cellar level includes bike storage, trash storage, mechanical, and tenant storage. The 2 first floor units also have a small flexible living space on that lower level as well. All of the units themselves have ample living space, in-unit laundry, and in-unit trash closets, in addition to that trash storage area in the cellar level as well. Commercial trash pickup will be required for this building. As I mentioned, Logan Dry is here, and he can explain the floor plans and any additional detail that the board requires. But the units themselves, you can see, are all fairly uniform in size and layout. We did also include a rendering of the building at Exhibit 11. Now, as I mentioned, in 2020, the project itself was reviewed and granted relief based on 2 refusals at the time. This time, under current restrictions, the application only received 1 refusal for the proposed multifamily use. And you can see in 2020, the refusals were for density and lack of commercial, and now the refusal is just for the proposed multifamily. We submit that the board can consider several hardships authorizing grant of relief of this request. First, just basically starting with the history of the property, any remaining structures on this particular lot were seemingly demolished sometime back in the 60s, and it has remained entirely vacant since then. Furthermore, as I've shown at Exhibit 12, and I'll bring up the zoning plan here, this exact project was reviewed and approved by the board and granted variances based on the refusal that I showed a few minutes ago. That request was pursued by a prior owner of the property. My client now is the new owner of the property who is just looking to re-entitle this identical project. Unfortunately, not only did the zoning of the property itself change, but it became even more restrictive and entirely out of character with the context of this particular section of Diamond Street. The property itself suffered unique hardships in terms of density back in 2020, and although the commercial use itself is no longer required, the hardships preventing development of single-family dwellings remain. As you can see on Exhibit 6, let me zoom back out on this. The uses of surrounding properties here would foreclose the development of unsubsidized single-family homes on this particular lot, which was actually consolidated under former ownership. Most of the surrounding uses of properties facing Diamond Street are either industrial, automotive, or are substantially sized commercial developments on parcels like the one across the street that are significantly larger. Furthermore, there are a multitude of existing and multifamily developments. Just even in this view alone, developments supporting 13 units, 18 units. And if I happen to zoom out more, there would be even more orange dots up and down North Phillip Street and North 2nd Street, indicating the presence of multifamily dwellings. I did include a full list of nearby multifamily and their densities in the memo of law at Exhibit 13. We do submit this as the least minimum variance, as no dimensional variances are necessary and is completely identical to the development that was previously approved on this lot. Just by way of comparison, if this lot was zoned RM1, the 8 proposed units would actually be permitted by right here. So it is perfectly comparable to the RM1 densities that surround the property. The layout itself also supports the finding with 8 well-appointed units that are quite large. We also submit this will not increase congestion given the character of this area and the transit-oriented nature of this particular development. It will not impair light and air or negatively impact surrounding properties, nor will it place any undue burden on facilities, utilities, or cause any environmental damage, pollution, or erosion. We submit that the variance complies in full with Section 14303(8)(e) of the Code, and again is further detailed in the memo of law. Just one final note. When the board heard this case in 2020, it received a letter of opposition from the community. This time around, the developer was able to work with the community to execute a CBA of mutually acceptable terms, and we're very happy to say that the community was supportive of the project this time around. So I'm happy to bring my client on, adopt my testimony, and answer any questions.
Who's your client?
Dan Hirschout.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Jason Hand. I'm stepping in temporarily. Dan Hirschout has been promoted. They'll
Hi,
be coming
Dan.
back in shortly.
Dan, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
They should be back in shortly.
Sure. Dan,
Hey, hello, everyone. Thank you,
Dan, could
Meredith.
Please state your name and spell it for the stenographer.
Surely, Dan Hirshout, Dan, last name Hirshout.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Dan, can you confirm you have authority to speak on behalf of SAV Investments LLC?
Yes.
And you've been present and heard all the testimony and evidence that I offered in front of the board today?
Yes.
Do you agree that testimony was true and accurate, and would you adopt it as if you had provided it to the board yourself?
Yes.
Happy to answer.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, question. How are you dealing with mail and deliveries?
Dan, are you able to address that question?
Well, there's going to be a, obviously there'll be an interior mailbox, but maybe I would defer to our architect to give you a more exact location of the mailboxes in the process.
And how, yeah, so and then of course folks are getting a lot of Amazon deliveries, so box areas for boxes, and how does that work? And if you can show that on the plan, how are we dealing with that?
Where's the architect?
Yeah, Logan Dry, please.
I don't see anything on this first floor that shows a mail room or with somewhere to place boxes or anything.
There is
Yeah,
a
I mean,
long
well-
corridor.
Yeah, while we're waiting for Logan, I mean, I think just even.
Logan in the audience, do you see him? Do we
Yes,
see-
Logan Drive's in the audience. They're coming back in as
Okay.
a panelist now.
There he is.
All right.
Logan, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Logan Dry, LOGANDRY.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Okay, Logan, you heard board members' question concerning mail on the first floor. Can you confirm that just given the size of these units and the first floor layout, that there would be ample space to add a designated mail area?
Yeah, I mean, right now that staircase off of Phillip Street has a corridor that's separated from the staircase, but if we needed to do like a separate designated area, we could always bump a small space either off of that corridor to enlarge it, where they could possibly fit, something more suited for packages, or in Unit 2, we could bump into that space as well to make a dedicated package space. There's plenty of room on the first floor to add that if that was.
Yeah, because right now your hallway appears to be probably 4 feet, maybe 4.5 feet. So,
Yeah, we could get another 2 feet or so, and then easily get a more dedicated like package or mailbox counter. The back corridor that goes into the yard is a little bit tighter, but I would probably do it off of Phillip Street just because it's probably the most realistic place that we're going to meet the USPS standards for packages and mailboxes, that sort of thing when it's inside. But
and the trash, you have commercial trash pickup, and everybody has access to the trash room in the basement, right?
Yep.
Other questions?
Is the thought that the tenants are going to walk down the 4 flights of stairs for those that are living on the 4th floor to dispose of their trash in the basement? Or is the management company planning to manage trash at each floor for the building?
Logan or Dan, are you able to address that question?
Tell the truth.
Well,
I mean, yeah, I was going to say physically, yes, they'd go down the stairs unless, Dan has a management company that comes around and collects it from each unit. I'm not sure on that arrangement, but yeah, physically you'd have to go down the stairs, whether it's the tenants or, management. But maybe Dan can speak a little bit more to how he manages the properties and trash and stuff like that when it's commercial pickup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to plan to be through there basically, and even on a daily basis to keep the premises clean, so we can arrange something, that's that'll be, win-win for everybody involved. Most importantly, not to put someone out of the physicality of going up and down for eight flights of steps. So that certainly can be worked into the property management agreements. And we already do this at a number of other properties where we even have like a valet service.
How many of your other properties are fourth floor walk-ups?
There's two others.
Two others? Okay, so you do have experience with this.
Yep.
And are they a similar number of units in the building?
Basically, nice roomy, layout.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission, give me that.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the previous CMX2 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. In 2021, in a council-supported community remapping, this property was remapped to RSA5 residential single-family attached. Under the previous CMX2 base zoning, 6 residential units would be allowed here by right. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the proposed variance for multifamily use, but at a recommended proviso with a maximum of 6 residential units.
MI 2025-007-01015-203-09 Diamond Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
I win. My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So next one is MI 2025-007-019-432 East Girard Avenue. Michael Egnell is the attorney. There's a letter of support from Fishtown neighbors, unanimous support from Fishtown Kensington Business, and no opposition from Council Member Squilla. Sir, could you please, by the way, we're sorry you're the last one.
Oh, I'm glad you fit.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yeah, hi, my name is Michael Egnall, Michael, last name Egnal. I'm
Do you
here.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Right, my clients are the owners of the LLC that owns the property. I'm going to make sure that they're here, but Nestor and Edison should be
Okay.
in there. And also Michelle Kushik from Parallel Architecture is also planning to join us.
Okay, so why don't our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
We do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed.
Thank you. Okay. So 432 and 434 East Girard Avenue are two adjacent masonry structures at the corner of East Girard Avenue and Earl Street that you see there. They're currently two separate tax parcels, and part of this application is combining the two into a single property. And that generated the refusals in addition to, I'm coming to the side here, filling in the second and third stories with additions within the existing footprint also generated the refusals. We received a referral for a special exception because the restaurant use requires a special exception within the NCA overlay. I want to switch. So that's the existing condition to give you a sense of the streetscape. We're directly adjacent to another restaurant, which is our only neighbor. I want to show you that there. So I'm gonna here. So the full screen. Can you see this? Okay. So I'm showing you. You saw the existing condition. The rendering is we're maintaining the existing structure and we're planning to, let's see, hard to operate here. There we go. The plan is to fill in an addition within the existing footprint at the second and third stories, and that would be residential use. The two buildings will be combined across the first floor, and that will be a restaurant. The owners of the building already own and operate a restaurant in Philadelphia, and they're similarly going to bring the same use here that they already are successful with elsewhere. The community and the business improvement district were supportive of this because these are seasoned operators. They're restoring an existing building. They're bringing back retail activity at the ground level, and they've given consideration for handicap access, trash management, and they're planning to operate a family-friendly business that won't have late business hours. And yeah, that resonated with the community. So at that point, I'd like to invite Michelle Keshik, if she's here, to speak to the design itself.
Okay, why don't we, yep.
They are coming back in as a panelist right now.
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Michelle Kleshik, Michelle, Kleshik,
Go ahead.
Schik.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Yeah, Michelle, why don't you take us through the layout and, speak to the life safety things and, just to the layout of the restaurant in general.
Okay. Yeah, so you did a pretty good job of explaining the overall concept of the building. We do have the openings in the first floor, allow space flow between the two sides. We've raised the floor in a portion of the building because the two buildings are a different level on the first floor. So we wanted to make sure that we had seating that was accessible since we were going to take the time to put the ramp in there. So we raised the floor in a portion of the first floor so you can come in and then, navigate throughout the public space of the building on the first floor. In the back of the house, we have the trash area and the storage area, and then access to the basement that would include, probably like one of those ramps so that they can bring food and stuff in from that side entrance so they don't have to come through the restaurant with it, and also then to remove trash from that area. And then further back is the staircase that accesses the residential units on the upper floors. It's not a super
Michelle,
big building.
Did you speak to the trash room yet and where it's accessible from and who uses it?
Yeah, so there's actually a trash room on the far lower right-hand corner of each floor. On the first floor there, you can see it. There's the staircase for the upper floor units with a trash room tucked underneath of them. It should be big enough for 4 to 6, standard size trash cans for the residential area. And then for the commercial area, there'd be room for 3 or 4 trash cans. I believe when we were meeting with the neighbors, we said that we would probably have trash pickup twice a week. And then, see how it goes regarding if it needs to be more frequently or less frequently to, keep from too many trash trucks on the street, but then also to not have stuff pile up on the property.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to bring your client on too, Dr.
I shot them a text. I didn't get a reply. Can we see, is there anybody named Nestor or Edison in the audience? I'd like to bring them in.
Well, you're an officer of the court. We have you.
You've got me. Well,
All
if
right,
they're
and we have the architect, right?
That's right.
All right. So questions from the board?
Yes, so it looks like there's currently a Belco door on the street, and that the new proposed handicap ramp is going to eliminate that. What will be the access to the basement?
That's right. Michelle, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you can show back the floor plan, if you can zoom in on the first floor.
Oof, okay. Shoot. What is it? Is that
going to the left?
There you go. And then up a little bit.
There you go.
So you can see the trash room and trash area and commercial area there. The third door from the right. There's actually a old window or door opening in that wall that would then provide access to the basement. So the idea would be to come into that door and then have like one of those roller caster things so they can load boxes into the basement, and then you'd only be bringing it up, a little bit at a time to use it in the kitchen. So carrying it back up wouldn't be difficult.
Like the old pulley elevators.
Well, no, not necessarily like a dumbwaiter.
Like the
More
old,
like
the old roller skates where they.
Yeah, the old roller. Yeah. And like you see a lot of people with the Bilko doors that they put those in there too, so they can just set the box down and slide it into the basement. So it'd be the same idea, it would just be inside.
Okay.
Yes.
And then where the trash room is being stored is where's that rear fire escape? That is the current garage.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the garage will disappear.
It'll disappear.
And
And
become a
again,
staircase.
the owners or restaurateurs who worked in collaboration with the architect for this
Okay.
scheme, so they understand the logistics of moving the food in, and I mean, they do this every day, and they're comfortable with the logistics of it, and that they'd be able to handle it.
All right.
Okay.
Other questions?
Are you assuming the deliveries for the bar are going to be off of the door that's right at the back bar? Is that what's going to happen? Bar deliveries that's just the escape route for the bartender when something happens.
I think it would probably just depend on how big of a delivery it is. If it's something that could go immediately to the bar, then yeah, it would come in that way. If not, it would go in the same way as everything else and then redistribute from the staircases.
And this is all eat, and this is all eat and no takeout.
Yes. We're just waiting for.
This is all eat and no takeout.
It is definitely an eat-in restaurant. I thought every place probably does eat-in and takeout, but it's certainly an eat-in restaurant.
What are we doing about venting?
Michelle?
So I think the vent is going to come up in the back corner where that yard is, and it would go all the way up the back in our yard area and then turn back over the roof so that it was, well beyond with, proper distances beyond the property line in the back.
And we did discuss this with the community. If we toggle back to the current street view, there's an exhaust from, this was a restaurant 20 or 30 years ago. There's an exhaust at the main level just shooting right out of the wall, and the community wanted that to disappear, and we agreed. So we're running it all the way up so that it doesn't bother the community and it's not an eyesore.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from our attorney?
So we have when I was looking through this last night, I have a little bit of an issue with the refusal. Because the refusal just talks about the restaurant. It doesn't mention any residential uses. And I went and looked at what was filed with LNI to see if it was something that was just missed by LNI. And the plans that LNI has what the description that was given to LNI was a restaurant on the first and second floor with residential above. What was in the plans today showed restaurant on the first floor with residential on the second and third floor. So I just wanted clarification on what's happening, and we're going to have to get a new refusal before we vote on this because the refusal does not reflect what's being requested.
I think that there was a process, a back and forth with the community that yielded the change where wanted to shrink the restaurant and have more residential. So that as part of this process of working with the community, that's kind of where we landed. So we will certainly get you the.
Yeah. So what you need to do, so because there is a change in the number of dwelling units, and the way this property is zoned, you have to have a certain amount of lot area per dwelling unit. So LNI has to look at that and determine if that can occur by right or if that needs a variance as well. So we will need you to submit a letter requesting to amend the refusal to reflect that and have LNI review the new proposal. So, and then once we receive that, we can vote on it. We don't need to have a resumption hearing because we presented everything's been presented today, but we will need an amended refusal. Otherwise, your client will not, if this is if this is granted, your client will not get what they're asking for based on the current refusal.
We don't anticipate a problem for the units per square footage, but I understand that.
But LNI will have to review that. Yeah.
Questions from the virtual audience?
Chair, we have a hand up from Bob Everett. He's
Oh,
being
sure.
promoted to panelist.
Hi, Mr. Everett. He never misses. I'm Mr. Everett.
Yeah, I'm here.
I knew you are. You're always there. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. First name Robert, last name Everett, Everett.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Obviously, our letter, we were in support of this project.
Yep.
And if I recall, the original refusal only mentioned the rear yard and the maximum area. And we noticed since it was in the overlay, L&I, as they seem to be doing in this area a lot, didn't include the special exception for eat-in dining. So they had to go back and get it updated, and that's what we're looking at now.
Okay. All right. And you're totally in favor of it. We appreciate you staying on the phone and getting on the line. Thank you, sir.
Can I just add that Ms. Emerson or someone mentioned about takeout? It's the same refusal as the eat-in dining, but on other refusals or referrals we've gotten, they've listed them both back to back online. That if they're going to be looking and updating, they might want to add that in.
If it's primarily sit down with like accessory takeout, essentially, it doesn't need to have that on there. But if it really has two distinct uses, then L&I will sometimes put both sit down and takeout on the refusal. But if this has a bunch of seating in it, which I believe it, from what I recall looking at this last night, there's a bunch of seating, then the L&I probably would classify it as a sit down restaurant, and there can be accessory takeout. It's not a problem.
All right, thanks. That helps me
Planning
with some other
Commission.
cases.
Planning Commission.
Michael Gall with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing CMX2 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The proposed use of this property as a sit-down restaurant is consistent with adjacent uses on the same block face and would cause no undue detriment beyond what might otherwise be expected. However, there is no unique circumstance or physical condition of the property that would prevent it from being used in compliance with the zoning code's dimensional standards. The proposal here would leave no rear yard space and would cover nearly the entire lot. Therefore, the City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the special exception for sit-down restaurant use in the NCA overlay, but recommends that the board deny the requested dimensional variances for maximum occupied lot area and minimum rear yard depth.
Go ahead, Chair, if I may. We're not changing the footprint. The lot coverage and the distance from the rear lot line is the same today, tomorrow, 20 years ago. We're simply adding an addition above that already exists.
Okay, so we're going to hold a vote on this. And Hillary, we're not going to set a date. We'll wait till we hear. Is that
As
correct?
soon as we get the amended refusal, then we can vote.
We'll get a hold of you and we'll vote on it, okay? Thank you very much you put a long time in here today. We appreciate it. Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called?
No hands at this time, Chair.
Okay, and I want to thank the staff for staying late. We don't usually stay this late, but I didn't have the heart to tell you we were going to schedule you at 2 o'clock. I mean,
I appreciate it.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Not too bad.
Some long cases. Here. He's a nice guy. 42? We don't have anything on the schedule, do we? Hmm. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing today's meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Michael Johns.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Taya Wynn.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, our ZBA Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you agree to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation. Whether in person or in Zoom, if you are called to speak, please stand, state, and spell your name so that all can hear you, including our court reporter. To enter an appearance, indicate the property address where you or where you registered for Zoom, speak with a staff member. Call the ZBA office by the end of business tomorrow. Call 215-680-2429 and provide your name, email, and the address of the appealed case. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand when directed so we can call on you to speak. When you are called upon, just click the join as a panelist button. Use the Q&A only for procedural questions. Do not comment on cases. If you are joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. In-person participation. If testifying, get close to the microphone so that all attendees and the court reporter can hear you. No talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In an emergency, follow the staff instructions. The main exit is through the doors at the rear. The nearest stairwell is to the left. If we evacuate, go to Love Park across Arch Street. Please remain there so that we can count for everyone. So let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 1, MI 2025-006-261, 1135 to 43 South Broad Street. That case has been withdrawn. Number 3, MI 2025-007-792 6048 Baltimore Avenue. That case has been continued until 7/29/26 at 2 p.m. Number 7. MI 2026-000-1986 2401 North Dover Street. That case is continued until 7/29/26 at 2 p.m. And number 8. MI 2026-000-200-2416 North Dover Street. That case is continued until 7/29/26 at 2 p.m. Are there any other requests for continuances? We're going to go to our add-on list.
Chair, there were no hands.
Oh, thank you. MI 2025-006-848 to 2635 North 24th Street. I vote yes with proviso. Maximum 2 dwelling units, no household living in the basement, interior trash storage.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
We're going to go to our list here. Number 2, MI 2025-006-372 434 Dickinson Street. Isaac Slepner is the attorney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Oh, take a seat.
Thank you.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Isaac. I as in India, S as in Sam, double A as in Alpha, C as in Charlie. My last name is Slepner, S as in Sam, L as in Larry, E as in Elvis, P as in Peter, N as in Norman, E as in Elvis, R as in Robert.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
My clients are Joshua and Emily Hunnings. They are the property owners. I am counsel of the property owners, and they are here to adopt my testimony eventually.
Dickinson Square, RCO, 10-8 in opposition, and Councilman Squilla has written a letter of opposition. Our Vice Chair has a few questions for you.
Sure.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have, other than a few that were just provided to me yesterday, but largely yes.
Okay, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
All right, here we go. So I'm going to share my screen. Am I a panelist yet? I think that's the first part. No. Oh, there it is. Don't care about that. Thanks for your patience. Okay. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Right now, I'm presenting the table of contents of our exhibit and witness list that had been sent to the board prior to today. Just kind of underscoring that there's a bit more to this than would immediately meet the eye.
Yeah, we have all your paperwork, everything.
Okay. Exhibit 2 is our notice of refusal, which we just stipulated to. Exhibit 3 is the application of appeal that was prepared and filed by my client's original counsel, who is not me. This actually is part of the hardship that they face in leading up to getting this zoning variance. Their initial counsel, however, did very astutely point out that the hardship at the property, they're seeking to a variance for a parking space at the front of their property. They live at 434 Dickinson Street, which is a mid-block row. And in RSA 5, parking is only allowed where it's accessed by a side or rear drive. They purchased the house. The house is does not have access from the side or rear. The very design of the house is the hardship. However, when they purchased the house, they also purchased it under assurance from a realtor that this would be a simple process. And in fact, you'll see in my materials, there's a history of cars parking there prior to my clients. My clients do not park there, but I will show you examples of cars parked there. In any event, this is the initial application for appeal. That's our item 2. Item 3 is the deed in favor of my clients, showing it was recorded in November of 2024. I can make that a little larger for everybody. All right. Oh boy.
We have that.
Okay. Item 5 shows that they have a 0 tax balance. I was not able to generate the document from this site, but I did print out their tax history. So the next item is the original letter from their initial counsel to the neighbors, dated 10/30/25, inviting them to an RCO meeting on 11/18/25, and followed by the certificate of mailing with regard to that letter in October. Then there was a letter to the board of November 19th of 25, and a vote tally. And at that vote, back in November of last year, there was a bit more of opposition. It looks like the total vote was 9-3. After that point, their counsel did not appear with them at the RCO meeting in November, and we're not entirely sure what happened there, but they eventually hired me, and I entered my appearance. That's item, I think it's item 9. I entered my appearance initially by email on January 30th of this year, and I also sent a letter by email to Mr. Hegarty and Ms. Emerson on 4/10 of this year. I sent out a new letter to the neighbors. The RCO was gracious enough to sympathize with my clients and understand that they had had issues with their counsel in the past, and hosted a new RCO meeting. So I wrote a letter dated April 10th of this year, inviting everyone to an RCO meeting to be held on April 21st. This is the certificate of mailing. It's many pages long because Dickinson Square is a pretty dense neighborhood.
Well, we have that. I mean,
Okay.
when all this, over all this
All
material.
right. So, as part of the my client's attempt to get this curb cut and parking spot zone, they went ahead and got pre-approval from the Streets Department, which they obtained in May of 2025. That is our item number 13. They also have a contract with PECO to eventually build a new telephone pole about 5 feet eastward on Dickinson Street sidewalk that will eventually move all of the utilities. And I actually have our structural engineer here to explain our plan. This is a copy of the zoning plan. And as you'll see, I'll kind of call out a few different pieces of it here. So over here, this is where the telephone pole currently stands, and that would not allow access once a curb cut would be built. The telephone pole would be moved about 5 feet over here, which is a breezeway door between 432, their immediate neighbor 432, and 434. And down here is an inset of the grading and slope and integration into the sidewalk of what the curb cut would be. And I will call our civil engineer, Jake Sheridan of Aqua Economics, to testify a little bit more to that. Now photos. This is a close-up taken on 4/15 of this year of the zoning poster. It's not orange in this case, it was white, posted by their front door. This is a bit more of a wide shot. As you can see, this paved area was here. They purchased the house with this paved area here, and that is posted at their front door. This brick wall next to them, you'll see in a minute, this brick wall next to them is the sidewall of this single-story front-loading garage, which is 436 Dickinson. And this is a side-by-side view of the properties. This is a view from across the street where you can see our property, 434, 436, and the telephone pole that is sort of obstructing where a curb cut otherwise would go. Following that, that's a view, Dickinson Street looking towards 4th Street, and this is a view looking towards 5th Street. 436 is the garage here. This is a coffee shop and the corner of 5th Street. Now, as I mentioned, my clients purchased the house under the assurance of a realtor that they were going to be able to park a car there. This Zillow ad shows a car parked there. That is not my client's car. The Zillow ad was what they had found when they were originally shopping for their house, and that car probably belonged to the prior owner of the property. Here's another view, another Zillow shot of that. This is the letter that the board received more recently in the past weeks from Dickinson Square West Civic. I would state that the letter uses the word overwhelmingly, and I don't think that a 2-vote margin really would consist of an overwhelming opposition. There was opposition. The total vote was 8-7 in opposition of the general population of the RCO and 2-1 of the board. So that's a lot slimmer of a margin than probably should be considered overwhelming. In addition, my clients had originally, with the assistance of their prior counsel, they took it upon themselves to have a number of their neighbors sign letters in support, including their neighbor at 432 Dickinson, which is the house that immediately adjoins their house, and the property in front of which the utility pole, the new utility pole, would be placed. This is a letter from the resident at 432 Dickinson, from their neighbor at 430 Dickinson, a letter from their neighbor.
We have, remember I told you we have all your paperwork,
Understood.
so you don't have to go over everything.
Understood. With that, I would like to call my clients to adopt my testimony. Josh and Emily, come, please.
No, I don't. Hi, take a seat, sir. Hi, could you please? Okay, all right. All right. All right, why don't you pull the microphone close to you, sir? Over here, why don't you can sit there by yourself, that's it. Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Joshua Cunnings.
Want to get a little closer, is it on?
Can't hear you.
There it is.
Joshua
But
Cunnings, JOSHUA CUNNINGS.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Good morning. Josh, did you hear all of the testimony and see all of the documentary evidence that I introduced to the board just now?
Yes.
And is all of that testimony and all of those documents, are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And would you adopt that testimony as though you had given it yourself?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that your case or do you have other witnesses?
I do have some further witnesses.
Okay,
that I
why
would
don't
like
why
to
don't you
call.
go back and sit down, and then if we have any questions for you, we'll bring you back. So your other witnesses are going to be,
I have one witness, Jake Sheridan. He is our structural engineer. I wanted him to give a bit more of explanation of exactly the size and shape, and that this would take up no more than one parking space. on the
why don't you
street.
bring him up? Is he here or is on?
He's on the Zoom.
Okay, what's his name again?
Jake Sheridan.
Mr. Sheridan.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Jason Hand. I'll be your cause for this session. Jake
Thank you,
Sheridan
Jason.
should be, you're welcome, sir. Jake Sheridan should be coming back in shortly.
Sure.
And my,
Well, we'll get him next. Well,
Yes.
let's take care of Mr. Sheridan.
I believe that there are some other of my client's neighbors out there, and at this point, I would invite them to raise their hands, either whether they're in the room or out on the Zoom, to testify.
Well, here's the thing. This is your clients. I will call when people can put their hands up, okay? In other words, the process
Understood.
would be your witness, right? And then
Understood.
we'll go to the board, our lawyer, and then we'll go to the audience,
Understood.
okay?
All right.
Mr. Sheridan?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
I can, sir. Please, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Jacob Sheridan, JACOB SHERIDAN.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
That's correct.
Counsel?
Jake, good morning. Good afternoon, rather. Did you draw up the plans that I am about to pull up right here?
That's correct.
I don't have, here we go. And Jake, you can see my screen, correct?
Yes.
So why don't you take the board through, describe the dimensions of where the curb cut would be, and can you give them a little bit of background about moving this telephone pole?
So pretty much the curb cut is designed to be completely within the property owner's frontage, as well as meeting all of the streets department minimum standards as far as the apron depth and side flares as well as trying to minimally, impact the relocation of the Pico telephone pole by trying to adhere to the minimum distance of the offset from the proposed apron that you can see on the plan.
Okay.
Okay, and this was, these plans were given pre-approval by Streets Department?
Yeah, the streets department signed off on the zoning level aspect of the plan, and building permit level submission and approval would be subsequent to a potential granting of the variance.
Okay, and how many parking spaces length does this curb cut take up?
Basically less than one. A typical parallel parking space is anywhere between 20 to 22 feet per city standards.
And this curb cut is how long again?
The curb cut itself is 12.5 feet plus a 2 foot and 1.5 foot flares.
So
in total, yes.
15 feet. Okay. And you've personally visited the site, took your photos and evaluated it prior to drawing up these plans?
That's correct.
Okay. And these are photos that you took looking east and west on Dickinson and showing that telephone pole that are on the bottom of your plan set?
That's correct.
Okay. I have nothing further for Mr. Sheridan right now.
Well, if we need him, we'll call him back, so please keep him available. Who's your next witness?
I believe that there are some supporters out on the Zoom. I don't have.
Well, the supporters, they're going to have an opportunity when I call.
Okay.
So
Then
that's your case?
That's our case in chief, yes.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. You mentioned that the residents of the property at 432 didn't have a problem, but do you have anything from the actual owner of 432?
I have a letter from one of the residents of 432. I am not sure whether that is a tenant or an owner. However,
Yeah, I would like to know whether or not the owner of that property, I understand tenants may not have an issue, but quite frankly, if I was the owner of the property next door, I would not want to have a telephone pole moved from the house next door to me in front of mine. So that's my question. Do you have something from the owner of that property, not a tenant, but an owner?
My clients may be better equipped to answer that question. I can recall my client.
They do not. They're shaking their head no.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess they do not. Okay.
All right.
Thank
Other
you.
questions?
Yes, I have a question about the overall site plan for the property.
Sure.
It looks like this does not have a backyard or rear yard. Is that correct?
It does not, to my knowledge, have
Okay.
a backyard that's accessible from the street.
So typically when houses with this design are designed this way, it's because the front yard is supposed to replace the fact that the rear yard doesn't exist. And so I just want to be clear that like what's being proposed is to take the only open space on this lot and to replace it with a non-standard parking space. Should there?
Again, I can have my clients come to testify about the kind of the dimensions and features of their
The-
house.
I do want to say the parking space is a standard size parking space. It isn't they have 18 by 8.5 feet of like availability
That's
within
from
that
the
front yard.
facade to the property line, so that's not including any, like, I mean, typically, they're not gonna park their car exactly on the property line. And also, that's a standard car. I think my concern is that, like, by making this a parking space, like, your clients might not live here forever. They're the only tenants that I'm assuming have ever lived in this house in this format based on just property data. And if anybody that comes behind them has a bigger car, which happens, right? There are large format cars, it would not fit in that spot. It would overhang onto the sidewalk, which is what the current drawing is actually showing.
The current drawing is showing the stand that what we have to model for the streets department is a 19-foot long vehicle, which is equivalent to like a Ford F-250 pickup truck with an extended cab.
Also, any regular size SUV, but yes. And it's showing
regular size SUVs are typically between 15 to 17 feet.
Sure, but we're at this point, we're mincing words because we're talking about a foot. I'm not like gonna belabor it, but I think my issue is that like we're talking about taking up the space all the way up to the actual facade. And even in typically there's some sort of barrier that keeps the car from hitting the wall.
Okay.
Understood.
Let me ask you the question. How many people in the audience are here relative to this case? Put your hand up. Okay. So I think what I want to do is, look, when we get to this point, each person can get 2 minutes, but what I wish you would do is come up, mention what, council, do you have any comments? Lynn?
Not a,
Okay, so what I'm going to do is, we're going to bring the people up who want to testify, and we'll give them, if you would, you're either for the project or against, okay? Because I think I know where most of the people here, as I've just been watching you shake your heads the whole time. So, first person, why don't we come up? And if you would, just state your name and spell it for the stenographer. Good afternoon, sir. Please sit down. Sure, you can. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Donald McCrone, McCrone.
Can you get a little closer to the, can you get a little closer to the mic, please?
Donald McCrone, McCrone.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Sir, are you a neighbor?
I am.
Are you in favor of this project or against?
I am not.
You're against?
I'm not, I'm against.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
It's already been sort of brought up, but that, it is a walkable neighborhood. Another curb cut reduces safety,
Okay.
as has been pointed.
Thank you. Counselor, do you have any questions of this witness?
Sir, so have you personally seen anyone hit by a car coming out of a curb cut on a mid-block property, say out of 436 Dickinson?
Personally, no.
Okay, thank you.
And yet, one does see.
We're going to bring the next person up. We know where we understand where you stand. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon.
good
Hi,
afternoon.
could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Lisa Miller, Miller.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am.
Are you in favor of this project or against?
I'm against.
Thank you. Is there anything you could offer real quick?
Well, I have been nearly hit by cars coming out of driveways that are in the middle of the block in this neighborhood. I walk everywhere, and there's a reason we have zoning ordinances. And as bad as I feel for my neighbors, I don't think this is enough to justify a variance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Counselor, do you have any, wait, do you have a question?
I don't have any questions.
Next
no.
person, please. There you go. Get that mic real close to you if you could. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Geraldine Johnson, spell the whole name.
Well, yeah.
Gerdine, Johnson, Johnsson.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I
Are
do.
you a neighbor?
Oh, 40 years.
Only 40 years, okay.
40 and some, plus.
Hold on. Are you for this project or against?
Against.
Is there anything you can offer that you haven't heard?
Besides the gentleman that was before me about safety, and also all the people on the block have a problem with parking.
Okay.
And I am not a driver, but I sympathize with those that do drive, and they want a parking spot too.
Okay. All right. Do you have any questions, counsel?
I don't have any
All right,
questions. no.
Thank you very much for coming down. Next person, please. Okay, yeah, we're not in a hurry. Come on, pull that chair up. Come right up. We'll put that right down for you. I know. Hi, could you please state your name and spell, but by the way, good afternoon.
Good
All right,
afternoon.
could you state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Judy Mays, Judymays.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Are you for or against this project?
against.
All right, is there anything you can offer that you haven't heard?
Nothing that I have.
But thank you very much, counsel.
Nothing,
All
thank
right.
you.
Next person. Good afternoon. There you go, nice. All right, pull that mic close if you can.
My name is Catherine DeAngelis. That's Katherine. That's DE capital ANGELIS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you in favor of this project or against?
I'm against it, sir.
Is there anything you can add that you haven't heard?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I own a property, there's a property next to them, and then I own the next property after that. And it's a 6-unit apartment building, which generates a lot of traffic. Their property, or where they want to place the curb cut, it actually used to be a garden. It was a full frontal garden in this house, but where they want to place their car is about 50 feet from the corner, which is a double stop sign, and it's a highly trafficked corner at 5th and Dickinson. So there's no way they either have to pull into this spot or back into it. They're going to cause confusion with drivers coming. There is a lot of traffic at that intersection,
Right.
and it's very close to it.
All right, thank you. Do you have any questions, counsel?
Ma'am, do you drive?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And have you experienced any of this confusion that you describe and are talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So you have, how can you be aware or sure that everyone else is as confused as you are?
I can't speak for someone else, obviously. It's a personal matter. It's when you pull up to a stop sign and you're making a left or you're coming straight through, you either have clear passage or you don't. You have to wait for a car that's backing out, which is dangerous. We also have Kirkbride School in the neighborhood, and these kids walk on the pavement every single day.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next person. Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Okay, why don't we get that microphone nice and close here? So we've heard a lot. So first of all, state your name and spell for the stenographer.
I'll do the best I can. My name is Lynn Ann Westcott. L-Y.
Why don't you spell your last name?
W-E-S-C-O-T-T.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Now, we've heard a lot from all the other people. What I want to know, are you for this or against?
I'm again
And you're a neighbor.
directly across the street.
All right. Counsel, do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you very much for coming.
I've got 2 comments.
Go ahead.
Thanks. The first is when that property was built, there was a gate in front
of it.
Secured both sides.
Okay.
Not opposing this.
All right. Go ahead.
My understanding is, and I'd like the owners to testify under oath, that they were compensated for that error of the picture.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for coming down and sitting here. Next person, please. Why don't we pick that up?
Name is Wanda Scott.
Wanda, could you spell your name for the court's note?
Name is spelled S-C-O-T-T.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you were a neighbor?
Yes.
Okay. Are you for or against?
Against.
Thank,
The oldest continuous living person on that block. So I've seen that block change.
How many years? I want to hear how many years. But you were probably like 20 years old when you moved there, right? Okay.
No, I was 15.
Oh, that's
So
great.
I'm still there, so I'm 50-something years.
Oh, okay,
So-
that's great.
So I've seen that, and one of the pictures that the lawyer showed, where he showed the cars, like in the driveway, that was the builder. That was not a previous owner, that was the builder. So I don't think he, like said that the builder improperly parked in that lot because they were doing work on the house.
Thank you. Counsel, you have any questions?
Ma'am, do you have
Next
any
person, please.
any other evidence that it's the builder other than your claim?
That's okay.
No.
I got it, sir. Hi, could you please state your name? Good afternoon first.
good
Could you please state your name and spell it for us?
Yes, Laura Mullen, Lauramullin.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you for or against?
Against.
Okay, is there anything else? I mean, we've had a lot,
No,
so we're
we've had
trying
a
to
lot.
move.
Yeah, really well explained, but the neighborhood is great, the street is great, and I appreciate your ability to have us speak here.
Oh, thank you. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone in the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair, I have a hand up from a Jack Zhao. I will allow them to speak.
Okay.
Yes,
Hi, Jack, could you please state your name and state your name and spell for the stenographer?
my name is Jack, last name is ZHAO. I'm the, I'm the partner of the investment of
Hold on,
430.
hold on. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I
Are
tell the
you
truth.
are you a neighbor?
Yes.
All right, could you turn your video on?
Oh, yes.
Let me promote them first. Excuse me. They should be coming back in shortly.
Okay.
What did I say? Stay as an attending?
All right, sir, proceed.
Can you hear? Can you see me?
Waiting for your video. All right.
You have
why
to
don't
accept
just
the promotion. Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Hi, Jack, are you a neighbor?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, it's coming back in now.
Okay.
Yes. I'm the neighbor and I against it.
You're against it too. Thank you very much. Counsel, you have any questions for that?
Are you a neighbor within 250 feet?
No, I'm the neighbor and part of the neighbor next door.
At 432 or
432
436?
Dickinson. 432 Dickinson. I never signed any paper.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else in the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair, I have a hand up from Jacqueline Price. I will go ahead and promote them. They
How
should be
many more
back in
hands do you
shortly.
have up? How many more hands do you have up?
Just 4.
Okay. Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
They're coming back in shortly.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Price.
Hi. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Jacqueline, Jaclyn, last name Price, Price.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Jacqueline, are you a neighbor?
Yes,
Are you for or against this project?
for this project.
Okay. Counsel, you have any questions?
Yes. Jacqueline, what way would this benefit the block and the neighborhood in your estimation?
So, I mean, I think it would benefit it in terms of getting cars off the street. A lot of times, sometimes there's cars that parked on the curbs, and I feel like that's also a hazard too in terms of walking down the street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next hand, please.
Yes, a hand up from Sambit Padanik. I'll promote them. They should be coming back in shortly.
Yes, hello, can you hear
Hi,
me?
sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Sambit, that is spelled S-A-M as in Mary, B as in boy, I-T as in Tom. Last name is Patnaik, P as in Paul, A-T as in Tom, T as in Tom, A-N as in Nancy, A-I-K.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Are you a neighbor?
yes.
Are you in favor or against?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Is there anything you can offer that you haven't heard?
No, I think
All right.
the last person mentioned
All
what
right,
I was
fine.
going to say.
Counsel, do you have any questions for this person?
Not at this time.
All right. Next hand, please.
Yes, a hand up from Ali Shah. I will promote them and it should be coming back in shortly.
What do you have? One more hand after that, Jason?
Yes, yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, my name is Haley Shah. First name is H-E-L-Y. Last name Shah, S-H-A-H. I am a neighbor and I am in favor.
Okay, well, don't let me swear you in first. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And you're in favor. Can you offer anything that hasn't been said?
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand.
Yes, last hand is a Jill Gallagher. I will promote them. They should be coming back in shortly, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Jill?
Yes,
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
sure. Hi, Jill, Jill, Gallagher, G-A.
You're breaking up, Jill. Jill, we lost you. Okay. Jill? Okay, we're going to have to pay. Is there any more hands up?
Yeah, one more by Kate McDonald. That's the last hand. They should be coming back in shortly.
Sure. Kate, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, Jill Gallagher, Jill, Gallagher, Gallagher.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, Miss Gallagher?
I do.
Are you in favor of this project or against?
I'm against it.
Okay. Is there anything you could offer that hasn't already been said?
No.
Counselor, you have any questions, Jill?
No, not this time.
Do you have any more hands?
Yeah, I had one more, Kate McDonald.
Kate, please. Kate McDonald.
Good
Hi, Kate,
afternoon.
could you please, hi, good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Kate MacDonald, spelled K-A-T-E-M-A-C-D-O-N-A-L-D.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes.
Are you in favor or against?
I'm in favor.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anything you could offer that hasn't already been said?
Not at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Planning Commission,
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission, AMY-BOID.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning at this location from the existing RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has not shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances that would prevent the property from being used in conformity with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for parking.
Thank you. MI 2025-006, 372, 434 Dickinson Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Diane Nguyen, my vote is no.
Thank you for everyone who participated. on both sides of this. We appreciate everybody coming down. Thank you, council.
Thank you, board.
All right. Number 4, MI 2025 007 803 934 Tasker Street. Gabriel Fellis is the attorney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Hi, 1 minute, council. We're trying to clear the room here.
No problem.
Or did they turn people on? Did they turn people on? Yes, they did. All right, council, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Gabriel Fellis, Gabriel. Last name is Fellis. It's F as in Frank, Ellus, S as in Sam.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Council, I see there's a letter of support from East Passyunk Avenue. Vote was 10-3. And
Yeah, it was
also, you provided a petition signed by 8 people, 12 of which from the block. Our
Yeah.
vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed.
Okay. Do you guys see the title page here?
Yes.
Great, thank you, Chair. So we're here today seeking approval for use of the property for 2-family household living. The property in its current condition is a 3-story single-family home in the RSA 5 zoning district, so which expressly prohibits 2 families. This application is not proposing any exterior alterations or construction. As we'll see, the planned interior renovations generally just propose splitting up the current single-family layout into 2 separate units by creating 2 separate entrances for each unit. So this is the refusal issued by L&I for the use of 2-family household living. Again, 2 families are expressly prohibited in the RSA 5 zoning district. And these are our proposed site plans. The proposed change will have a 1-bedroom unit that will take up the basement and first floor, and then a 2-bedroom unit that will take up the second and third floors. So the basement will be used exclusively for storage, for laundry and a mechanical room. No proposed basement living. The bathroom in the basement is already in its existing proposed condition. So this is the first floor. Here's where you'll see the main change in the layout. The proposed plans will add a hallway here that will separate the entrances that lead to the stairs to the second and third floor 2-bedroom unit, while the first floor tenant can enter through this hallway here. Some more site plans here that you already have. So here we have a link to a Vimeo walk through the property in its current condition, so the board can get a sense of the current configuration of the property. But we also have some interior photos included next. So here is the front of the property. And this is the entranceway that will eventually be the common entranceway for the 2 tenants. Again, the proposed change will extend the entranceway to allow for 2 entrances. One will go to the first floor unit, and the other will lead to the stairs to the unit that will take up the second and third floors. So this here are the stairs that will lead to the upstairs unit. There's some more interior photos of the property here. So this is the basement area. Again, the basement will continue to be used exclusively for storage, laundry, and mechanicals with no proposed living space. This is the back patio that the downstairs unit will have access to. Here we have some aerial views of 934 Tasker in relation to the other properties. Here we have our zoning map. So as I mentioned previously, even though the block is primarily zoned RSA 5, uses in multifamily is actually quite common on the block. It is in no way out of character with the surrounding area. We included a list here of nearby properties that have previously been granted use variances and rental licenses. for multifamily household use with the same RSA 5 zoning designation. As you can see here, many properties on the immediate block and surrounding blocks have been granted variances for multifamilies in the past. In some cases, property have been granted use for more than 2 residential living units with the same total square footage, or in some cases, less square footage per unit. So now turning to our community outreach efforts. This is the notification letter that our office sent out on February 17th in anticipation of our meeting with the East Passyunk Crossing Civic Association. We met with the community on March 9th, where we received their unanimous letter of support. 3 actually abstained from the vote. Ms. McCarthy also spoke with neighbors before that meeting. She gathered 18 signatures of support from them. And here we have the deed to the property showing Ms. McCarthy taking title to 934 Tasker in November of 2015. Here we have our application for appeal and our project information form. Here we have pictures of the ZBA notification posters notifying neighbors of our hearing here today. This is our statement of real estate tax compliance. And here we have our certificates of mailing for the RCO meeting that we sent out to neighbors on February 17th. So with that, I'd like to bring my client, Ms. Kellyanne McCarthy, she's in the virtual audience, on to adopt my testimony and answer any questions that the board might have.
They will be rejoining shortly.
Thank you.
Kellyanne, are you on?
She should be on that email.
Oh, okay.
Kellyanne? Here she is.
Yeah, she raised her hand.
Yep. Hi, Kelly, could you unmute, please?
Kellyanne McCarthy, please unmute.
There you go. Kelly? You're unmuted. You should be able to speak. Kelly?
Hello?
Hi, yes. Kelly, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Kellyanne McCarthy, Kellianne, McCarthy, McCarthy.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If possible, could you turn your video on? Okay, wow. All right, council, why don't we start her?
Sure.
The video doesn't seem to be working, but see.
All right, Kellyanne, have you heard my testimony today?
I have.
And was it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It was.
And would you adopt it as if it were your own?
I would.
Great. Any questions?
Questions from the board?
Yep.
Go
what
back
is
to
your,
the
trash
plans.
plan for- oh.
I'm sorry. No, I just wanted to see the plans. We kind of went through them.
Show the plans up again.
And I was asking for trash for both units.
So, Kellyanne, do you want to speak to the trash situation?
We plan on keeping the trash in an enclosed receptacle out front. I plan to stay in the house, so I will handle trash at night, putting it out for collection.
Is there a space in the rear where you can store the trash instead of out front until trash day?
For the first level, yes, but not for upstairs.
Okay. So is there a place in this, the second level where you can have interior trash storage until trash
Yes.
day? So
Yes,
you'd be amenable to that?
I would.
Okay, thank you. And the preference would be not having the first floor trash in the front. If you can store it in the rear until trash day, that would be great.
Yes. That's what we do.
Michael?
Yeah, I just wanted this, he kind of went through the plans so quickly, I didn't get a chance to kind of see them.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. Which page did you want to see?
Oh, no, I see the first floor plan. Good, doesn't have access to our bedroom, goes to the backyard. What's the second floor? So you go upstairs and then what happens? How come the stairs on the other side of the house now? Am I missing something?
I think one should be flipped.
Oh, it should be flipped. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, and so the second and third floor is one unit.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And board member Graham already mentioned about the interior storage for trash and a vented closet and no storage of trash out front, but in the rear for the first floor unit. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Is there access to the roof?
No.
So that's not a spiral staircase on that third floor plan in the corner?
It's a slight spiral staircase from the second to the third floor.
And then what the staircase going down, because there's two staircases shown side by side. Where does the other staircase go?
One from the first floor to the second, and then there's second to third.
Got it. So the spirals from the second to third. Understood.
Yes.
And the second floor unit, there's no washer or dryer?
Not currently.
Okay. And do you think that you might put one in the future?
Definitely.
Okay. And then my second question is about the second and third floor units' access to utilities. Are you planning to live on the first floor?
Yes.
And then is it all electric?
Electric and gas.
Electric and gas? Okay. So what is the plan for the second floor and third floor unit if they need to access the PICO and the PGW meters in the future?
Well, I will be in the first floor unit. I plan to stay in the house, so I can assist with that at any time.
Okay. And then I think my last question is really about what's driving your decision to want to do this?
Well, I would love to stay in my neighborhood, so doing this will allow me to offset the cost of maintaining my house and give me some flexibility to stay here as I get older.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, other questions? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Planning Commission. You,
Amy, what?
Oh, well, come on up. There you go.
Hi, my name's Mary Stumpf,
Sit down.
M-A-R.
Sit down and relax. Sit down and relax. Well, we'll watch you. I'm going to watch your purse when you talk. I promise. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Mary Stumpf, M-A-R-Y S-T-U-M-P-F.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am
Okay.
not a neighbor, but I had a question. Well, I live on the 1200 block of Ellsworth Street.
Yeah, sure.
So this
That's
is North Tasker. I mean, it's not immediately in that
it's
neighborhood.
a little farther away. Yeah.
I just had a question about the petition that was circulated. I didn't really get a chance to see a lot of the addresses, but I'm wondering, are they residents? Are those from owners, or are they just from
I think
tenants or people that just happen to
I
live
think
there?
the owner gets it from the area right around.
So it could be, you could have I thought it went pretty fast, but I wasn't sure if there were maybe 3 signatures from one address,
I mean,
maybe not.
there's a lot of them
But,
there.
yeah, but I don't know if those are just tenants or are they
I don't know.
people that are residents.
And you live at 12th and Ellsworth?
I do.
That's a good distance away.
It is, but yeah, I just was curious
Okay,
about
well,
that.
thanks.
Because we had a doctor's office that was switched from RSA 5 to a commercial on the corner, and, you know, they did this petition, and there were people that were just renters. They didn't really own the property.
Well, okay,
So,
well, thank you very
thank
much. Everybody has an. Okay. So questions or comments will be the virtual ends. Planning Commission, did we do Planning Commission?
Not yet.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the current RSA 5 residential single family. The appellant has not shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformity with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for two-family.
So MI 2025-007-803-934 Tasker Street, I vote yes with proviso. First floor trash stored in rear yard, second floor stored in unit.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Diane Wood, my vote is yes with provisos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
MI 2025-007-849-1801 East Huntington Street. And the two lawyers' names we have they're not here. So counsel, just, look. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Brett Feldman, 1835 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19103. I represent the applicant, 1801 Huntington LLC, and its principal, Jacob Roller, as well as the Legacy Culinary Group and its chief strategy officer, Natasha Strother, to my left.
Hold on, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And I see there's support from Kensington Neighbors Association and also non-opposition from council member Squilla. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with the case.
Stop share 1 second here. Start again. Okay, got it. Again, Mr. Chair, Brett Feldman.
Yeah, sure.
I represent the applicant, property owner, and the principal, Jacob Roller, as well as the tenant, Legacy Culinary Group and Strother Enterprises. Passed up exhibits 1 through 13, which I'd ask be incorporated into the record.
They are?
Great. What this is an application to convert this, and I think we've got some boards that we use for the community group, and I thought we would just bring them anyway today. This is an amazing historic building. This was from the Kensington Textile Bank from 1909. It's been in the paper, I think, for the last couple of years, in articles about what Mr. Roller wants to do and what Ms. Strother wants to do here and her family business. But the idea is it's a 2-story building. The lower level is we've already have approvals for a commissary kitchen, which would support Strother Enterprises, which is a leading Philadelphia food culinary group. They, as Ms. Strother will testify, provide a lot of catering at the convention center and the airport, and now at the Cobbs Creek Golf Facility. They'll finally have a permanent location for their cooking and culinary needs in the lower level. And then the first floor is this magnificent yet deteriorating event space. That's what we want to convert this into. You know, if you've been in Del Frisco's or Union Trust or any of those amazing old bank spaces, that's really what we're envisioning here. We've went through the historical approval process. We did obtain historical approval for this, and now we're here for the first floor event facility. You see the exhibits here, and I'll start going through these here. We have a great letter of support from the Preservation Alliance, Paul Stenke, Executive Director, who talks all about the history of the building and how this is really just a perfect adaptive reuse for such a building. We went to the East Kensington Neighbors Association. We have a letter of unanimous support with provisos from the EKNA. We had a lot of neighbors who came right from those immediate blocks. We discussed hours of operation and the valet parking arrangements and trash disposal, and you know, you'll see that in our proviso letter, which we've agreed to. And that's the proviso letter there. But just getting to the property itself, here we are on Kensington Avenue, East Huntington and East Harold Street is on the other side. That's the building right there. The view from, I think it's from Huntington right there. This magnificent two-story building with the mezzanine, and then another view of the building. And then really the magnificence of it is really the interior of this building. Again, it's to marvel that it's still there with, I think it's been empty. Jacob, how long? Since the 90s now? Since the 90s, this building has been empty and vacant. We plan to clean it up and really just let the magnificence of the interior and the windows, you know, speak for itself here. Again, just taking you through some of the interior pictures. Here's some of the exterior pictures, historical, and then more current. That's the posting pictures, and we have been working to keep this as clean as possible. You'll see this is some more recent pictures that we went out there working with the community to fence this area in, to clean it up, and we've been again working with all different city agencies, as you know, on that area. It's been a challenge, but really what is excited the community is the idea of bringing life and vitality to this building, which we think will be critical to making this immediate location as safe and as clean as possible. Just some real quick pictures here of how we supported it. Here is the floor plan, and let me just I guess with the floor plan, Mr. Roth, I'm just going to ask you now to just speak for a minute.
Sure. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and
Maybe
Board.
a little closer.
Hello, Mr.
There you
Chairman
go.
and Board. How are you?
I'm good.
My name is Natasha, Natasha Strother, Strother.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
I think I mentioned already, but you are the Chief Strategy Officer for Strother Enterprises. I know you're always hesitant to talk about, you know, the family business and the history of the business, but if you could just give the board a quick overview of what over the last, I guess it's 30 years now, 40 years now, your family business has done, and what types of lines of business. I know we've got the boards that have some of the logos and operations of what your family has done, but if you could just briefly.
Thank you, Brett. So Strother Enterprises, as is pointed out on the board, we are a local business. We've been around for close to 40 years. We're a veteran-owned business, and we provide contract food services. We started as a catering company in the mid 80s, and I'm part of that third generation of this business. So we started as a catering company, and we transitioned into contract food services. And like Brett mentioned, we've partnered with some notable clients, whether it's the Pennsylvania Convention Center Authority. We've worked with most recently the Fiddler Club at Cobbs Creek, the new Cobbs Creek Golf Course. We also own and operate several airport concessions here in the Philadelphia International Airport. So we operate 2 Subway locations and a Southeast Asian brand called Wing Kitchen. We've partnered with Live Casino. So we've been doing contract food services and catering, like he's mentioned, for close to 40 years. Wherever we go, we make sure that we're committed to the community. And part of our values and mission is to make sure we're empowering the community, offering jobs and supporting development so they can move on and helping to create the next generation of food entrepreneurs. So we would love to do that here in this community as well.
Thank you. And as I mentioned, you're taking both the lower level and the first floor, correct, of the building?
Correct.
Yes. And just briefly, the lower level, which I've got the floor plan up here, this would be your commissary kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And you would be providing, this is where you'd be making the food that would then continue to serve the rest of the business operations, correct?
That's correct.
And then the first floor would be in synergy with the commissary kitchen below, would be an event assembly location, correct?
That's correct.
And the idea would be to do life cycle events there, host nonprofit events, weddings, other events, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. So that's the lower level. There's trash storage down there, and that's where the kitchen is. And then there's a small mezzanine. And then the main floor here is where you saw those pictures with the interior.
That's where the
event. Yes.
The event space.
Yes. As far as occupancy, it's with tables. We understand it's around 130, 140 with standing. With some tables, it's more like 170, 180, roughly. That's what we've been told from the architects. We have building permits already for the commissary kitchen and some of the preparations on this floor here. And then we are in discussions with Temple, the hospital facility that's up there, regarding using one of their lots for our valet operations. We know.
Is that Einstein Hospital?
No.
Episcopal, the old Episcopal.
Episcopal up there, yeah. Which is, I think, 2 blocks, Jacob, 3 blocks?
Yeah, 1 block. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We know we're going to need valet for that, for special events on that first floor. Our customers are going to demand it. We talked to the community about that. So the valet would be on there in the front, as well as delivery area. And that's really, kind of
The basement will handle all your operations. The food will go from there to all your operations.
That's correct.
Yeah. And then just, these are the boards I know that we have in the room here, but just
Is
again.
the second floor just a mezzanine looking down?
Yeah, there's a small, 200 square feet, something like that?
Was an office.
Yeah, was an office right there. But that's really, kind of the outline of what we're looking to do. Again, this has been vetted heavily by Historic Commission, the community. There's been articles in the paper. I'm just bringing up one of the articles. I think one of the zoning board members might even be quoted in that article. But it's we're finally really pleased to have to now be here in front of the board, to bring this hopefully to reality and to get this going as soon as possible.
Questions from the board?
Okay. Deliveries, and then you're going to be sending this food out. How is that going to work? Deliveries in terms of the raw materials to make the food, and then once you've made the food, you're going to have a distribution system, or what are you going to use for that?
So to actually service the second floor, so we'll use the food. We'll use the commissary kitchen that's in the basement to serve the food upstairs. If you on the drawings, you'll see that there are lifts that will allow you to bring the food from downstairs upstairs. But also to receive the raw materials, you'll see there's a delivery zone right there along Kensington Avenue. There'll be a loading zone, if I'm correct. And then we'll load in right there on Harold Street.
And there's a ramp there, right?
There's a ramp.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. And for the cooking part of this, the venting, how is that going to be handled?
Will you repeat your question? I'm sorry. I didn't-
Venting
Oh.
for the food preparation area.
It's through the roof. We included that on the historic plans.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of the designation of this property, is it locally designated?
I think it's individually, I believe it's individually designated. Historic?
Yeah,
Yes.
it is locally designated.
Oh, yes, Philadelphia Historic, yes.
Okay. And then,
We already had to we already appeared before the Historic Commission to get the approvals for this.
so is any of the interior designated at all? Or is it just the exterior?
Just the exterior, right, Jacob? Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Yes.
No, yep, go ahead.
My question is about main entrance, because I know you have two entrances to the facility. Is the Harold Street, or not Harold Street, sorry, is the Kensington Avenue entrance going to be the main entrance for any guests that come for an event?
As the Huntington Avenue side of the building.
The Huntington Avenue
you can
side.
see
So with the stairwell?
Right, you can see there's an ADA ramp along that side.
Okay.
Excuse me, Chairman, I don't know if the gentleman was sworn in.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Jacob Roller.
Get a little closer, Mr. Roller.
Jacob Roller, JACOB ROLLER.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed. Continue.
Did you have more questions specifically?
No, I was just, because I
Okay.
see this, but your drawing currently is cut off, so I was trying to understand, like,
Yeah.
there are patrons coming in,
Pull out a little
you've got, I see the deliveries are on the Harold Streets, are like at the corner of
Huntington
Kensington.
Street side,
Yeah.
yeah. You can see we have sort of a
Okay.
stair and a ramp there.
Okay. I see
That
that.
should be all highlighted, the different areas.
And then what's the plan for your employees? Because I understand that when you have guests, you're gonna have valet, but what is your plan for, and how many people do you anticipate are gonna be at the facility, like on a typical day?
So on a typical day, like full-time employees will be anywhere from like 10 to 12 employees. And then because this is event-driven, we'll have a plan where we have a plan throughout Strother Enterprises where we hire and recruit. Initially, it will be for the community, and that would be the goal. Again, they would be per diem employees. And
Like catering staff?
Yes.
And is the idea that you're only gonna be catering for events that are held at this facility, or are you gonna be using this facility as a basis to do catering for other events outside of the facility?
It could be for both. It
It
could
could
be
be.
for on-site and off-site catering. So
Yeah.
that's the way we would look at it.
It's, the idea really is to have this operating 5, or probably more than 5 days a week, yeah.
Well, that's what I was
Instead of-
wondering. So like if it's fully staffed, you've got 12 people, I think my question is, given that there's no parking on site, what's the plan for the parking for the people that are here every day?
For the community or
For your employees?
For the employees, well, they would either have to find parking. I can't say that I've fully thought through that yet, but either they would find parking. Most of our employees currently, they commute to work. Or SEPTA, there are different ways to do it, but I can't say that I'm going that far with it. But it is so very close to public transportation. That's what we would encourage.
Okay.
And where are the dumpsters or what is your trash removal plan?
So right there to the left of the building, you'll see that gated area. There will be trash receptacles and storage area on the Harold Street side of the building.
And there's a trash storage room in the basement, and then the trash comes up there, and then it goes out. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be, yeah. There is, if you look on the basement plan, there's a whole trash storage room that's been approved out for that.
Right. Questions or comments from our attorney?
No questions at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience? Planning Commission.
Can
Mr.
we
Stewart, do you want
vote-
to, just afterwards, just adopt my testimony?
Well,
Sure.
sure. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Natasha, you heard my testimony? And was it true and accurate? And do you adopt it as your own? Great. And then Jacob?
Also just
Excuse me, this
Can't
is.
hear you.
I also adopt your testimony, Brad, and I just wanted to point out, since we are here for hardship, that, this is a very unique building, very difficult to reuse, not easily adaptable into, residential uses or other more conventional uses. This is a very special space, and, to use it for events is something that has proven successful in past adaptive reuse situations here in Philadelphia. We would greatly appreciate the relief here.
And as you said, it's been empty now for
Decades
35 years.
plus, at least, yeah.
Yeah, and I assume there's been some efforts to try to.
It was used as a bank from 1909 until sometime in the 80s or 90s, and it's been vacant ever since. So it has not shown to be, possible to reuse it in other manners.
Planning Commission.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Ian Haggerty. We do appear to have two remote participants who have their hands raised. I'm going to promote Lige Crawley to panelist now.
All right. Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Hello, hello. Can I be heard okay?
I most certainly. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Lage Crawley. First name is Lage. Last name is Crawley, Crawley.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Are you a neighbor, or do you have an interest in this project?
I am a neighbor and have interest in this project.
Please proceed.
So first off, hello to everybody. We've spoken at the neighbors meeting and got some information on what was going on. And as a homeowner and a property owner on Harold Street, I'm excited for the new life that this brings in, and ideally it removes a lot of the drugs and prostitution in the area. I know that's bigger than just this location and more of a partnership with the city, but excited for that. I can say I'm excited for this event space, but as a resident, I am terrified of what the event space can do for the parking in the area. Harold Street is already a one-way street supporting homes. Also, we have maybe 2 or 3 new developing apartments in the area. I am aware that maybe permit parking may be permitted. That's not exactly something I'm excited about. I am aware that this location will be open as late as 12 p.m., which I'm not exactly excited about, especially as a father of a 3 and a 5-year-old. That can get really dicey on a given day. So I am kind of apprehensive about my yes. Again, excited for what is to come, but I also still have a lot of worries that are unaddressed. We have gone over things like putting up the gate, which has helped, but has also shifted some of the people that hang out there. We have some pictures here in your slideshow that kind of demonstrates the activity there. So I think that there is still more work to come before getting to this point that this is a thriving wedding venue when you have, drug activity and prostitution going on in the corner. So again, the gates that have been put up have been helpful, but I feel like the property overall is going to need a property manager, someone that can be consistently keeping up with this. And so that's my number one concern. Also, someone spoke on it earlier. And I think I'm forgetting my place. We spoke on parking. And yeah, I'll have to leave it at that because it's slipping me. But just on my concerns there as a resident on this location.
All right. Thank you much. Thank you for taking the time to call us. Next hand, please.
Hi, Chair. We have a hand up from Brittany Sanchez. They're being promoted to panel.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Brittany Sanchez, BrittanYSanchez.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes, I lived on Harold Street directly across from this building.
Please proceed.
I went to the community meeting in April and spoke with these lovely people here. I think that Natasha's idea is something that can really change the community and would be great. However, I do have concerns. Jacob Roller and Brett Feldman were specifically spoken to that the community support came with demonstration from that last month of showing how much they cared about our community and the fact that their building has been abandoned for so long and there's no one there taking care of it, which has led to this drug activity, prostitution, dealers, feces and urine all outside. They have shown none of that. The pictures that they uploaded here of the fence being put up is only on the front part of that building, but I could go outside right now and show you what it currently looks like. So what was posted here isn't accurate to what's actually happening outside. Why I think a wedding venue would obviously make some type of change, because this is something that you would have to maintain 24/7 in order to have people who want to actually have their wedding here. I don't think that they held up their end of the bargain of showing that they were committed to improving the environment to show the potential of this space and to continue to have community support behind them.
Thank you. Mr. Feldman, do you want to respond?
No, absolutely. I think you saw the pictures of, we've spent, and Jake, you can answer this more. We've spent thousands of dollars on that fencing and the maintenance of that fencing over the last month and a half, to do everything we can do to try to secure that building. I mean, and we're repeatedly in touch with East Kensington Neighbors Association about what we were doing each step of the way over the last month and a half. So it's been our intention to resolve any concerns. Anything further on that?
I was just going to add, parking, I think people have mentioned that is a concern, and is why we've been, we have sort of a, early confirmation from Temple University Episcopal Campus that they have excess capacity at their facility, which is as you guys can see on the map, is right there a block away. And so we do intend to utilize valet service between, I think most people coming to events there, if they're driving, they would take use of that valet. We're also, of course, directly adjacent to the Huntington station on the L. As far as the fences, we heard that feedback from the community. We went out and as Brett said, spent thousands of dollars to purchase and install fencing on either side of the building. And, the greater conditions of Kensington Avenue is a much greater problem than just that.
But we hope to be part of the solution.
Also,
Activating
I've not owned this building for decades.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a changing zoning at this location from the current CMX 2.5 commercial mixed use to CMX 3. The proposed use would be allowed by special exception under the proposed zoning. The appellant has demonstrated that the proposed use will not cause detrimental impact beyond what would reasonably be expected. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for event assembly facility.
Thank you. Lynn, first floor and basement only. There's a small portion on the second floor that they're not using, right? Okay, thank you. MI 2025-007-849, 1801 East Huntington Street. I vote yes with proviso. First and basement floor only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso. Great adaptive reuse for this building.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Hi, Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you. Thank you very much for.
Thank you so much.
Seeing you, Brett. We haven't seen you in a while.
Try to get in here more often.
There you go. Number 6, MI 2026-001-79 1202 Alter Street. Alex Goldberg is the attorney. Non-opposition from Passion Civic Association. Mr. Goldberg, could you please state your name as spelled for the stenographer?
Alex Goldberg, AlexGoldberg.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Goldberg, could you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Sure. My client is 118 12th Street LLC, and its representatives Francis Wang and Jack Zhao are in the virtual
And
audience.
Vice Chair has just a few questions for you, sir.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And you waive the reason of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I waived the reading, but we have a amended plans in the
Plans.
packet that would change the
Yes.
the refusal.
Yep. All right. Thank you. You can share your screen to proceed with your case.
Okay, so I'm here presenting a the proposed erection of a new structure with 6 dwelling units. This is a CMX3 property, and as you'll see in a moment, we are asking for one dimensional refusal for occupied area. This entire block is zoned CMX3, and CMX3 specifically does not regulate the amount of units that you can have. It has regulations on occupied area, parking, and floor area ratio. We are availing ourselves of this process because we believe that the version of this project that you're about to see with 6 units is better than the by right 6-unit project at this location. And we have a letter of non-opposition from the RCO as well as a letter of support from the directly adjacent neighbor. The notice of refusal is for occupied area. At the time of the original application, we were asking for 89.75% occupied area. We met with the coordinating RCO in March, and they asked for a couple things, and you'll see their letter, but their position being non-opposition really hinged on us making a modification to the building and compromising some of the building size to make it smaller, and agreeing to some other things. But that's our one refusal item. The other thing I have not mentioned is that there are 2 interior accessory parking spaces included as a part of this development project. Here's the letter of non-opposition from Pasadena Square Civic Association. They mention in here that they would like a proviso prohibiting visitor accommodations and short-term rentals. It's not a part of this application. I don't know if that's an enforceable proviso, but we are agreeable to it. That I'll just leave that as is. The other things that we agreed to were interior trash storage. You'll see a trash room in the building, a common trash room, and also commercial trash pickup. We're agreeable to private trash pickup multiple times per week. Here's that proviso form. Zoom out and over. The most notable change is that we shrunk the building by 2.5 feet at the rear. We now have a nearly 8-foot rear yard, and our occupied area is now 84.6%. We reduced the occupied area by about 5%. I will note that there are other properties, and you'll see an exhibit shortly, possibly even the next. I'll wait till I get to that exhibit to explain. We have letters of support from nearby neighbors. So my client owns the 2 properties on 12th Street, which are perpendicular to us, but neighbor this building. And we also have a letter of support from 1206 Alter Street, which is the neighbor to the right of this building structure. So both adjacent neighbors are in support. There's also a letter on here from 1212 Alter Street. So the occupied area refusal that we're dealing with is commonplace in CMX3 properties that are in close proximity. You can see on the screen the 1200 block of Alter Street specifically, and I would point out that in 2017, a greater variance, one of 89%, was granted to 1230 Alter Street, and in 2018, a greater variance of 91% occupied area was granted to 1224 Alter Street. Here's the 1300 block of Alter Street as well. These are all full lot coverage. And then South 11th Street, the street to our right. Here's an aerial view. So this is a double wide lot that was consolidated prior to the engagement of our firm or the initiation of this zoning matter. That happened in September of 2025. So So the lot is 28 feet wide and measures 1,367 square feet. Here's a zoning map. Again, you can see we're just off of Washington Ave. There is a large number of CMX3 properties here, many of them multifamily structures, but a mix of singles, multis, and commercial properties. My client owns a 10-unit building on the corner right next to us, and next to that property is a commercial building that he owns, which is the management office for his property management company, which has over 150 units under management. So that's a positive, meaning that the property management company is in very close proximity. You can see how close we are to Washington Ave. There are multiple bus lines. I mean, it's a major road, obviously, Washington Ave. Here's the front of the property. Here's the notice posting. Here it is in 09, so it's been vacant for some time. To the right, you can see these large buildings, taller than ours. I believe this is somewhere around 48 units, and I think this is a 10-unit building right there. Here's to the left. So you have a mix of ones and twos and also an industrial/commercial property on this side of the street. There's no parking available, no street parking available on Alter, no legal street parking, I should say. So the curb cut that we're proposing won't take any publicly accessible parking spots off of the street. Here's the plans and drawings. So the project architect, CP Wang, is in the virtual audience if there are any specific questions about materials or architectural components. I think it has an interesting sort of four-toned, design to it. There's two doors here you'll see on the plans. One goes directly into the garage area and one goes directly into the residential entry point, and they also connect on the inside. There's a 3-foot wide alley that also runs down the left side of the property. And sorry, before I move off of this page, we have a letter of support from 1206 Alter, which is the building, the single family home approved by way of variance to the right of us. Going back to what I said at the beginning of my presentation, technically under CMX3 zoning, we would be permitted to add an additional floor onto this building structure to achieve our 6 dwelling units. We felt at the outset of this application process, and the RCO agreed with us, that rather than building a taller building structure, which my client is entitled to do, we would match the roof line of the building structure to the right of us and ask for an occupied area variance, which is what we have done. So you can see here that we're matching the height of the building next to us and shorter than the building to the left of us. And I'll note that this structure right here is a part of the lot. This is not a standalone lot here. So this is sort of the back of the lot where that building structure is. Okay, here's an additional site plan and sort of massing map. Front elevations. The building structure is 39 feet high. Here are the floor plans. So we have parking on the first floor. There's no living in the basement. At the back of the first floor, there's a large storage area, and below that, there is a partial basement with additional storage. So we have a ton of storage here for unit owners. There's a trash room in the rear of the property with direct access to the rear and also direct access through the front of the property. The second stairwell here, which we were required to provide because of the 4-story nature and the unit count of the building, does take up valuable square footage of the floors above it. It does also give us a second means of egress for all 6 units, and it empties out directly into that 3-foot wide alley that's to the left of us. You can see there's a vestibule here, and that enters directly into the parking area. The 3 floors above it are very similar. They're all 1-bed, 1-bath units. We did shrink the building structure, which shrunk those 3 back-facing units. They were all previously 420 square feet, 1-bed, 1-bath units. Now those rear-facing ones are smaller, 355 square feet. It was, that was a topic of conversation at the RCO meeting. There was commentary in that meeting that is what some people are looking for. It's less expensive and maybe they live alone, which we agreed with. You can see here the upper floors, again, are much the same. There is a shared roof deck on the top floor as being the primary outdoor space with all necessary setbacks. All of the units have washers and dryers. The building will be sprinklered. Obviously modern, state of the art. There's nice natural light in every unit because of the large windows that we have at the front and the back of the building structure. There's a cross section. We mailed notice. We had that meeting with the RCO on March 10th. Mailing certificates, application for appeal, deed to the property. And then there's 2 tax clearance certs here, one for 1202 and one for 1204, because the city's records have not updated that this is one tax account, but they're both clear. With that, I'd like to call my client to adopt my testimony, Jack or Francis. I'm not sure which one of them will be on.
Jack?
Mr. Chair, I have a hand up from Fang Wong.
Do you think that's possible?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and promote them right now. Please accept the promotion of panelists when you receive it.
Okay.
They'll be back in shortly.
Sure.
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Fang Wang, Fangwang.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you turn your video on, please?
Oh. Yes.
Thank you. Counsel?
Hi, Fang. Did you hear my testimony today?
Yes.
And was it true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt it as your own?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Can you go back to the section? I want to see how
Sure.
who has, and all the residents have access to the roof deck or just the upper?
All the residents have access to the roof deck, and I think in anticipation of more questions, maybe having my architect promoted and sworn in might.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Yeah, but I want to see
Who's your architect?
His name is CP Wang. He might be showing up as Ping. Oh, there he is right there.
All right. Sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
They should be coming back in shortly, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
And so so all the residents have access to the roof deck. Okay. All right
Yeah.
then.
Any other questions?
Is there ventilated trash storage on each floor or in each unit?
We just have the trash room on the first floor. We can sort of look into finding some space in the common hallway. I don't want to carve any more space out of the units themselves, but it's something that we can look into.
I think just generally, at the top unit, that's a 5-story
A
walk.
long walk down.
It's a long walk down.
Okay.
And then which residents are gonna have access to the parking?
Good question. So I asked the same. My understanding is that when the units are leased up, it'll be essentially first come, first served to
Okay.
be able to, privatize your parking space.
The building is the entire lot limit at this point, right?
No, we're at 84%, 84.9%.
So will the residents have access to their, I guess, whatever the rear yard space
They
is?
will, yeah. And I'll go back to that first floor plan. I mean, it's not huge, but there's this storage area back here that opens directly into the rear, and also the trash opens directly.
And is there any more detail, like for the storage area, all residents will have access to it, or is it gonna be restricted to the building itself?
You mean like
Pretty
the
sizable space.
building owner?
Yeah.
I think and Francis, you correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that the building storage will be in the basement and the tenant storage will be sectioned off on the first floor in some capacity, just because it's easier for them to get to their stuff.
Yeah.
Just could you tell me real quick what the buy right option is for the unit?
500% FAR is the maximum floor area ratio. We're at 339%, so we could put a whole additional floor on the building structure. The floors are 9 feet, 9.5 feet, somewhere between there. So, 48-foot building. The unit count.
But you'd have to get an elevator, wouldn't you?
That's right. The unit count is limited by the building code, within that FAR.
And then for the building at the corner, I know you said you're shorter than it. How tall is that building?
It's a great question. I
Or
believe
do you
it's,
know just like generally?
I think it's at least 45 feet tall. It's a 4-story structure, but
Okay.
it,
Because it's not built yet, right?
no, it is built.
It is built.
Yeah, and you can
okay.
see it in the photos.
I wasn't sure if that was the rendering.
There's two big buildings on the corner.
Okay, yeah, I was like, I was,
Sorry, let me,
and then the building the next door, which is at 1206 Alter Street, it's permitted zoning, but not building permits.
it's,
I guess it's by right.
well, it was approved by way of variance because single-family living is not allowed by right in CMX3.
Okay,
And they also,
sure if that was,
they also got a variance for the parking, because it's weird, I guess, in multifamily CMX3, you're allowed, but in single family, you're not. Francis, if you're still there,
I just, because your building went up first, and I know you matched the cornice line, it looks like you matched the height to the building, but it's not there yet, so I was just trying to make sure
Yeah.
that there's no chance that they'll come behind you and change that.
I don't think so. My client doesn't own that property.
Sure.
I don't know if it's under construction yet. If Francis can opine as to that, that would be great, but it was matched based off of the approved drawings.
Right,
Yeah.
right, that's what I was like.
Questions or comments for our attorney?
No questions at this time.
Questions or comments from the audience or the virtual audience? Come on up. Good afternoon, by the way. You've been here a long time. Thank you. Right, why don't you get closer and bring that mic right up here?
My name is Jacqueline Dorsey, Jacqueline, capital Gorsey.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you a neighbor?
Yes, I am. I
What?
live at 1208 Alter. First of all, there's an alleyway next to 1206 that gives me entrance to my back. And they have the building built directly next door to 1206, eliminating that alleyway, and they can't do that. Second of all, the building on the corner, they have a dumpster on the outside of the walkway. So they're not putting the dumpster, they have 6 apartments there that they use as Airbnbs, and they have a dumpster out there. I have pictures of
This
it.
is not this unit.
Pardon?
This is something, another location.
That's another, it's on the same point.
Yeah, but it's not 1202.
No, it's not
Okay,
1202.
thank you,
It's
ma'am.
the owner of 12.
Okay, he
Okay.
has other properties, you're saying?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
So I'm just concerned about that alleyway. Because I need access. I'm a senior. Plus, there is parking on that street. You park on the side where the buildings are. You can park in that street.
I think the cars that are parked there are parked on the sidewalk.
No. My friends that come to 1208 Alter park in front of my door.
Okay.
And the police never stops them. If you park on the sidewalk, they give you a ticket.
Okay.
They park in front of my door, 1208.
Anything else, ma'am?
No, other than, I'm just opposing it because I think we have enough, he has the corner there. He doesn't, I don't think he wants to use it for people to rent apartments. That's just,
Okay. You're
To get
concerned
the-
with the Airbnb.
that's right.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. We do appreciate you coming in and giving us your thoughts. Anyone else in the virtual audience? Sure, come on up.
Should I wait to respond?
Wait a minute,
until,
Uncle,
Why don't-
do
why
you
don't
have
you
a,
respond to everybody?
yeah,
Okay.
well, real quick, Alex, do you have a rendering, in your rendering, does it show the alleyway that's?
There is no alleyway.
Oh. Not wrong.
You can look on, can you look on the plot line of the?
Right here. That's in the elevator. It's next to 1206.
She wants to come up. You want to come back up? You want to come back?
She lives at 1208 and that,
1208.
And her-
Let him talk.
and her building structure is not built to the lot line, right? So there's, it's not an alleyway, it's her lot. There's open space between her lot and 1206.
Okay.
We're 2 lots over. There's no alley, there's no public alley or easement servicing her parcel from ours.
It is. In the back.
Not of public record. that we're aware of.
Yes, it is a public record because he tried to build back there. And I called license and inspection and they stopped him. It's two alleyways there.
Okay.
It's one next to 1206 and it's one that he's already blocked off. I have a picture of it.
Okay.
And it goes.
We don't
out-
believe that to be the case, and
To Peter Street.
Okay.
The one that he blocks off goes out to Peter Street. And the one that's there, that's next to 1206, whoever built on Peter Street, they took the alleyway to go all the way through to the street. But I can come from my backyard, there's an alleyway there that leads all the way to the one he blocked off.
All right, thank you. Why don't we let your associate come up?
The atlas doesn't show an alley.
I can't.
The city on Atlas, it doesn't show an alley.
I've had that house.
All right, let here.
Okay.
All right. Well, no.
She just wanted to say.
I just want to say, my grandmother bought that house in 1947,
Oh,
and I've had it since 1965.
congratulations. That's beautiful. Could you please state your name? Oh, we just state your name because we've already sworn you in for that other case.
Yes. My name is Mary Stumpf, MaryStumpf.
Now, Mary, you still live at 12th and Ellsworth, and how close
I
is that?
do. Well, I live at my property goes from 12th and Ellsworth through to Peter Street, 1240
sure.
Peter Street, which is the next little street south of
Yeah,
Alter.
all right, so what's your testimony, please?
Okay, well, during the zoning meeting with the Civic, it was brought out that the entire south side of Alter Street was erroneously changed to CMX3. It should be RSA 5. And supposedly the Planning Commission knows that that's true, but because it was changed and it's allowing people to build what they're building now, like the
Right.
giant, yeah. And the person that owns, that's here to present this building, it's the same owner as the one right on 12th Street, the 10 units that he's using, 6 of them as an Airbnb. And then he's got and this was brought up at the Civic that the dumpster really should be, he's creating this precedent of having the dumpster.
But that's not relative to this case. In other
Okay.
words, you're saying he's doing it somewhere else, you're concerned about what he's doing.
Right next door to
Yeah,
this
right.
12th.
Okay, yeah.
12th Alter
Right.
and
Yeah, sure.
12th. So, yeah.
Well,
And I agree with you that he should get rid of the dumpster. We don't disagree about that. And that came up at the community meeting. And I believe, to my memory, he said that he would. And he's on the call now. So I think we're in agreement about that. This is different property, but
I agree.
And the other thing was the size of some of these units. They're sort of like a hotel room. They're very small, some of them, like 300 some square feet.
Well, thank you
So-
very
but
much.
by right, he's allowed to do it.
Yes, thank you very much for.
Can I ask Alex a quick question?
Sure. What do you want to ask?
Was the owner of 1206 at your community meeting as well? Because I know it looks like they own a considerable amount of the rest of the block as well. Yeah. Do you know?
you may have more information than me, but I don't think they were there. They
Okay.
just signed a letter.
Okay.
I don't think they were there. Honestly, they may know who that person is.
I wanted, like.
But
if
I can just
his client had-
note on the Airbnb thing, that was clearly a reason why that came up in the letter.
I got
And,
it. Yep.
and, what my client testified to at the community meeting was that he has tenants in that building on the corner that are subleasing their units through Airbnb. It's a CMX3 property, which you're allowed to. Obviously, you need the permits and the licenses to do that. But that is not his intention, and we were agreeable to a proviso, like eliminating that possibility.
Okay. All right. But one more time you can come up, but come on up, but concentrate on this property that he's talking about. Go ahead. Thank you.
At 1208, 1206, the people that live the people that own 1206 live in New Jersey. So they never come to the meetings, and I always remind them of it. But they own the property, but they live in Jersey.
But the point is, I said, has nothing to do with 1202, am I right?
Yeah, 1206.
That's the neighbor.
He's
Yeah,
he's
that's the neighbor,
answering
it's
my,
the neighbor.
my
Answering
question
your
to
question.
Alex. Yeah,
Thank you.
that was my question. to
Thank you
Alex.
very much. All right, anyone else in the virtual audience?
No hands at this time, Chair.
It is built.
It is Bill.
It is, or at least as of July, it looked almost done. I'm looking on Cyclomedia.
Planning Commission.
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning from the existing CMX3 commercial mixed use. The appellant has not shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances that would prevent the property from being used in conformity with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for occupied area.
Can I just briefly respond? So I think there is a unique circumstance here in that the 6 units are allowed, and the option that would not put us in front of this board was a worse option, and the community agreed with that, and that's why we're asking for the variance that we are today.
So council, the limited lodging and the visitor accommodations, they'd have to come back in for that anyway, am I correct? Right, so, right.
We don't need a variance for it. That's why,
Yeah, I'm,
yeah, CMX3 allows it. So that was why it was an issue for the community, because they didn't want us to pull a by right permit.
so we don't want to make that a proviso?
We're agreeable to it.
MI 2026 000 179 1202 Alter Street. I vote yes with proviso. Revised plan, 1 page, stamped by ZBA on May 6, 2026. And hold on here. No, another proviso, no limited lodging or visitor accommodations.
I would say
Michael
which has
John-
been agreed to by the applicant.
Agreed to by the applicant.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Hi, Owen, my vote is yes with provisos.
Thank you, council. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for coming in, ladies. Number 9, MI 2026 000 214 1946 Grat Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Mr. Clinton, could you please state your name and spelled for the stenographer?
Sure, my name is Henry Clinton, Henry Clinton, Clinton.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure, the client is capital P, capital A, capital B, capital K, S, Properties, LLC, and one of the principals is on the call with me. His name is Saad, S-A-A-D, Chaudhry, C-H-A-U-R-I.
I see there was a letter of support with proviso from the RCO, and there's also a CBA. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have, Ms. Graham, except for the CBA agreement, which we submitted yesterday.
Okay, thank you. And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Is that visible, Mr. Chairman?
It is.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm here for it's actually a legalization of an 8-unit apartment building. Table of contents A1 through A10. This is a rather very unique circumstance. My client purchased the property in March of 2024 as an 8-unit apartment building. He has rental licenses, and I have them here in the packet that go through the whole history. But basically, this property was a 2-family zoning approved dwelling in 2010. Sometime between 2012, if you look at the rental licenses here, and 2021, the property was converted to 8 separate individual studio apartments. And I'll go through the permits and really explain what happened. But bottom line is, my client buys it in 2024, inherits 8 tenants. All of them happen to be students except one who was a senior citizen. And then in November of 2024, he got a sticker slapped on the front of the building by L&I saying cease and desist and vacate the property. And I have a picture of that. So we had to get everyone out of the property at the same time. And ironically, the client purchased this property right near Temple and another property on 18th Street at the same time frame. And both of them are 8 units, and both of them received violations from L&I that it's not zoned properly. And I have filed an appeal and application trying to legalize both. Today's hearing is on Grat Street. I have another hearing. I just wanted to tell the board that I have another application like this next week on May 13th. And it's the same issue where it's been used as 8 units for over a decade, but never ever legalized. So I'll walk through this. So we are in RM1 zoning district, so multifamily is permitted. By right, and when I show you the photographs on this street, by right, you can typically get a triplex on this block. Now, I wasn't able to find out, those triplexes, are they 3 2-bedrooms, 4 bedrooms? I don't really know. But when you see the photographs, you'll see it's a multifamily block, duplexes and triplexes. Our refusals are, you can't have 8 units when you're only allowed 3, and you need parking spaces, and we have none. We do have a letter of support from Beach Community Services, and we went through the same discussion with them. Is they just couldn't understand how you could have a property operating with 8 units for over 10 years, and now all of a sudden it's discovered. We don't know why it was discovered. My client really didn't dwell on that. He was really focused on trying to fix the problem and come up with a solution. So one of the things that we said to the community is, look, we know that this block is full of students. You don't want students. So we will agree only to rent to senior citizens. And my client will testify how he went about the process of trying to find a company that would be able to put ambulatory seniors, and by seniors, that's being defined as anyone over 60, ambulatory, who has a history of doing this. And he was able to find somebody and have a lease with that particular senior provider at the end of this document. So the community was concerned about only renting the seniors and also trash management. And you'll see that we have a master lease with a company that's going to be in charge of trash as well as preparing meals, et cetera. And I'll go through that at the end.
Henry, just for a point of information, I'm going to recuse myself from this. I try to avoid voting on these Temple cases because I was there so long. So Tinette is going to take this case over, okay?
Okay. I was hoping I could call you as a witness, Mr. Chairman. So this is 1946 North Gratz. We're on the even side of the street, which is always the west side. And here's the property. Beautiful elevation. You can see next door is a triplex. On the other side is a triplex. There's a duplex here. Again, we're looking south to Center City. There's another triplex here. We're looking in the opposite direction. We're looking north. Again, mostly multifamily on the block. There are some single family, but mainly multi. Again, more photographs just per perspective. Here's the front of the building. Here's the placard that was put on the front door. So basically what we have is each floor, starting with the basement, and it's a 3-story structure. Each floor has 2 apartments or 2 studios. And when I show you the floor plan, you'll see how it's laid out. I have interior photographs. Were actually taken by my client who's going to testify today. So you have, nice decks or balconies on each floor. We have an entrance to the basement units. There's a set of walk down steps in both the front and the rear of the property. I'm just showing you other triplexes on the block. All right, this is the cease operation, November 3rd, 2025. Just happened about 4 months ago. So Saad, who was on the call, went through and took photographs. So this is A1. This is in the basement, first unit in the front of the building. So everyone has a kitchen, everyone has a bathroom, and it's a studio. ranging in square feet from 278 square feet up to 408 square feet. It's still the front.
What was the upper limit again, please?
Pardon me?
Attorney Clinton. What was the upper limit again in terms of the square footage? You said 278.
278. That's the smallest. There's 2 units, 278. And then there's 3 units over 400 square feet. And it's my
Thank you.
understanding from the, is that good? Is my understanding
Yes,
from the
yes, I'm
code?
sorry. I just didn't hear what you said. So
Okay, okay.
I was just asking you to, you know, repeat.
All right, so
Thank
this is A1, this is the front unit in the basement. This is A2, rear unit in the basement, which has a means of egress from the rear, just like the front, and I'll show you that on the floor plan. Again, A2, closet. Every unit has a split unit, so they have their own individually controlled heating and air. Now we're on the second floor front, B1. I'm looking out through the front window there, and now we're on the second floor. All the bathrooms are relatively the same. I mean, there's a lot of photographs, but I thought it was, you know, we're asking for 8 units. I just thought it would be best to show you photographs of every unit rather than just say this is what one looks like and apply that to all of them. So now we're on the third floor front, D1. This is the switchback steps leading from the basement all the way up to the third floor. Closet. That's going to be a trash closet, by the way. But when you see the master lease, the agency that's going to be involved with this building, they're going to do all that. They're going to collect the trash. They're going to service the clients that are in here. And this is the rear yard, and there's the set of steps underneath these steps leading to the basement. Front door again. There's our placards posting. All right, so here are the plans. Let's start. Go to the left side. So here's the lower level. Here's the front of the building where you can go down the steps and into the studio in the front. And again, you know, we drew the bed in. There's no beds depicted in the photographs, but the kitchens and the baths and the standalone closets are. So then if you get in, you want to go into the rear unit, you would come into the rear steps and down into the basement, or you can come in the front door and then switch back into the bottom. But there's a means of egress for both studios in the basement. So then you'd walk up, again, switch back steps. You'd go to the front studio, and then there's an entrance to the rear studio, and then you have an exit to the rear yard on the first floor. Continue going up the steps, then you're on the second floor front, second floor rear. And I can blow this up and show you the square footage. The smallest ones are going to be in the basement. So this is 278 and 357. Oh, here's excuse me. The smallest are the basement and first floor front. The other studio here is 278. And then rear is 408. Second floor, 332, 401. And then third floor, 330 and 401. There's no rooftop deck in this facility. The other documents are what you would typically see in a presentation such as this: the application, the PIP form, the tax information indicating no taxes are due, zoning map. It is a large lot. It's 82 feet deep. The house itself is about 62. The deed indicating ownership in April of 2024. This is a notice letter to the community for the community meeting. So I just want to get into these zoning records. So again, I said in the beginning that this is zone is a two-family. So it's a 2010 property, as of right, two-family dwelling. And I couldn't find, anything other than a site plan for this property and the front elevation. So the front elevation is basically what's there. I think they took some liberty maybe with the front porch, but it's basically laid out that way. Now, I found the rental license from 2012, although it's inactive, it says 2 units, which would have been legal. This is now, we jump up to 2021, all of a sudden it's 8 units. Again, this is inactive because it went inactive as of 2023. And, Odin Properties is a well-known company, and they operate many, many apartments in the city. So again, my client looks at it, does a little research on Odin, figured, all right, if they have 8 units, it's 8 units. Then 2023, again, there's a new owner, 8 units. My client purchased it, was able to get a rental license for 8 units, and it's active. So then I went and started to look at the building permits. So I see in 2011, there's suppression system, there are sprinklers in the building, plumbing permits, mechanical and electrical. So when I looked at them, these Elite Fire Protection, again, they do annual inspections, which is now expired because there's nobody in there, but I'll show you that at the end. So here's a plumbing permit from 2011. Somehow, this contractor got a plumbing permit for 8 water closets, 8 toilets, 8 bathtubs, 2 washing machines, and 14 laboratories. Then the mechanical was able to install 8 wall-mounted heat pumps in each of the rooms, 1 in each of the 8 rooms. This is 2011. Electrical, 8 20-amp, 200-volt outlets, and they have it listed as a duplex apartment, which we know that it either was then or became 8 in 2012 or shortly thereafter. So these are just some other records I pulled to show you that there's a sprinkler certification. So there are sprinklers there, which has since expired. Expiration date, 9/25 of last year. And this is the administrative notice of the violation indicating that you need a new use because the city classified this as a rooming house. Even though technically a rooming house would be just rooms with maybe a common bathroom, here I'm arguing that these are basically studio apartments, which they are. That's why I showed you all the photographs. Again, a sprinkler certification. And we also have central alarm monitoring by Frank Gentile of Elite. All right, so again, my client had a problem. It's empty. He doesn't know what he's going to do with it. The community doesn't want students. So Mr. Chaudhry went and found a company called One Year Health Matters, LLC. We have a signed lease agreement for a 3-year term, master leasing these 8 apartments to this company, and they have ready, willing, and able seniors, 60 years and older, ambulatory, where this company coordinates the tenant services, and it's a triple net lease. So I'll go through the lease. I don't want to, be overbearing, but I think some of the clauses in there are significant to what we're trying to do here. And then I'll talk about the tenant background and the tenant experience and show you where they're doing this now in Southwest Philadelphia. They basically sublease 31-bedroom apartments for seniors. The apartments are owned by somebody else, just like this situation, and they provide in-home care as needed.
Okay, wait a minute. Our council, this proviso for seniors only, we can't really enforce that.
That is correct. We cannot do that.
Yeah, so.
But I made a note because the RCO did that, and there was, I don't know if the CBA has been finalized, but I know there was conversations towards an agreement related to the provisos.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to see in case I don't want them to go all through it and we can't really proviso it. So I think it's okay. We're gonna, trust that this is submitted with your packet, the lease agreement. We can't enforce that
Okay.
only seniors only proviso, but we do understand that you have a CBA with the RCO, so.
Right, and Ms. Graham, to be perfectly candid, the RCO has not signed it yet, but
okay.
they understand, they wanted us to do that, so we signed it as an indication of good faith.
Okay.
So, all right, if, I don't
You
want to.
can bring your client on to adopt your testimony.
Sure. Mr. Kadri, can you come on, please?
I'm
Unmute
here.
yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Hi,
All
could
right.
you state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Saad, Saad. Last name is Chowdhury, Chaudhry.
Okay, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, counsel.
All right, Mr. Chaudhry, were you on the call when I presented the project?
Yes.
And did you take all the photographs that I showed here to the board today?
Yes.
And are you an active participant in this project?
Yes.
And have you coordinated and leased to a home health care company,
Yes.
a master lease? Okay. And if you had the opportunity to testify, would you adopt my testimony as your own and as true and
Yes.
correct?
Correct. Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, all right, I have a question. Can you go back to your rendering and tell me how does a person get to the basement rear apartment? It should be on, it might be on your plan.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know if I passed them or not.
I think you did, but it's kind
I
of.
did. You're right, Ms. Graham. You're right. I know the answer, but I want to show it to you. Right, so here is the lower level. This is the front where my cursor is. To get into the front studio, you would enter through the front, go down the steps and into the unit. The same thing with the rear. You would enter in through the rear and go.
So you're going to the other alley? I mean, there's no.
You can't do that.
Egress on both sides, so you
Well,
can't go.
No, I
Go
think
ahead.
what happens, my mistake, I think what happens here, because I was in these apartments, you come in through the front and you go down the switchback steps to get into the lower level, and then you can go
All
in
right,
that way.
that makes, okay. All right, questions from the board?
Okay, not question, comment. This is entirely too dense. And I don't understand, you say you're gonna do this with seniors. These are a bunch of steps where you say these people are ambulatory. I guess I could call myself a senior at this point. I'm ambulatory, but a bunch of steps like that is a little hard for, I think, most of seniors to deal with. Plus, you say now, you said you were gonna contract with some service that's gonna come in and help these seniors. Is that what I heard?
Yes, yes. So the company that we have the lease with is called One Your Health Matters. And what they do is they have skilled and unskilled services, nursing and LPNs, and they will, I mean, it's just like seniors who are living alone at home. You know, you could have a foot doctor come in one day. You could have somebody from Penn Health come in one day. The next day, you might have someone come in and bathe you, even though the family's taking care of the senior. This is the move now where there's all services being provided in the home. And this company has already 30 apartments in a structure in Southwest Philly where they do this for 30 different individuals. And they don't take, if you're on in fact, in a lease, if you're on a walker, they won't take you. If you're using a wheelchair, they won't take you. It just doesn't fit their model. Their model is ambulatory individuals over 60 years old. And they say they have a need. So they're going to sign a master lease, for 3 years. And, if the board is feeling uncomfortable and want to put in a sunset provision or something like that, because the lease is only 3 years. I'll be candid. It's not a 20-year lease, it's 3 years. So I'm trying to give you as much flavor as what this client is trying to do.
I have a question about the operator. So I understand that they have this other building in Southwest Philly. Is that building also a stair access only building?
Yes, in fact, I have a picture. This is the bill. So
Okay,
there,
so I will say the big difference here is this is a 2-story building versus what we're looking at, which is going to be 4 stories once we include the basement, and like that's a very different setup. So I don't, is the operator able to speak to how they plan to manage 2 more flights of stairs with elderly, homeowners or renters?
well, I'm just going to talk about the economics. They are signing a master lease where they are going to be responsible for insurance, taxes, utilities, and rent. And then it is up to them to fill the units.
I think
If
while
they
we
have,
understand that, I think the reason we're giving these questions is because their model in Southwest Philly does not directly apply to the setup of this current building. And while they take the risk when they sign the lease, it is a very different setup if they have to start renting it out to other people. And it becomes something that's like very different than what we've discussed, very different than what's been discussed with the RCOs and the residents. It becomes a completely different project altogether. And we're talking about anybody could rent here.
yeah,
And
I
the
can
density
see,
would be very different.
yeah, I can see that, Miss Nguyen. I guess the only thing I would say is what's different about our building is 1 floor, right? Because if a senior walks in and is in the basement, that's 1 floor down. If he's on the first, he or she is on the first floor, it's even. And so it has to do with the 2 apartments on the 3rd floor then. I can see that.
The other thing, and I'm sorry, the other thing is, I mean, my concern is for 8 dwelling unit, you need to have 3,400 square feet. And currently you have 1,365 square feet. So you're talking about almost 2,000 square feet less than you would ordinarily need to have this number of units. And it appears that somebody did this conversion. Doesn't appear that they had any permits to do it. And if they had tried to get permits to do this, they wouldn't have been allowed to do it. And I'm having a real problem with the density. I'm having a real problem with the idea that you're going to put seniors, which, right now they may not be needing a walker or wheelchair, but there's no guarantee that, they won't fall, they won't have some other condition that comes up where they're going to have the ambulatory problems that makes this, all these steps a problem. And even to get into the first floor unit, you have to go, first floor unit, you have to go up steps. I mean, this isn't like a property where, there's any floor where you don't have to deal with steps.
I hear what you're saying. I mean, we're just trying to go on the track record of this company side, interviewed a number of different companies, and this was one that said they would take senior adults, 60 years or older, ambulatory, non-vehicle owning, and they participate in the tenants coordinated transportation program. So I hear what everybody's saying. I mean,
I
but
don't know how you can limit. I don't know how you can limit your population of renters to just seniors. I mean, I don't know how you can do that either.
I have a question about the trash. I know the RCO wanted to have dedicated trash areas and trash compactors. Where are they? Like, where's the space on the plan for trash? Interior trash storage or?
all right, I'm going to go
whatever
into
the,
that.
management plan is.
All right, so On there's the basement front, trash storage, a mop closet. Same thing here.
Okay.
Same thing here and there. And there's one on in each studio apartment, and the company is going to be responsible for collecting the trash from each senior's room. That's in the lease also.
All right, questions from our attorney?
Not at this time.
Questions from the virtual audience?
Madam Chair, I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, on Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the existing RM1 residential multifamily. Based on the lot area, the property would be allowed 3 units by right or 4 units with a mixed income housing bonus. 8 units is not the least minimum, and there is no evidence that the conversion was done with the benefit of the proper zoning permits. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for 8 dwelling units.
Can I address that?
Yes, you may, Council. Go
All right,
ahead.
thank you. So I know there's 8 units. I can't prove it that there's apartments on this block with 6 bedrooms and potentially 7 bedrooms. So I think we have to look at not necessarily the number of units, but the number of bedrooms. And this is not a rooming house. Each senior would have their own living space, bathroom, kitchen, and going to be well managed by a professional company. So I appreciate your consideration. And again, if the board wants to consider even a sunset provision, that would be a wonderful thing. And we can see whether this, I don't want to call it experiment, but see whether this type of living in an apartment building where many seniors are living by themselves in a home, their own home, or institutionalized, this seems like a potential way to go.
All right, thank you so much, Council. So we had a lot of discussion on this, so we want to take it back to executive session. I have some folks that have a couple other questions they want to peel out a little bit further. So thank you.
All
We're
right.
going to hold the vote on this, and we can vote on this next week.
I appreciate it. And I'll see you next week with the
All right,
18th
thank
Street.
you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Graham.
Number 10, MI 2026-000226, 3240 to 64 Hancock Street. Peter Kelson is the attorney.
Chair, that should be coming back in shortly.
Yeah, I'll give you a break. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Peter Kelson on behalf of the Hispanic Association of Contractors and Enterprises, commonly known as ASE. If I may, I'd like to promote.
Hold just one minute.
I'm sorry.
If no, you don't have to be sorry. I mean, although everyone knows you, could you please spell your name for the court stenographer?
Of course,
And
I
then let me
apologize.
swear you in, okay?
Absolutely. I apologize. It's Peter, Kelsen, blank Rome, LLP.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I certainly
And
do.
then if you would, please, one more time, identify your client in relationship to the property.
Sure. The owner of the property and my client is the Hispanic Association of Contractors and Enterprises, commonly referred to as ASE. And at this time, Mr. Bergman, if I could, I would like to.
Just one more little
One more.
time. Could our vice chair ask you a few questions?
Absolutely.
There you go, and then we'll start.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Absolutely, I will.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay. Again, I would ask if I could have Eric Bodson promoted.
Yep.
And also Maria Gonzalez, the director of ASE
Sure.
as well. Thank you.
First one, please come on. Yeah. And then Maria Gonzalez.
Yes, becoming back in as a panel short,
Sure.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
Here you go, sir. How are you?
You have the whole family today.
Yeah, I mean, you got a whole team here. I mean, like Eric's here now. I mean,
Listen, if I had time, I would have brought labor in and we would have had everybody. All right.
Can I just say that Maria and we
Yeah,
served on
I just
the
want to wait for
planning
Maria.
commission together for many years.
Maria? Eric, let me swear you in. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Eric.
You got two devices on.
Yes, we do.
Well, Eric is not going to testify. He's going to run,
Oh, okay, well, then we'll just let him stand.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
if that's
Maria?
okay.
Maria?
Yes,
Hi, Maria, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
yes, Maria Gonzalez, Mariagonzalez.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, Mr. Kelson.
Thank you again, members of the board. You'll see on your screen our exhibit package, including the referral, RCO letter of support, photographs, renderings, plans, deed. The property is owned by ASE, as I indicated. It's a 501c3 entity, and it is shown as real estate tax exempt. And lastly, our notices and certificates of mailing. If I may, members of the board, the subject property consists of a one-story structure, has been owned by ASE through a transaction with the Redevelopment Authority of the City of Philadelphia. It contains about 17,150 square feet, originally constructed in 2009. You can see it illustrated in this aerial before you on Exhibit 3. And I want to show you street level views, if I could, at exhibits. There we go. The Hancock Street frontage. This property fronts on Hancock Street, Westmoreland, and what was formerly known as Paleothorpe. So 3 frontages. Westmoreland frontage, former Paleothorpe Street frontage. You will also see the entrance from this angle to parking area, gated. And one more. And now we're looking north on Hancock Street. It is adjacent to Carib Towers and the Casa Carib developments that were done by ASE a number of years ago that support senior housing. At the time this property was developed, it was used by Mercy Life as a life center in support of the seniors and the community surrounding it. Mercy has since ceased its operation at this location, and it is currently vacant. The property is zoned, as you will see at Exhibit 3, the zoning map, I2 industrial. However, the City Council currently has before it, and I believe you have a copy of this. Thank you. Showing you on the screen, Bill number 260211. This was introduced by Councilmember Lozada on March 12th of this year. And this bill seeks and proposes to remap a large section of the immediate area. But most specifically, members of the board, it would remap the subject property to CMX3 commercial. Why is that relevant? Well, if this bill had been enacted, it's now sitting before the Rules Committee, but it has not had a hearing yet or scheduled. This would be a by right use, completely by right use. But because it's currently shown as I2, we need a zoning board variance because the use that I'm going to describe to you in a moment does not fit within the I2 district. So what are we going to use the property for? The property will be used as an educational and therapeutic treatment facility for students with special needs, specifically autism, grades K through 12. We anticipate approximately 55 to 70 students as it ramps up. Let me show you a floor plan. You can find that floor plan at Exhibit 5. This is a conceptual floor plan, pretty much baked, but it'll give you an idea of the level of detail, the level of sophistication that will be brought to the use and operation, and we will be utilizing the entire first floor of the property. There is no second floor, and all of the renovations, members of the board, will be done internally. There's no external expansion or modification of the footprint. ASE will enter into a lease with an entity by the name of Merike. Merike is a renowned specialist in it's a not-for-profit as well, in the area of special needs education, services, counseling, social services, etc. And again, as I indicated, this will be basically an educational and therapeutic facility for those individuals in that need category. What's especially important to ASE as well as to Merike, and especially to the community, it will serve this catchment basin of North Philadelphia, which needs much more programming for these individuals. There's a real deficit here. And now they're going to have state-of-the-art programming right here. We have met with the community, and the community has indicated its support for this use. You can see a copy of the meeting summary on your screen. It was unanimous support. The council member is supportive, as indicated by the fact that she's introduced the remapping legislation and will be moving that legislation through Rules Committee and achieve final passage. The proposed use, members of the board, I would submit to you is in fact consistent with Mercy's Life Center use. Now, while this is educational programming, the Life Center use component also did include counseling, special services, as well as therapies and clinical care in many cases. So they're very similar, but again, because of the I-2 designation, a zoning board variance for this use right now is required. I would submit to you, members of the board, that the proposed use will enable critical state-of-the-art educational and therapeutic programming to be made available for the special needs population. And it fulfills not only that mission, but it is complementary and compatible with ASE's mission of community development and support. If the board has any questions, either I or Maria will be happy to answer them.
Peter, you going to have Maria adopt your testimony?
I will. Are we
Okay.
ready for that? Okay. Maria, would you unmute for a second? Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, what is your position at ASE?
I'm the president of the organization.
And are you familiar with the proposal that's before the zoning board this afternoon?
I do.
And did you hear my presentation from the beginning?
Yes, I did.
And you heard all of it?
Yes.
Do you find the statements that I made to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And finally, would you adopt those statements as your own?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Questions from the board?
Your question, how are students coming to the facility? Are they bused? How are they dropped off?
Maria, why don't you take that one?
It will be a combination of both. There will be some children that may be bussed in, and there may be some that will be dropped off. On the building, on the lower side, facing on the southern part of the building, there is a driveway, and there is, if you see to your left, there's a opening there where cars can pull in off the street, drop off the children, and they can proceed going down and making that left down Peltor Street. That was a similar operation that we had with Mercy Life when there was more activity because at the highest point where they had full enrollment of seniors, they were serving 170 seniors at one time. And they were dropping off in front of the building because there's kind of like a drive-in, pulled off area in front of the building and then through the side of the building. And here with Amerikey's operations, they're only going to be serving 50 to 70 students at the maximum.
Great. And another question. I see there's an outdoor court, but I don't see any outdoor sort of space for the students. Will that be sort of gated off and you'll provide some outdoor space for them, or how's that space going to work? And
So
that,
if you go to the floor plan right there, so you see that gray area on the center
yep,
of
that's what I'm talking about.
north, that is a gated courtyard for
Oh,
their
okay.
use. And they're
Okay.
proposing to install, swings and things like that. And that's gated from the street so the children would not be able to leave that space.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Questions?
Yes, question, and this is just a query. So, the application is under, what to say here, group medical, dental, and health practitioner and personal services,
Yes.
and not under some sort of, well, I don't know whether there's one for this, but for educational use?
Right.
Is there not?
So, I'm sorry, Ms. Gadsden. I
I mean,
didn't mean
'cause,
to cut you off.
I mean, they're school children, correct? I
Yeah,
mean,
so it
That's
would
right.
be, yeah, so if it was an actual school, then they do educational facility. If it was childcare, they do childcare center. But I think if they're providing like specific, like any sort of like therapies or anything, that then falls under the group medical. And I think also the personal services, if there's like like it's some sort of like training and things that they're doing. That's typically how L&I breaks it out.
Interesting.
That's correct, Ms. Gaston. Hillary's correct. When we made the application to L&I, we're very careful to include the group medical and health practitioner because of the therapeutic component, valuation components, etc. But because it is not a public school, L&I puts it down as personal services. That's why I wanted to go through the record and show the plans as clearly as I hope I did to confirm that this is in fact a school for special needs children.
Okay. And so, and then how do you find these children, or how are they directed to this facility?
Maria, would you?
Yes.
answer
So
that?
there are Amerikey has agreement with the local charter schools and public schools. So charter schools, they have to accept all children regardless of abilities and capacity. And when they have a child that needs special needs, usually they have an agreement with a provider and they take that child outside of the community. In this situation, the child can stay inside the community and be able to get the services that they need in order for them to be successful in their academic life and also receive the proper treatment that they need in order to address their, their disability. So they're really children from the community.
Ms. Gonzalez, if I could just ask you one quick question, building on Ms. Gaston's. Amerikey is an approved provider to the school district as well as to the certain charters you referred to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the existing I2 medium industrial to RM1 residential multifamily. The proposed use is in harmony with the previously permitted use on the site and with the surrounding residential uses. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for personal services.
Thank you. Hillary, I saw a couple of notes. We're ready to vote, right?
Yes, we're fine, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
sure,
Yeah, there's a
sure.
couple notes, but we're all good.
Good, sure. MI 2026 000226 3240 to 64 North Hancock Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Diane Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you,
so
thank you,
much,
council.
members of the
Thank you,
board.
Maria.
Thank you.
Is
Be
there
well,
anyone
everyone.
in the audience whose 2 o'clock case has not been called?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Ms. Gaston has directed that we take a 5-minute break.
We-
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this zoning board of adjustment hearing. With me is our vice chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
board member Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
and board member Taya Wynn.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also present is our attorney, Hillary Emerson, our ZBA director, Ian Haggerty, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation. Whether in person or Zoom, if you're called to speak, please state and spell your name, wait to be sworn in. After that, state your name each time before testifying. To enter an appearance, indicate the property address on your Zoom webinar, speak with a staff member, or call the ZBA office by close of business tomorrow. Call 215-686-2429 and provide your name, email, and the case and the address of the case. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand when directed. When we call on you, just click on the Join the Panelist button. Use the Q&A only for questions relative to procedure. There will be no case comments. If you are joining by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. So let's look at our schedule for this afternoon. Number 1, MI 2024-003-951, 5518 Morton Street. Devin Epta is the attorney. Devin? This is the 4th listing of this this case. So
Well,
MI
Mr. Chair,
2022.
This is Jason Hand.
Pardon me?
Sorry to interrupt. This is Jason. I'll be your co-host for the session. Mr. Uchter does not seem to be part of the virtual audience this afternoon.
Thank you. MI 2024-003-951, 5518 Morton Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 2, MI 2025-001-576, 2016 North Bancroft Street. Devin Upta is the attorney. This is the 3rd listing.
Mr. Chair, we did receive a continuance request earlier today from Mr. Ukta for this matter. He had been previously advised that he needed to appear for any future continuance
Okay.
request since this was the 3rd listing.
He's not in the list. He's not in the audience, am I correct?
I do not see him in there.
MI 2025-001-576, 2617 North Bancroft. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Diane Wynn, my vote is to dismiss. Also, my vote was to dismiss for the last one. Putting it on record.
What'd she say? Well, that's okay. Number 3, MI 2025-002-819, 2922 rear to 24 South Felton Street. This case is continued until 8/25/2026 at 3:30 p.m. Number 4, MI 2025-003-221, 1968 Newkirk Street. This is the second listing. We have no exhibits. Cornell Farrell is the listed person, applicant.
Mr. Chair, I do not see them in the virtual audience either.
All right, so when no one appeared the last time, so MI 2025-003-221, 1268 North Newkirk Street, I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 6, MI 2025-007-171, 219 West Roosevelt Boulevard. Lubna Al-Arabi is the listed applicant. This is the first listing. There is support from the 42nd Ward.
Lubna Al-Aradi, please raise your virtual hand and wait to be sworn in.
Wow, you got the name.
Lubna Al-Aradi, once again, please raise your virtual hand.
All right, so.
Wait, they raised their hand. I'll allow them to speak.
Okay.
No, you're next.
Good afternoon. How are you? Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
You have to say your name. Hello, my name
could
is
you please say your
Lubna
name?
Al-Aradi.
And could you spell it, please, for the court stenographer?
Lubna, last name Al-Aradi, Alaradi.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
So we do not have any of your exhibits. We did not receive anything for you for today's hearing.
Oh, did they receive nothing? Yeah, it says successfully submitted. I even got an email that says successfully
All right,
submitted.
so we need Lubna to be the one speaking, please. The person who was sworn in. Unfortunately, we do not have a record of receiving your documents, so unfortunately, we're going to need to continue this matter today. But please reach out to the zoning office to make sure that that everything goes through next time, so that we can proceed.
Okay.
But we got the email says accepted for today.
Yeah, but we don't have it. We don't have it. It's the first listing. We don't have it. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to continue it. And then what we'll do is you can call the office and people here will help you in getting your documents in, okay, for the next hearing. So MI 2025-007-171, 219 West Roosevelt Board. This case is continued to 8/25/2026 at 3:30 p.m.
And just to update, I was just advised, we did receive a submission from you, but it was not, it was after close of business yesterday. The exhibits need to be submitted 5 days in advance so they can be reviewed for completeness. So that's why we have it marked as no exhibits, because as of the end of the day yesterday, we did not have anything.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry about that. So number 8, MI 2025-007-187, 6930 King Sesson Avenue. This case is continued until 8/25/2026 at 3:30 p.m. We're now going to go to our list, and we're going to start with number 9. Number 9, MI 2025-007-250, 340 North 18th Street. Are you're counsel, right?
I'm the owner of the property, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and you represent yourself?
Yes, I'm an attorney by
Okay,
trade.
you're, okay, could you state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my first name is Adeshola, Adesola. Last name is Adebasan, Adegbesan.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Right. I usually say like, could you identify our client, and the relationship to the property? I don't have to say it this time. So our vice chair has a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you waive the another refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your
Could you tell us what happened at the RCO meeting?
Yes, so at the RCO meeting, I was prepared to present my presentation. The RCO chair, I believe it was Charles Karn, advised that I needed to have specific architectural drawings. I advised that because I was not intending to build any construction, that I did not have those, but I did offer that if I needed to get those, I would. But I did check at the training that same evening, I believe, and then followed up in writing with Lakeisha Dandy just to make sure if that was required for the specific variance use that I'm requesting. She advised that it was not, so I decided to proceed with today's hearing.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
We're ready.
All right, so I'm sharing my screen. So, as mentioned, I'm the owner. My husband and I own this property at 3804 North 18th Street in Philadelphia, PA 19140. I'm here today to request a use variance for permission to use the property as a 2-family home. Unfortunately, when we bought the property, there was a tenant on the top floor, and we were under the impression that it was legally operating as a 2-family unit, but only to find out that it wasn't, which is why we began this process. And there are a few reasons to support my request, but specifically the why is I'll focus on first just the unique physical structure of the property, which a lot of the homes on this block are this way, but it is currently a 3-story property that is sort of already set up as a 2-unit. It was built in 1940. There's 4 to 5 bedrooms within the whole home, 2.5 bedrooms. It's 2,390 square feet. And the 3rd floor layout rests at the top of a separate set of stairs, which my understanding is that there previously was at some point in time a separate electric meter, even though this property was not legally zoned. But the property is at least about 300 square feet larger than most of the homes on this residential block, or with the exception of 3800 North 18th Street, which seems to have undergone some renovations. This use variance would not alter the neighborhood scheme for a couple of reasons. One, there was already 2 families living in that home, so it's not going to additionally congest the property with any additional parking because it was already in use that way. But as you can see here on the screen from this first picture, to the far left is at 3800 North 18th, so that is a 4-unit multifamily property, which each unit has 2 bedrooms and a bath, and that property is only 1,365 square feet. Directly to the left here as well, that's 3802. That is a multi-unit property as well, which according to the documents online, there's 5 bedrooms and 4 baths, but it is legally zoned as a duplex or a 2-family unit. And then directly to the right of the property here, you may not see it in the pictures. I can zoom in a little bit, but 3806 actually has 2 entrances. So whether or not it is legally or illegally operating as a multi-unit, it is currently being occupied by 2 families. And then it's not a multi-unit, but on 1735 West Butler Street at the corner directly across the street, it also was granted use variance for the 1st floor as a grocery store and 2 additional apartments on the 2nd floor. So I just say all that to say that it would not alter the neighborhood scheme in any way. And then because there is no construction, it's not going to impair any light or air for any of the adjacent properties.
Do you have
Because
photos of how it's set up now?
yes, so I'll walk through
Sure.
these now. So I'll do it this way. All right, so this is the front of the property here, and this is another front street. This is also just a picture of the back door and the backyard. So this is the first landing of the steps. So these pictures here are the way it's set up now. And we were temporary living in the property, but we're doing a little bit of renovations because it was built in 1940, but it's also very old interior. So this is the first floor kitchen, as you can see. The pictures are 3D, which is why they look a little zoomed out so that you can sort of see everything. This is the kitchen on the third floor, which is already there. It's not anything additionally built. And then this is the half bathroom in the basement, which just has a toilet and a sink that's not pictured. This is the second floor bathroom. It's your standard bathroom, full bath, kitchen, and a vanity. And then this is the bathroom on the third floor, which you can't see the tub pictured, but there is a small tub to the left of the toilet and a sink as well. And then on the second floor, this is the bedroom 1, there's a bedroom 2, this is a bedroom 3, and this is the bedroom on the third floor. But then back down to the first floor, there's a living room, there's a dining room, and then on the top floor, there's a third floor, which could alternatively be used as a bedroom as well. So I did submit some artwork that is not very great, and I'll admit that on the record, but the purpose of that was in use of it with conjunction of the photos, just to really show that when you walk in, it's living room, dining room, kitchen. You take the steps up to the second floor. There's 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. And then the same steps that go out to that same front main entrance lead to a third floor that has a separate door. And you immediately walk into the kitchen, the bathroom's right there. And then there's 2 rooms, which one could be used as a living room or it could be used as 2 bedrooms. And then there's also a roof, a door that accesses the roof from the third floor as well.
So the first and second floor is an apartment and the third floor is an apartment.
Yes. I will quickly show, I know we waived this, so you all know the notice of refusal, but the purpose of this use variance is because it is in an RSA 5 residential area, and that does not permissively allow for use of 2-family. And then I did walk through the photos, but I will, okay. I did also provide just pictures of the zoning posters, with the exception of the last one. So you'll see that it's properly timestamped just to show you that we had it. There was some wind sometime last week. So that's why the last photo you'll see, the zoning poster was sort of removed and posted on the light pole. And then that's why that last one has a timestamp of April 28th, just to show you that we were complying with keeping that up until this hearing. And then I know we haven't gotten into it, but I know one of the concerns is sort of the storage for the multi-unit. So my husband and I did sort of look into this, looking to keep that, if you're on that bottom property, meaning the first and second floor, you'll keep your trash in the backyard until it's time to bring it out for trash days, which are Tuesdays and Friday on that block. But then for the top unit, we'll have these sort of installed so that there's not really much room in the kitchen for a utility closet, but there is room to sort of install these types of cabinets so that they can have trash internally, which, because it is only meant to be for 1 or 2 people, likely 1 person, we don't anticipate it being that much trash, but just wanted to proactively propose that option as well, just in case the board was concerned about that.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, but I understand the explanation of the building, but it's kind of hard without some kind of level of plans to see how the that second unit is accessed. I know you described it sort of being accessed from this main stairway, but is there a separate, I know you said there's a separate doorway into the third floor, but how is that stairway separated from the rest of the second floor, right? And from the first floor?
Yes, so I'll show you the pictures of the steps and then try my best to explain it. So here what we're looking at, that is the main entrance. Directly to the right, and I'm sorry, is this? Okay, you can't see what I see. I see a tab blocking the pictures, but so this right here, this front door is the main entrance. Directly next to this is a door that allows you to go into the front living room. If you walk up to these steps here, what you can't see, but you'll see the ladder right there, there is a separate door that also goes to the second floor, which will be closed because this, you can see in this picture, you you can see the door frame where the door closes. There is a door right there as well. So it's a separate entrance that goes up to the top steps, and then I'll show you what that picture looks like. So this is exactly what it looks like. So what you see here to the left is where that main entrance that goes into the living room. If you walk directly up these steps, where you see that ladder to the left, there's actually a door. And right in front of that ladder, the door is open, so you can't tell, but that door closes. So that entrance and then going up those top landings is where you ultimately get to that second unit, right in that the walkway that you see up there that looks like a door is open, that is the open kitchen. There's no door in the kitchen. So I know it's difficult.
So how does the lower level unit is bi-level, right?
Correct.
It's first floor, second floor, and has access to the basement. How does one that lives in that lower level unit, does the lower level unit have to come into this stairway to go to the second floor of their unit?
No, because the door is going to be closed. So there's an internal steps for them to get to the second. When you say the second unit, you mean the second story, or you mean
the second floor of the main of the ground floor unit of the first floor unit? Is there a separate set? Is there a separate set of stairs internal to that apartment that takes them to the second floor of their apartment?
Yes.
And where is that?
So I believe it's in. Okay, so that's a problem because it's cut off. Okay, so this right here is the living room, and as you can see, there's a piano. And I apologies because I just realized it's cut off in this picture. So directly to the right of this chair, these are the set of internal stairs that goes up to the second floor. And as soon as you get to the top of that second floor landing, you're in between one of the bedrooms and the bathroom. And you don't have access to the third story from that landing.
So it's the old back stair.
Yes, correct.
It's the old back stair, right? That's typically pretty narrow and pretty steep. So it's kind of difficult to get furniture up those stairs.
So they are somewhat steep, but not narrow. And speaking from experience, because unfortunately the previous owner did not clean out the property, so that was my lovely responsibility. We got many beds and dressers and a lot of things down the stairs. So it's not narrow at all. It's actually quite wide, but sort of steep in the sense of, I believe there are 15 steps, and I only know that because they had a wheelchair sort of accessibility chair attached to the stairs that we removed.
Other questions?
How do you get to the basement from the same unit then?
It's directly, there's a door in the kitchen. Let me see if I can actually.
So essentially you have stairwells on both sides of your unit.
Yes, there's a stairwell that goes directly to the basement from the first floor kitchen. I don't know why these, okay, I do know why, but yeah, they're right by the backyard door right here to the left of it, which unfortunately you can't see in the pictures either. There is a door that leads directly to the basement.
And you said there was a tenant in this when you purchased the property.
Yes.
And are the utilities already separated between unit 1 and unit 2?
No. So the tenant, I'm sorry, let me just clarify. When we purchased the property before closing, there was a tenant there. Obviously, the tenant had to become vacant so that we could purchase the property. But
necessarily, but
yeah. Well, yeah, that was a part of the closing agreement that they needed to deliver the property vacant. But at the time, there were not separate utilities. When it's rather complicated, but I'll make a long story short. When I called PGO to transfer everything over into my name, they were confused because they did have an address there as apartment 1 or floor 1s and 2, and then another one as floor 3. So I said, okay, can we put all of them in my name? They ended up calling me back saying that actually there's only 1. There used to be 2 meters, but now it seems like everything merged into 1. So they were also very confused. But my understanding was that the previous owner was paying the utilities and the tenant was just paying her minimal rent.
So when you subdivide this, should you get approval, what's going to be your plan for the utilities and managing the tenant?
So my plan will only be to have an additional electric meter inserted to separate that, and then to personally maintain the water bill and the gas bill.
Okay.
Do you have the support of the neighbors on either side of the home?
I don't have that in writing, but verbally, I've talked to them extensively. They've seen us coming in and out, moving things out of the property and renovating. They're okay with it. And then I do also want to add that at the RCO meeting, the leader did basically verbalize and say, we're not looking to prevent you from doing this. We know what's going on in the neighborhood. We know that most of these properties are already operating this way, so we don't anticipate it being an issue.
So was the letter, did you get a letter from the RCO or what?
No, and I anticipate that's because they were under the assumption that if I continued this hearing, that I would come back for a second hearing, which in reaching out, I explained I opted not to do that because I paid a lot of money to make sure to notify the company, and I didn't want to sort of reincur those costs.
I don't know what that meant. Honestly, I don't know what that meant.
Oh, so sorry. So just paying to print out the notice of refusal and the notice itself, to mail it out to, I believe it was 157 people, and then to pay for each of the certificates of compliance to make sure that I had that approved.
So they didn't give you a letter because they wanted you to come back to them? They didn't provide you had a meeting with the community, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we don't have a letter on record from them?
We do not.
Okay. And okay, so we don't know the outcome of the meeting or from them. Okay.
Yeah, no, I didn't receive a summary notice, and I sort of explained that in the email as well. I'm not sure why, but again, I anticipate it's because they wanted me to present these architectural drawings and try to reschedule, like to postpone this hearing to set up a second RCO meeting. And so I assume that that is likely why there was no summary.
I mean, I will say architectural drawings would have been helpful, and you're going to need them to proceed with construction. So I do think that, like, it's kind of hard to understand how these two are working currently. But
And okay, so sorry, just to clarify, I would need them even if I'm not doing
so
construction. You think it's
well, I don't see how you're gonna get through this project to subdivide it without any construction. Because even fixture replacement requires you to pull permits, and usually they're gonna require some sort of documentation for that.
Okay.
There's like shop drawing, there's ways around it, but it's complicated and you need lots of like sub-consultants, which you could do, but yeah.
So you never presented to the RCO?
I did, but not. It wasn't a full meeting, in my opinion. Like they asked questions, we talked about things, and they didn't necessarily vote, but they went around and asked sort of like, do you recommend if she has a second meeting or request a continuance?
Hillary, do we take a shot at the RCO? See where they stand with it?
We could hold this
Right.
for, 2 weeks, a month, see if there's further discussion, see if we get a response from the RCO.
Because
It's up
most
to the
of the
board.
block is all nothing but apartments, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to the board. The meeting requirement was met. And yeah,
All right, so the meeting requirement was met, but I think we deserve to take one more shot at them to see if they're willing to send us something. And then
Okay.
when we come back, we'll make a decision.
okay. Yeah, I would just put a deadline on that.
Yep, 2 weeks,
That would be fine.
all right. Questions or comments from our attorney?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission take a position? Planning Commission?
Yes. Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the current RSA 5 residential single-family zoning at this location. The property was remapped from RM1 residential multifamily in 2021. There are multiple multifamily properties on this block, so the proposed 2 units is in harmony and is the least minimum. The Planning Commission recommends that the board grant the requested variance for 2-family.
Thank you. So we're gonna, we close this, except for
So,
what we.
yeah, closes except for a letter from the RCO, and a response from the applicant if they wish. And we'll vote, in 2 weeks, which I believe is the 22nd, I think.
Yep.
Something like that.
And do I return for that hearing, or how does that work?
So it's not, it's just, 20th, I'm sorry, not the 22nd, it's the 20th. So you could be here if you want, but we're not taking any additional testimony, we're just voting on the matter. Well, she would respond in writing, yep. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Number 5, MI 2025-003-384, 4860 Lancaster Avenue. Sherman Toppin is the attorney.
They'll be coming back in as a panel shortly, time.
With provisos from the RCO.
Good morning, members of the board.
Good morning, council. Afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Sherman Toppin. I'm here last name spelled Toppin. I'm here representing the applicant, 4060 Lancaster LLC.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Our vice chair has just a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed.
Okay. One moment. I'm not seeing. I am. Not seeing the button to share.
Green, you don't see the green button on the bottom?
Yeah, I, of course, I've done this one. Looks like there's something going on.
The green, you don't see the green button on the bottom?
I do, but when I hit it, it's not opening up my window. Sorry.
Did you, I think you have to open them first, right? And then you go to the green button?
Yeah, it's open. It's
Okay.
open. Sure. Let's see where it's going. Yeah, for some reason. it's blocked out.
Okay, so Sherman, why don't I do this? Why don't I go to my last case, and then we'll come back to see how you make out, okay?
I can figure that out. 1 second.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
let's go to number 7. MI 2023-007, 178, 1710 North Bouvier Street. Zen Jin is the attorney. Unanimous support from Beach Community Services and letter of non-opposition from Council Member Young. Zen Jin. Zen?
Good afternoon, Ken, board
Oh,
here.
there you go. I usually see you by this time of the day. So could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, Zen Jin, Z-H-E-N, last name J-I-N, here on behalf of the applicant.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify who your client is and the relationship they have to the property?
Yes, my client's Mr. Alex Copa, the owner of the property.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing? Oh, okay, you went blank. We can't hear you, Zen.
Zen, we can't hear you, Zen. Zen, we can't hear.
Oh, the headphone.
Okay.
Yes,
Try something there. Okay, and do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed.
Thank you. I will share with the board what was previously submitted in this case. It should be coming up in 1 second. Can the board see my exhibit?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
This is an application for a new construction in an RM1 district. My client proposes a duplex at this location. The variances are dimensional in nature. This block on North Bouvier Street, a lot of the properties that are currently built have 6-foot rear yards. My client is simply looking to have the same depth rear yard in his proposal. It is smaller than what is permitted in the district. As you can see, they all relate to each other in that a 6-foot yard is a smaller square foot and therefore more coverage of the occupied area. All three refusals relate to each other. We met with Beach regarding this matter. They are in support. This part of Bouvier Street, again, with the existing buildings generally being relatively deep, having small rear yards, it is not inconsistent with what is already built in the area. In fact, we would be lined up with this building you see in this photograph here as far as depth is concerned. And even the existing building itself, which is a 2-story existing structure that is going to be demolished, it is also not 100% conforming with the 9-foot rear yard requirements. So the existing building is very old. This is the existing conditions inside. It'll be demolished and a new structure built in its place. The new building will be a 3-story structure, which actually essentially is what are on the block now. For the most part, everything on the block is now 3 stories. So we'll be matching what is currently on the block as far as height is concerned. The main thing about the property that's a little different than some of the other ones on the block is that we do have a side alleyway between us and the property next door that allows rear access by both units' occupants. So trash will be stored in the back in the enclosed yard, and the occupants have a wide enough alley, which actually you can see in the photograph here. Once the building's complete, it'll be gated to make sure that it is safe. There will be lighting to make sure that it's lit so that occupants can safely access it to the back. But trash will be stored in the back and brought out front on the days that trash will be picked up. My client actually is very active in the area in managing trash, cleaning the street. He does own other properties in the area, so he makes a trip around to make sure that he cleans all his properties regularly. It's part of the reason Beach supported him strongly, and also the councilman's office supported him because he has been working closely with the community to make sure trash is not an issue at any of his properties. With the layout of the building, it is a standard 3-story structure. The first floor and cellar or basement would be 1 unit, and then the second floor and third floor would be the second unit. The bedrooms are located on the first floor. There's one in the front, one in the back, with the kitchen dining. Essentially, the basement, which although it's marked as storage, can be used as additional living space, rec room, with additional storage in the back. Mechanicals are in the basement, along with washer and dryer. The upper floor unit has 3 bedrooms and a den in the back of the second floor. It also has access to the roof deck via pilot house. The roof deck is only accessible by the second unit. It is not accessible by the lower unit on the first and basement levels. That is essentially the layout. We are here primarily for the dimensional variances to the rear of the property. And again, we're seeking a 3-foot variance from the required 9-foot setback for the rear yard, and it is, again, consistent to quite a few of the properties already on the block. And I believe my client is here to verify my testimony, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions relating to this project.
What's your client's name?
Alex Copa.
Alex?
Copa.
Yep, Copa.
Yes.
I'll be coming back in as a panelist shortly, Council, Mr. Chair.
Hello.
Hi, sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My legal name is Alexander Kopa, Oleksander. Last name is Kopa, Kopa.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Sir, could you please turn on your video?
I'm trying to right now. I don't
Okay,
know what's
all
going
right.
on.
Yeah,
Oh, there you go.
You're on.
Yeah.
Okay. Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Copa, did you see what I presented on the screen to the zoning board and hear my testimony?
Yes, I did.
Can you verify what I have represented to the board is true and correct and adopt it as your own testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Can you zoom out so we can see all the floor plans?
Yes. Is this better?
Yeah, that's better. So you said they have access, the first floor has access to, there's an alleyway. Is that an alleyway that's shared by the neighbor next door, or is the property line 3 feet? Or is
That
it-
who
are you
should
saying
ahead,
that-
who should
Go ahead.
answer the question, myself or the attorney?
You can answer it, Alex, if you know for sure.
Okay, so that is a fire alley. It's accessible to all the buildings from 1710 all the way to 1724 North Bouvier, I believe, and plus 1708 North Bouvier. That is a 3 feet wide alley that goes alongside the building, and there is a 3 feet fire alley in the back that goes along parallel to the North Bouvier Street.
Okay, so when you say you're going to have a gate on that alley, how are you going to?
It's a special gate with a quick set release, basically, in case the people have to evacuate in emergency. There is no lock there or padlock. All they have to do is just press on the push bar and the gate opens up.
Okay, and this is so all the other buildings still have access to this alley?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the gate that is there, it was not installed by me. I don't know who installed it, but it's been there forever, as far as I remember.
Is that 3 foot, looks like a 3 foot gate?
Yeah, it looks
Yes.
almost like a fence. Yes.
It's like
Yeah.
a 3 foot. Yeah, that's no real security.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney, Hillary Emerson?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Questions from the virtual audience?
Do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the current RM1 residential multifamily zoning. The appellant has not shown that there are unique physical conditions or circumstances of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for rear yard depth, rear yard area, and occupied area.
MI 2025-007-178-1710 North Bouvier Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
I win, my vote is yes.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sherman Toppin, please.
I'll be coming back in shortly, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, members of the board.
How are we making out? Okay.
I think we are, but we have a backup plan. My client, who is Thomas Pender, he is
Okay, so I think if I remember correctly, you stated your name and I already swore you in. Did you talk to our vice chair too, right?
I did talk to last year. I was at the share screen point, but I would ask that Mr. Thomas Pender be advanced to co-panelist to share his
Okay,
exhibit.
sure. Why don't you send him on?
And I'll talk through the exhibits as he scrolls.
Yep.
Using my dad's computer, so there's something not quite right about it.
Mr. Toppin, who did you want promoted?
Mr. Thomas Pender.
Thank you.
Mr. Pender is now promoted to panelist and can share screen.
Hey, good afternoon, members of the board. Once again, sorry for the technical difficulties and the inconvenience there, but I'm pleased to be representing Mr. Thomas Pender, who is a member of 4860 Lancaster LLC, which is the owner of the structure that's in front of you that you see pictorially here. And if you can scroll down one page, Mr. Pender, we'll begin our presentation. So our typical exhibit package contains quite a few things, although you see there where it says applicant White Horse Tavern. At the time of the architect filed it, they put that there, but we have a deed showing that the property has been transferred to 3860 LLC as our exhibit number 2. We waived the reading of the refusal, but we want to mention that in our agreement with the RCO, there's 2. If you can scroll down once, Mr. Pender, to the refusal. This particular case had involved 2 refusals. One further down, Mr. Pender, to see the refusal language. Yes, the property was refused for 2 reasons. One, section 14-6045, which is concerning roof decks, and the second was table 14-7013, which was dimensional. In our agreement with the community, we have agreed to drop and redesign the building as we have in the plans that you'll see to remove the roof deck request, making this a dimensional only application for height. So as a matter of right, the building can be 38 feet in height as permitted by the zoning code. And we are proposing a 4th floor, which would raise the building to 45 feet in height. And that is the only, so if you can scroll down, Mr. Pender, to really exhibit 5. Exhibit 2 is the deed, which I mentioned. You'll see the deed there. Our client is the owner of the record. We have the project information sheet. Number 5 just kind of gives you a sense from at this elevation, you can see the block is zoned CMX2, and in the red square there, you see the subject property. Opposite our property is IMCMX there, and it's like a dollar store. And on all the properties fronting on Lancaster in this commercial area are 1 to 3 story structures that are all commercial on the 1st floor or commercial in general. So what we're using the property, if you can scroll down once more, there's an image there of just how the property and the block is being utilized. There at Lancaster Avenue, you can see on the top there, all the residential uses are behind the property. There's several vacant lots for the Thompson Street and the Stiles Street and West Gerard. You see that that's where the residential homes are, but fronting on Lancaster Avenue on both sides of the subject property are all commercial uses, and every structure is different. And if you can scroll down further, Mr. Pender, you can kind of see this. This is again a Google shot giving you a sense of the subject property in relationship to its surrounding rooftops. There's just a few properties to the left and 2 to the right. On either side of the subject property, the red box there, are churches, and we have support. One, the church that's the larger rooftop is closed and they're not meeting. But on the other side, we have full support of that ministry and its members. And further down the block is all commercial uses that have no objection to our particular use as a restaurant. And scroll down further, Mr. Pender. So this is the view of the property looking to the left and the right. You see the subject property there. White House, the White Horse bar is present there with the big white horse. Can't miss it coming down Lancaster. So we're going to be updating significantly the appearance of this front facade and the side facade. As you can see, it's got windows on the third floor, and it just has a dated and really a appearance that's going to be transformed by my client's proposed restaurant. And as you can scroll further down, you can see what I was telling you earlier, that almost every house or every structure along has a different appearance. So there's not a single consistent appearance to match to. And even as you move further down the block, you see that there's a gas station, and there's almost no 2 structures alike on this side of the street. And so scroll down further, Mr. Pender. So let's look at so some of these pictures, and Mr. Pender, you can scroll through these as I talk. These are images of as you enter the structure and as you move in. These are exterior front pictures. There's about 30 of these, and you can scroll down quickly. So that this is the first floor. When you open the front door, you see this is the initial image of the existing bar that was there, serving clients, and you can go through. It's the reverse image of the same shot, as this is a prep area also on the first floor on the other side of that bar wall. And as you go down, there'll be more pictures of the bar. You can scroll down through. So this, again, this is a wider shot of that. The bathroom on the first floor. All of this will be updated and renewed, as you'll see in the plans lower down. This is, again, the back of the first floor is this here, and that back door goes to the street in the rear. Climbing the steps, you get to the second floor, and this is that stairway going up. And this is what you see on the second floor from the landing. From this, as you can see, this image will be transformed too into a very elegant restaurant space. Continue on, Mr. Pender. You can kind of, these are just more pictures of the existing interior as it currently is. The building, the bar has been out of use for some time. And as you go to the third floor, you have this. The third floor is completely really not finished. They may have started to do some things years and years back, and they're finished. As you look out the third floor through the window, you see a space between the adjacent church and the further grassy area of the homes in the rear. And this is just more pictures looking down from the third floor. Going downstairs now, this is again that prep area behind the first floor bar. You get to the mechanical in the rear in the basement, and it's just unfinished mechanical space. All of this will be bathrooms and finished space in the new plan. Further on, you can kind of go down. So yeah, that's what you've got. Got one redeeming thing is that electrical updating, and this is the rear visual of the building. This will also be transformed. This is 2 stories. It will go 4 stories up and be completely renewed, looking from the back and with security lights. And now going into our exhibits, let's begin there. Now, Mr. Pender, you may have to make your. You can scroll down, Mr. Pender, on number 7. I think we're going into the plans. Now, you'd like to make those smaller so that the board can see what we're looking at. So as you scroll down from this page, you will see that this is the existing conditions of the building, except for the picture that's the new elevation. I will make one notation here from a standpoint of what we planned. This elevation, this 3D view that you see to the left, is going to be. It almost seems that there's a second floor with an open 2-story ceiling roof there. This will possibly be and actually we're proposed to be 2 solid floors. So there'll be a floor the floor will run to the rear of the building. So each floor will be the extent of the footprint of the building, not as shown here. I think this was an old picture they didn't swap out. But so the existing pitch, this otherwise shows the existing conditions of it. Let's move down to what would be what is proposed as you scroll down from here, Mr. Pender. All right. So this gives you let's just start from the basement up. So from the basement up, you can see that there's just a rare, unfinished, closed space, but you'll have bathrooms down there. This is an area where there'll be bathrooms and just storage in the elevator. There'll be an elevator added to this building. So there's mostly mechanical storage and just bathrooms in the basement. As you go into the first floor, it'll have a similar presence as the current first floor. When you walk in, there's going to be, the bar and bar with tables for seating. As you move back, there's going to be a bathroom, then elevator, then of course, there's the commercial kitchen, which will service the food preparation for the building here in the rear of the first floor. So scrolling down a little further to the second and third, you scroll down a bit, Mr. Pender. Okay, yes, just to give a third and fourth view. So as you walk up the stairs or take the elevator, you'd be able to see that there's going to be bathrooms proposed, a lounge area, table seating, more table seating style on the third floor. And the fourth floor is more it's conceived as the event space area, where I guess the way it's going to be configured, there'll be group settings where people will have more private group settings and served in these square clusters here, and the additional seating proposed in the rear of the building, fourth floor. The roof is going to be pretty fascinating in this particular building because it's going to be an entire glass ceiling, just loft. I think there'll be a loft, a pitch of maybe 2 feet going from front to back, but it'll ultimately look up out at so it's a complete glass ceiling proposed here. And from the second and third floor, there will be, if you scroll down further, Mr. Pender, you can see that the entire second and third floor, there's perceived to be glass windows in which you can see a direct view unobstructed straight to the Philadelphia skyline from which is why they conceived it this way. And these are the existing second floor windows that will remain. And as you move down, the elevations are all pretty much in keeping with what we just said. From the front, there's going to be a bump out it's sort of a triangular bump out that goes out to 4 feet and down to 1, and that would give a view looking towards the center city direction with the bump out. And this will be the presence that people will see from the front and from the rear. Again, complete glass, almost glass walls for the second and third floor, giving unobstructed views over those 2-story structures that are behind the house to the Philadelphia skyline. Moving down to number 8, you can make it bigger, Mr. Pender. So we did have a meeting we've had 2 actually meetings with the RCO, and we've come to an agreement with them regarding this particular plan. The hiccup was the roof deck and the noise that could potentially be there towards the back rear homes, which we, in agreement with the community, removed and instead made those solid floors that don't have any roof deck or exposure to the outside. And because of that, we were able to seek the agreement of pretty much the uniform agreement of the 51 folks there, the 24 affected. There's only 1 opposition and 24 in support, which is why we have a letter of support. And just to finish our presentation here, if you scroll down, Mr. Pender, you can scroll down further, Mr. Pender, to the next exhibit. Yes, you can move quickly through these. This is just the addresses that we served. You can keep scrolling down, Mr. Pender. And then these are the certificates of mailing for each of these addresses, about 125, I think it was, altogether. Keep scrolling. You can keep just scrolling down through all of these. And I think we have at the end here our posting of the ZBA notice, close images, and also twice on the 2 existing front entrances. We also posted on the rear as well. You can see that there's postings on the rear. And then finally, we have our tax cert for the owner of the property, which is 4860 Lancaster Avenue, and we have our letter. We also did a petition between RCO meetings relating to it, and we have additional signatures of support from members of the community around this property, and this will go on for several pages. I think we have about 20 signatures from different members of the community in that community immediately right behind the property and those who go to the church next to it. And this was this last exhibit here is the meeting summary to the ZBA. So with that, and since Mr. Pender is scrolling for us the exhibits, I'd like to ask Mr. Pender a few questions relating to my testimony on behalf of his LLC. And Mr. Pender, have you been listening to all that I've said on your behalf during this last few minutes?
Hold on. Is she on yet? The owner, you're bringing the owner on, right?
Yes. And Mr. Pender is the owner.
Sure, I just want to swear him in when he gets on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure.
Yes, I heard everything.
Hi, sir. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Thomas Pender, Thomas, Pender, Pender.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Yes, Mr. Pender. Have you been on the call here and listening to my testimony on your behalf these last several minutes?
Yes.
And from what I've said, do you agree that the testimony I've said has been accurate and complete?
Yes.
And is there anything you'd like to add from what I have not mentioned?
No.
Okay, and would you accept this testimony as your own, sir?
Yes.
Okay, any questions? We'd love to.
Questions from the board?
Okay, what are we doing about the venting for this space?
I believe you said that,
Venting.
venting as HVAC venting?
No.
You've got a
vents for
commercial
the-
kitchen.
vents for the cooking, for the kitchen.
Oh, I see. If you can go to, if Ms. Pender, if you can scroll up to that, I think perhaps we can figure this part out to when we get to the commercial kitchen area. But I just saw it. Okay. So here's the commercial. If you could make that just bigger, Mr. Pender, so we can focus in on the kitchen portion of it. Okay, here. So this is a pictorial layout of what is proposed here, but I can only say what I am assuming will be taking place here is that these will be vented to the outside through the rear exterior brick wall.
Not through the roof?
I would not imagine that they would take, well, if whatever the code permits, like again, that gets it out of a little bit of where I'm, but if it has to go through the roof, there's ways it can get there because it was already a commercial kitchen in this exact same space. And I don't think they're,
So where's the venting now? Is that on here?
okay, so if you go to the original pictures, Mr. Pender, further up.
Doors.
I want to see where you want to go through this. Okay, further up, right there. Right, further down. Okay, yeah, you should know. You should know better than me.
Yeah, this the first floor here.
First floor. Okay, this is the space where the larger commercial kitchen will ultimately move. Will be. I strike what I said earlier. It will be here where the commercial kitchen will be, but the existing kitchen is what Ms. Cassidy is asking for. I think, right here. Is this not? Well, this is just. Well, this is the existing prep area. Is there a?
It was right next to that sink. I'm trying to see. So it's back here, but there's not like a picture of it.
Oh, I see. So do you remember how the venting is? I see the grill back there where the arrow is at this point. Do you recall, Mr. Pender, how that particular grill is vented?
So that I'm unsure of, and there's a hood there, so I'm not sure where it runs to. But from what I understand, the plan was to vent everything out the back wall.
Okay, but what Ms. Gaskin is stating that if through building codes it is required to vent out through the ceiling and your ceiling is proposed to be glass, would it be the plan?
I'm not.
Was
I'm
that
not
you?
making a representation about where I'm making a representation. I'm just asking, where are you planning to do the venting once you do this addition of this property? Like currently, it's you're saying it's going through the back, but I'm not sure where. But usually the venting goes through the roof.
What's a glass roof?
Oh, yeah, now it'll be a glass roof.
roof.
Is the roof gonna be glass? Like I see the windows, is the roof gonna be glass too, or how is this gonna work?
Yes, if you scroll down to the plans where the roof is, what is proposed from an aesthetic standpoint is that the roof would be these glass window
How you're
panes.
gonna do it then?
These glass window panes, there it is. But there is still space alongside, and there's the elevator, so there will be the pilot house for the elevator here. But there is space alongside where venting would still occur on the side of it. But this is again posed in scale. Perhaps I would imagine if there was any issue concerning the code, the scale of these windows would be curtailed to enable any venting that would have to happen through the main roof.
Okay, and I guess, okay, okay, capacity. How many people do you have in there at this time, and how many more people are you planning to have in this space once you do this addition?
Well, currently the restaurant is closed and only occupied the first 2 floors. Whatever the building code limits it to, the fire code limits it to, is where they'll be limited. I don't think, I'm not sure if Mr. Pender has a better estimation of the capacity. Do you, Mr. Pender?
I do not.
What about tables? How many table spaces do you think you might serve simultaneously there?
Maybe 10, 15 per floor, depending on the size.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney?
Mr. Toppin, I just wanted a little clarifications on the plans, because the RCO asked for no roof deck and you took the roof deck out, right?
Yes.
Okay, so instead of was the roof deck above the 4th floor, or was it behind the 4th floor, above the 3rd floor?
If you can scroll, Mr. Pender, to the existing, that will give us a better look at that. Oh, no, further down, sorry, further down to the plans. Yes, the existing conditions of the plans. It was the second page. Basically, the roof deck was going to be over the 2nd floor, and the plans have a page further up, Mr. Pender, just slightly up further. Yeah, further up. Yeah, here. So here, this area, if you look at the existing 3rd floor, it says open to below. So the roof deck would have been in this lounge area on top of the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor building would stop
Behind the 3rd floor. Okay.
Yes, it would be behind this. It would be at the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor would stop short. And it would be open to below for the top 2 floors.
Got you. Okay. So the reason I was asking is just, so if you're not having the roof deck, are there any changes dimensionally to the envelope of the structure because you removed the roof deck and put in the lounge area instead? Because I'm trying to determine if the board approves this, if we need to, if there should be revised plans that we stamped, or if we just proviso, no roof deck, and then you submit revised plans to L&I that don't show a roof deck. Just trying to figure out what the board would need to do.
I understand. The way we're not looking to increase the building envelope any dimensionally, not even an inch. It'll simply stack 2 floors on top of the 2nd floor. There's already a half floor of a 3rd floor existing, and there'll be almost, I guess, a floor and a half placed on top of the existing structure is what is proposed.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry. Is there another sheet sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You ask your question.
Is there another sheet that shows the 4th floor?
Yes. If you could scroll down, Mr. Pender. I think you went slow, the 1st, the 2nd, 3rd floor. There it is.
Okay.
So it's stacked. It's stacked on the 4th, 3rd. All 4 floors will be of equal size.
What's the plan for the 3rd and the 4th floor? Is it only going to be rentable by people who are hosting an event, or will there be sort of general bar service there on typical nights?
Yeah, Pender, why don't you give us some of your vision for the top 2 floors?
So it would be also used for like part of the restaurant, depending on how packed we are, and as event space, and it would be like a lounge area for everyone.
So, okay, but looking at the 3rd floor and the 4th floor plan, it's all lounge furniture. So is the idea that if I came in for dinner on a Tuesday night, I might eat dinner on the couches on the 3rd floor, or would that only be? Yes.
Sorry, the engineer just placed things there just for the look of it. We didn't tell him to sit the chairs and things of that nature. He just put that into the picture when he did it as a design.
Understood that. So then what is your current plan as the operator?
So I would be putting like actual places so you can actually sit and eat. Some would be couches, like we have, like when you sit your back and there be chairs on the other side so you can sit and eat. But as
The
well
idea is
as
that you're gonna have regular table service on the first.
yes,
Okay. And so when it's not an event, like what's the plan for the lounge side?
that part I haven't quite figured out. Like
Was
you
that
mean like
discussed at the RCO meeting?
at the RC, yes. So when you're saying like you mean like moving the furniture out the way or
No, I mean like typically neighbors have comments about lounge uses. So I was just wondering,
yes,
showing that this is a 4-floor plan for a restaurant, lounge, and event space, and nothing that has come up so far in your testimony has addressed typical things the neighbors care about. I'm wondering, has it been discussed?
It was. I could, yes. Ms. Witt, it was discussed as to how the whole structure would be used because although they have the top floors are mostly glass and are going to be event-ish in nature, the upper floors were a question because the existing bar was mainly the first floor only, and the second floor was, as you can see in this plan, was the typical restaurant. As you move up, as it gets busier, these upper floors, I guess the way Mr. Pender put it, if there was no events that day, nothing happens on the fourth floor at all. It's a reservation only booked area up top. But the third floor is kind of a hybrid, the way it was talked about. But there is a big bar in the middle with tables and an additional seating might fill in this back area, either in the configuration of 6 tables or just an open standing lounge situation, just depending on the demand. So there was conversation along that line about how the restaurant might fill up if it wasn't busy. And I think you mentioned like on Tuesday when it's not busy, these top floors may not be utilized. That was at least.
Okay, so then what were their comments? Because you're adding a floor to what was already there.
Yes, so the comments I can summarize, that's where we get into the negotiation of no roof deck on the second floor, because the comments were, well, there might be noise if that restaurant pours open to on top of the second floor, and there's noise in that on that if you do an event that's sort of an outdoor patio event, then that noise would overflow into the community, and that's where we negotiate the community to enclose the rear third and fourth floor, so there would be no roof deck at all. So that was the nature of conversations relating to the rear of the property.
Okay, but so currently as proposed, this would still be all 4 floors would be fully utilized as typical operations.
Yes, if at capacity.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, and you did say this was right next door to a church, right?
Two. There's a church on either side, one closed and one open.
Oh, okay. And then those churches are okay with this expansion? The one that's operating?
The open one, they were pretty excited because they do a lot of events at their church involving catering. So they envisioned utilizing the space for events that the church can't accommodate of a social nature. So that was why we got so much of that. Many of the signatures on our petition are for members of the church next door.
Okay, thank you.
And was there any discussion at the RCO meeting about parking or the lack thereof?
Yes, there was talk about parking, and because the existing bar was a walk-up bar from the community, and this takes it to a bar plus restaurant configuration. There was conversation about, there's no parking space here. How will that be accommodated? And then the conversation was this: our client has right across the street is a dollar store that closes at 9. I don't know their hours. I think they close in the 9 o'clock time frame. So anything that is an empty parking lot, client's going to pursue getting an arrangement to park there. There'll be valet parking also that he's working out for different folks. And all of there's another restaurant 1 block down that is also a walk-up bar restaurant And they have also dealt with the same situation of people Ubering in, walking from the community behind, and that was not
Are
an
you referring
issue.
to the Crab Shack? That is mostly takeout?
No, well, there's a bar in the next block. I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't think it's that. But no, that they discussed that, and now both churches on either side operate on Sunday only, and they make
Okay.
it with just.
I hear you. I
yeah.
think my one comment is that that's a very congested corridor. Like from Lancaster, Belmont, like if there Gerard, if there is any kind of traffic, it is like right at that intersection. And I don't know how long it's been since that bar opened, but as a person that drives past it almost every day of my life, I don't remember ever seeing anybody going into that establishment in the 17 years that I've been here. Not to say that they weren't, I just didn't notice it. So I am like wondering like how this is going to, fit in with the flow of traffic and people that are already over there, and sort of what's your plan. But it sounds like you're moving towards having agreement with the dollar store and potentially the laundromat and the churches to try to have a formal agreement to utilize their parking spaces.
Yes, that's correct. And the community was pretty excited about having a restaurant of what is hopefully of the caliber discussed at this spot. Most of the restaurants along that corridor in those 3 blocks are walk up, take out.
Yeah,
They're not
almost
places,
everything's takeout.
you can't dodge and take it to a family event at those other places. So they like the idea, and in having that viewpoint to the skyline was a selling point.
Well, and again, I guess this would be the last thing, but that was really my question about capacity. It's like you're talking about putting a lot of money into this expansion of this business, and there doesn't appear to be a real idea of how many people are really going to utilize this place, whether in the end the cost is going to be covered by the clientele that frequents the place. So people may be excited about the idea. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to frequent the place, and this is going to need 4 floors here. I mean, again, I'm not sure about how many people you're talking about having, because when I asked the question, I didn't get a real
Well, I
clear
think,
answer.
doesn't L&I set the number of people?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You gotta get the L&I first to see what they'll let you have, right? All right, any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Not anymore, Mr. Chair.
Questions from the virtual audience?
Do not see any hands, Mr. Chair.
Planning Commission?
Amy Boyd with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the CMX2 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical circumstances or conditions of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the requested variance for height.
MI 2025-003-384, 4860 Lancaster Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
I win, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Sherman. Thank you to your client. Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called? Where's Ian at, by the way?
There are no hands, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. What happened to our 3:45 dismissal today? I mean,
This
where
was
was Ian Haggerty?
our short agenda. What happened?
Well, let me shut this off. It went bad when we had one part of the thing and we had like 16 people to testify at one part.
Right.
Woo.
Oh.